Where do you want this net?
Well, hello and welcome to sunny, yes, sunny Mendip. It's so sunny that Paul to my left is shielding his eyes because he's gone for the woolly cap rather than the peak cap. Welcome to RC Racing TV and welcome to the BRCA Nationals from Mendip. We are here all day to bring you top touring car action, and we are being brought to you by the miracle of satellite technology. And even more miracle is I'm going to hand the microphone to Paul because it's always fun to have a conversation. Paul, we have other cameras, don't we, as well? So this is our main camera, which we operate with James. Can you show me other cameras?
Yeah, I'll try and do that. Hang on a sec.
It's called pressing the buttons because I haven't seen the shots yet. That's why.
That
Oh, that's looking at that's it. That's a sort of a safety shot, isn't it?
Yeah, unless you're talking about somebody up there. I thought
Okay,
that would be useful.
it's lovely. Like it.
I've got a shot where they put the cars. Pick the cars up and put them down.
All
Should
right.
be about there. Just
Where
to
is
be-
that? Look, I'm trying to. That's round. Where's that? Oh, it's there.
Well, really, I wanted to go at the end of the straight, but I'm quite going off cable for that.
Oh, okay. And where's the third shot?
That one.
Ooh.
Is there.
That's. I need to find the yellow. Right, oh, that's the end of the straight. That's going on to the straight. Came around
Just going onto the
whip
straight,
round
yeah.
there and through there. So that's all going very nicely. Shall we have a quick look at where? Okay, just to say where we are. This is we are in the final round of the BRCA Championships. We will be showing round. We're actually on a bit early because it says qualifying round 5, but this is the end of round 4 actually. With the final round of qualifying, there's 5 rounds of both championships, Super Touring and Superstock and Super Touring, so modified and 10.5. We will then have a little bit of a break, and I hope we're going to get the wonderful Ollie Meggett to come and talk to some people during that time. And then we have 3 rounds of finals for all this in this top touring car day. And we're going to keep going. Oh, I can't see anything because of the sun, which we'll be very surprised about. You obviously can listen to us and watch us on the stream. Appreciate any feedback. Feedback can be on the RC Racing TV Facebook page. It can be on the actual stream itself. There's a place in it, or you can tweet me on @RC Racing if that's your want. And we are here. Thanks very much to Two Way who've lent to the satellite, and also to the BRCA and especially Adrian Jeffrey. So we're here to have a bit of fun with some RC action. Any minute now, James who's behind me, who'll be on the camera. He's tapping away on the computer. Worryingly, he's tapping away on the computer because that's something to do with the satellite. So, if we suddenly go off air, or we become Motors TV, or Babe Station, that's because we've pressed the wrong button and we've put through a different channel. So, yeah, so we've arrived. We were worried all week about the biggest worry we had was Two Way. We had worries about the technicals, but most of the worry was about the weather. But we have lovely weather, don't you, Paul? This is going to be a conversation, Paul. So.
Is it right? Okay, I'll keep hold of the microphone then. Yes, it looks fantastic, actually, doesn't it?
It is nice. It is nice. So I'm trying to work out. Can you go to that other shot a second ago? The shot where they put them down. Go to the put them down shot. I'm trying to work out where that is. Is it
Just
when
by
they
0.6?
they come around there and down there? No. Where's 0.6? Oh, right.
You'll tell now because they're going to go and pick them up.
Ah! It's
There you
there,
are.
is it? Oh, it's there. I see it now. It's at the end of the straight. So it's coming around the final corner. I see.
I did that also because Ollie thought there might be some overtaking there.
Oh. No. You see, again, you're putting some expertise into this. It's just not in. James. These are very sensitive. These are very sensitive mics, you know. Hang on. Bear with me a second. Paul's going to talk to you for a minute.
Well, what's happening is James is trying to get up to his camera, and the appears to be a few slight technical issues for him to get there, but he's going up there now, and Nick is returning, which is good.
Don't commentate on what I'm doing.
Well, that's what I can really do.
Okay, I think we've actually come for I think we're actually going to start with the guys in the whole thing, I think, possibly. I'm not quite sure. We're coming up for heat 9. No, it's the penultimate heat. There are 10 heats each round. This is round 4. Sorry, I've written down round 5, but we've amazed ourselves by getting on target a bit earlier. Paul's waiting for the sun not to be blinding him in his eyes. Any second now, our big movie camera will start moving because you can see the cars lining up. In this heat, we have car 1 is Stefan Trzaskowski, car 2 is Sam Clifton, car 3 Chris Slater, Brian Eldridge in 4, Ben Cosgrove in 5, Matthew Winner in 6, David Hall 7, Merv Wignall in 8. Now, the question really about Merv Wignall is whether Merv is actually rowing the Schumacher he won from us, and I'm going to have to find that out very quickly. Because, of course, Merv won our Schumacher in our competition, which we started in Portugal. And he may well be running it himself at the moment. It would be great if he was. I hope he's not sold it. That'd be very depressing. And then David Bones in car 9. So I think we're going to have a bit of a. I think it looks like any second now we're going to be linking up. There are the drivers up on the rostrum, and you can pick out your favourites as car. Right, as they're going round, they're obviously going round in speed order from before. So it's actually Ben who went off first, then Stefan, then Merv, then Matthew, then Brian, then Chris, then David, and Sam. Clifton at the back. The way this works is a 5 rounds of qualifying, best 3, it's round by round qualifying and best 3 to count. Then we have 3 finals. Now we can see the track. Fantastic. I'm gonna see whether James can hear me. James, can you hear me? Whoa! This is all working well. So the batteries go flat. Now those 2 men standing there might have to move later on. We do love spectators, but they're in the way of the camera. So we might have to put a little tape or something up. Okay, so now let's follow a car. I don't care which car we follow. Well, come back to your left. Come back to your left. No, to your left. That's it. Bit more. Bit more. Bit more. Bit more. That man down there. That's Stu. Let's zoom in on Stu. That's me. Hello. That's me. Look at the amount of equipment we've got. Look at all this. And then with that boom thing there, that's Stu doing his boom stuff. Can we zoom on the boom? There we are. That's Stu Noble. So we've actually got most of the team here, the RC Racing team. Stu's doing some stuff for the BRCA. Ollie's helping out with us, but more importantly, he's helping Elliot Harper doing some pit work for him. But Matt McCallum has abandoned us, hasn't he?
He has.
He has gone off to play with Phil from Neo Buggy in America. Can you believe it?
It's just
Would you choose a week in California over
a weekend in Mendip?
Well, a day in Mendip.
Well, okay, a day.
A day in sunny Mendip. No, I wouldn't. Ridiculous. Ridiculous is all I can say. Right, what we're going to do now is that James is going to stay with the car for a couple of laps. We're going to run around the track, both for us and for you. And I'm going to see if I can get... Then after that, we're going to make it more difficult and see if we can get Paul to cut in the mini cameras. So it's the yellow car that's going down the back straight. And I'll tell you who it is when he comes across the line. He comes in my view now, and that is car number 9. So that is, in fact, David Bowen. Oh, we stop. No, stay with that one car for a couple of laps, James. We all need to get our idea of where the track's going, what's happening. And let's have a look. There we go. David Bowen. Yes, he's that's good. So he spun it out. That's not very good. So there's quite a little bit of up and downy in this track, actually, as he goes down the back. We're all confusing each other now. Right. Let's have a go at...
Let's pick one car.
Let's pick the leader, if we can, which is car 6, apparently, of Matthew. No, Ben Cosgrove in car 5. Now, hopefully he's got a nice coloured car. See, normally, by the time we get to finals, we've got 2 days of this. Let's go for car 4, the bright yellow car, which is going on the back straight now, because he's bright yellow. So car 4... Brian Eldridge has painted his car in a way we can follow. So we're going to follow Brian around for the rest of this heat now, because we can work out the yellow car. Right, so he goes through start finish. They get this sharp left. They drop slightly downhill into a dip before this right hand, before a full power acceleration straight down the back straight. And this is a banked curve in their favour. So the camera takes them in. They come down the hill again, right again before the left. And then they go to the second mini camera here, right onto start finish straight again. So I'm going to have to give these corners names, because otherwise it's going to be very dull indeed. So we'll start off with this. It's again down the back straight again. It's Brian Eldridge down the back straight. His lap time's about 17.5 seconds. 17.4 is a good lap time. These are modified cars. So over start finish there. Across the grid. Right hand turn to left, and then we're going down the dip into the tight left-right chicane. On to start, finish straight through the bank corner. And down the hill. Around the carousel, also a carousel, and in front of start, finish again. So it's start, finish. Left, right, into the dip. Now with the chicane. Bottom corner, back straight, banked corner. Through the carousel there. And back in front of the rostrum and start, finish again. So that is Brian doing a couple of laps, and that last lap Brian did was a 17.7, not a pretty good lap. He's in third overall. Currently it's Sam, from Stefan, from Ben, from Chris. And that's a train behind us. It's all very lovely, got trains here and everything's marvellous. So if you are watching, please tell your friends. Because the good thing about this is you are here, you can't hear this, but if you are here, you can watch it when you go home. It's all be archived. And this is round 4. We believe we're broadcasting in HD, so if we are, please tell us. And that's the end of this heat. And in fact, yes, several of you are enjoying the HD stream. Fantastic. I'd love any comments on the HD stream because we've never broadcast in HD before. Eric Adrian Marty asks, is it stock or modified? These are the modified cars. It's super. They run. There's 6 heats, I think, of super stock, and then 5 heats or 4 heats of. So Pro Stock it's called, I do apologise. Pro Stock, it's 5 heats of Pro Stock and 5 heats of Super Touring, which is modified, and this is the penultimate heat of round 4. It's not round 5, we've been too efficient, got on too early, and that is a first, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, we're usually 2 or 3 hours late.
I know, we're quite good at that. So
we've perfected that.
Well, I think we are a little bit we are rather good at that, it is true. So yeah, so if you could, any comments on the stream, any comments on anything else would be fantastic. If you can tell your friends as well, it'd be even better. So I shamelessly pimp out for extra viewers because we want to try and test everything, so we want to test all the systems as much as possible. This is a precursor, hopefully, to doing this all around the world as we go. There's a bit of a conversation going on, it was quite good. Conversation between our technical people about camera placements and everything else. So we're about to see the top heat go by. Round 4. Ooh. Paul running, that's rare. I often see that. Well, we've got a locked off shot now, so there's some work going on. We're still fiddling about. So this is the top heat. It's going to see Elliot Harper in 1, Chris Granger in 2, Ollie Jeffries in 3. So that's 3 of the top European drivers here. Andy Moore over in staying over is not here for this event. He's staying over in the Far East before the start of the Worlds in 1/8, which he's doing in Japan. So he's staying over there from the last couple of months. Chris Kurzweil 4, Colin Price 5, Zach Smith 6, James Hart 7, Matthew White is 8th, Alan Bixler 9th, and Paul Pinkney is 10th. And after 3 rounds, it's all going very well, and in fact, if I get my qualifying section going out, in 3 rounds, it was in fact Colin Price, who currently is the top qualifier for 3 rounds. Chris Granger 2nd, Zach Smith 3rd, but it's obviously with scores to drop, that's not so important. So Colin Price has gone off first, and we'll pick him up in a second. We're trying to pick up a little bit of technical stuff. We'll just click it onto a track cam. Well, I'll talk you through. So this isn't round 5. This is round 4. We're running some camera setups. So currently, Chris Granger is the leader of this one. Elliot Harper Elliot Harper and Chris are trading places as we speak. Elliot with the Durango, Chris with the Schumacher. We'll should we film this? Because I think we break off this one. We can go for it. So let's see if we can pick up one of our leaders, which is should be car 1. Oh dear, is that on the ground? See if we can find car 1. That's the orange car now going onto the left before the dip. And now into the dip and the chicane. That's Elliott with the Durango. And now he's out the max straight. Have you got him yet, James? There he is now on the back corner, going round. We'll slide down there before we go to the carousel. And on start finish, Elliott Harper with the Durango. Last saw Elliott, of course, picking up 3rd place in the European Championships over in Portugal. Some problems there for car 5 of Colin Price. The official hasn't started, which is interesting. I'm sure I saw him going. So, still with Elliott as he comes now down through start finish again. Power on. That last lap for Elliott was I think there's some timing issues here. Looks like we've got looks like we've definitely got some timing issues on this particular heat, I'm afraid. Elliott's not being counted, so I'm afraid there is a transponder or timing issue, and we'll have to see what happens with that, because there's people not being counted. And Elliott's missed at least a lap, because we've been following him whilst we're going on. So I'm not sure how they're going to sort this out. I'm sure they've got a backup system. So far it says Granger from Jeffries and Smith from Price. Elliott hasn't been counted for a while, unless he's disappeared off the track, but I don't think he has. I think that's him there. Coming over the start finish now. And he's now, they've sorted it out. So the time has been sorted out. Elliott is leading by 3 seconds as well at the moment from Chris Granger. So Granger is in car number 2, and as we try and sort out where car number 2 is, I assume it's a car now going to the carousel. So it's a carousel now going to start, pick up the white and pink car. James Buchanan is now about to go into the dip, and the chicane after that, down the dip into the chicane. Closely followed by car 7 of James Hart, who must be a lap down. There's Granger now. Chris, the downhill section before going around the carousel. Cross start finish. Left-hander down to the dip and then through the chicane. So it's Colin Price now. Now the timing's picked itself up again. It's a kind of an alternation between Price and Hart as they pick up. Harper also may well be, because he's again getting timing issues. So Harper's, we have to wait and see where these all are, because there's a couple of people not being timed properly in this particular heat. They've got a slight glitch on the system. But luckily, I think it'll be picked up later. But it's a case really of wait to see what happens on the numbers. Harper again has missed a couple of laps. We're still with Chris as he spins around and goes down in the dip, full on there. Pushes a long way down the straight now. Downhill, it's more downhill it looks, that one. Then back uphill again. This is a slight rise and fall. It's not, we're not talking about going up Everest, but this is a definite track that's got elevation changes. Mendip, a very, very established circuit here, opened in 1977. And eagle-eyed of you will notice that at the start of the straight, the back straight, there's actually a big loop, and that big loop is used when they have IC cars here, be they 1/10 or 1/8 IC, but the electric cars don't use that. They like to keep the cars turning. It's not all about the straight, the skills going around the corners. Even I'm good on the straights, apparently. So we are now about a lap or 2 laps to go. And it looks like it is Harper who's got this. I'm just trying to, it's slight confusion, obviously, is the way that we've got the timing ticking left and right. But I think this is going to be a round win for Elliott, which will help him no end because he's got a score to drop. And as we finish, it is going to be Elliott Harper's going to win this. It's probably, it's difficult because of the time. I think it's going to be, my guess, as people carry on going round, my guess is it's going to be Chris Granger second, but they say there was a little bit of problem with the timing screen catching up at the moment. It's saying James Hart has got 18, Chris Kendall's 17, Zach Smith 17, Harper's got an 18, but I don't know what it is. And again, they need to, and so Harper's been given the win, but we need to wait to see what Chris Granger's going to get, 18.307. So it is Harper from Granger, from Hart, from Bickerstaff, from Jeffries, from White, and I think that is going to give a overall result win. Let me just see if I can. I do have the list up here somewhere. If I can, just battling slightly against the sun at the moment, aren't we, Paul? But the sun will move. And I'm just going to have a quick shufty at the timing, which very kindly Roger Cosgrove's given me a timing computer, which is fabulous, so I can actually have a look at everyone. And where we are now, at the end of this round, I believe, is Elliot Harper now is on top overall at 4 rounds. It's Harper from Granger, from Price, from Cosgrove, from Hart, from Chodowski, from Smith. Ollie Jeffries down in 8th, Kurzweil 9th, and Alan Bickerstaff is 10th. That's in the Super Touring scoring after 4 or 5 rounds. I think there's rounds we've dropped. Zach Finley, who's sort of dominated the system so far in Superstock, is leading. Mark Wallace is 2nd. And there's people dropping things left, right and centre, is quite amusing. So about to start round 5. So suddenly our graphic's correct. We are starting round 5 and our graphic is now right. We've so peaked too soon with our graphical abilities. But we are now correct. It is round 5. And we'll start at the lower end of the pro stocks. So these are more the club drivers. These are the guys who keep the system going. These are the people who are the life and blood and soul of radio control car racing. Life, soul and blood, is that right? I don't know. Sometimes one's English deserts one. So hopefully everyone is enjoying the service so far. There's a couple of people who've had a little bit of fire-up issues.
Apart from dancing girls, have you got everything you need?
Some great big visor for me. So
That's a good either,
I know. Because we didn't put to think he wasn't going to run, but now it would also keep the sun from his club.
We didn't think of that one.
No.
And I take it so.
Yep.
I hear the dulcet tones of Adrian behind me. Come round, come on. I think it's only right that we untangle ourselves as we carry on looking at the various. I'm just going to keep monitoring the stream. That's cool. Yes, he's working. So I'm now joined, and I think during the course of the day I'm going to be joining a number of people because we are now at the start of round 5. But the man who made this all possible, it's Adrian Jeffries. Adrian, thank you for inviting us here. Thank you for allowing us to blatantly test our procedures at your national meeting. And we're here for round 5. So perhaps the best thing to do is give us some of the first 4 rounds.
It's been a good year so far. We had Elliot Harper win the first 2 in modified and looked like he was going to run away with the whole thing. He had a bit of a disaster at West London. And I suppose you could say a bit of a disaster at Aldershot, which leaves the situation that it could be won by Elliot, and he's opened the door for Chris Granger basically by not sewing it up earlier, which is good for the championship. In the stock class, Zach Finley dominated the first 3 rounds and took the championship early on. But from a racing point of view, we've had some great races this year, been to some great tracks, and touring cars are looking very healthy on a national level, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting because we obviously know RC Racing covered, I think was it 2 years ago now? We covered the series, and at that point we had 2 classes. Then last year you went back to overall 1 class, and you split again. What was the thinking behind going back to that 2-class system?
We're always trying to make it to innovate a little bit, and last year it was felt that the modified was getting a bit too quick. There was a mindset of, well, let's try 1 class, let's try 10.5. 10.5 was fast, but I don't know. I think worldwide 10.5 is died a little bit of a death. It's certainly not very popular in the UK anymore. So we've gone back to the 2-class structure. It was good to see quite a few people move up to the modified class, and I think the racing is better for it.
What? Just I've realised. What is super stock 13.5 timed? Is it?
It's 13.5 times. We have the same class in our clubman's class as well. So if you're a 13.5 boosted racer, you can race on the 2-day nationals, or we've got the option to do the 1-day clubman series as well. And then we've got Super Touring, which is the full-blown modified.
So we've got good numbers here. We've got 10 pretty full heats for 2 days. Have you found, I mean, I do a lot of 12th racing. We've often found that sometimes the location of the events can affect the entries. Have you found a consistent entry no matter where you put the events?
We selected the tracks this year because based on a geographical spread of where we think the touring car class is strong, which is basically along the M4 corridor. So we've had Aldershot, West London, and then we've looped up into the Midlands for Stafford, but now we're here. So ideally we want to keep the races close to the racers who are going to enter to keep the cost down, but we also got to factor in we have other good tracks around the country which we'd like to go to, and you know, it's trying to compromise that spread of tracks and where the drivers are. Really.
Yeah, I think it's probably the people who are watching from outside the UK don't realise, but actually the racers themselves vote on what tracks to go to, don't they?
No, they don't vote on the actual
not
track.
anymore.
The committee does on the tracks, but we get applications from clubs who want to host the national. Fortunately, with the clubmans, we now have rather than just 5 venues to choose from, we could possibly select 11 if we wanted to, and go to a different track for, you know, for the clubmans and for the modified. So we're not short of tracks, and we're fortunate as well that they're all good quality tracks. There's a good selection for us out there, and we vote, as I said, based on various criteria. And the one this year was to try and keep the cost down for everybody and try and centralise it a little bit where the bulk of the touring car drivers are.
Yeah, it's obviously worked very well, actually. I mean, yeah, there's good numbers, and there's a good. I'm also going to get you again later, so I'll let you go now, Adrian, and I'll be looking for partners in crime, a great number of them during the course of the day.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of them, so we're all keen to help you out, and on behalf of the section, thanks for coming along. It's a pleasure for you to use us as a guinea pig, so I think it's a win-win situation for everybody.
Well, yeah, I think it should very quickly. I'm quite hoping that this is going to be a regular thing perhaps next year, because so far the big question mark with the technology is all working fine.
Yeah,
oh, hang on, there's no wood here. Hold on, I'm touching plastic. Does that count?
When we originally talked about this, it was, well, if it works, great. And, it all seems to be working, so brilliant. Well done, Nick.
Cheers, then. So we are. Let's go and see. Thank you very much. Aidan, I'll speak to you a bit later, I'm sure. Thank you very much. Cheers. Let's see if we can. Oh, look at that. Look. Oh, look over there. You're not allowed off. He's not been relieved. Poor old Elliot. Dear, oh dear. Hang on. Oh, he's finally gets it. Elliot, Chris. Ah, you see now, look. Oh, he's run away. That's all right. We'll have Chris.
Nicholas.
Ah, Mr. Granger, please take the microphone for a second.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing, sir?
Good.
So, we last heard from one of our podcasts, and everyone said Chris speaks a lot of sense, so I thought it must be edited badly.
Yeah, that can't be right. Surely something, yeah. It was obviously put together wrong. We blame Ollie on that one, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so we come to the last round. From being completely out of it after 2 rounds, you're back in it again. What changed?
Oh, nothing really. I mean, we were competitive at Cotswolds, and I think we would have given Elliot a good run for his money. I certainly would have been second. I mean, Elliot was fast at Cotswolds. I think I would have been second, and I think I would have given him a decent run. Just everything went wrong at Cotswolds. It was just one of those meetings.
Yeah.
And then we went to Stafford, and I was a little bit on the back foot because the way the heat grading is done. Obviously, I was then in a lower heat. It makes quite a difference actually, because when you're in the top heat, you just sort of all pull each other round. And if you're a heat lower and you're first, you're the quickest, you got to set your own pace. And also tactical. You don't know what other people are doing. You know, because obviously you don't have to TQ with the fastest time. You just need to TQ. So. If you're 4 seconds in the lead, you can back off, save your tyres. You can't do that if you're in a heat below. You've got to keep pushing. And then from West London onwards, we were back on track.
So it wasn't really, so none of this was to do with getting used to the new car, because the MI5 is a radical departure from the previous machines. I mean, you know, it's a bit of a running joke in touring car circles, they all look the same, but apart from the MI5 and the automatics, which look completely different. So you made that change. I mean, it looks visually different. Does that make it a very different machine to set up?
Not really, no. I mean, and we've been running it for quite a long time, because we probably tested the first prototype version of it, I think it was March or April last year.
Oh, really? Okay.
And then we did a few runs with it. It was even toyed with using it at the Worlds, but it wasn't going to be ready early enough. So we'd done a bit of running with it, but the first time we ran it as a production car was the Gran Canaria ETS. And that it was quite different, because obviously everything else, the prototype car was all handmade. And then this was all the production car, so its alloy parts became plastic and things like that. So it's taken a little bit of a while just to get used to, but it's not drastically different, to be honest with you, to set up.
I mean, it raises the question. I mean, we see a lot of incremental changes to cars in the last 3 or 4 years. This is probably a difficult question you answer, but are these incremental changes actually providing real tangible benefits, or just selling more kits?
Well, it's difficult to say. I think certainly it's going to be very difficult for anyone to find a big step, I think, at the moment. Same as like Formula 1, I guess. I mean, if they keep the rules for 4 or 5 years, they end up with, they start the season, and when they finish the season, it's very little difference. But when they have a rule change, then they have a big change over a season. So I think we haven't had a touring car rule change really since 2009. It was 2010 when lipos came in and we went to a lower weight limit, and nothing's changed since then. So there's no massively big gains to be made. It's really, really fine tuning.
So let's talk about fine tuning this weekend. I mean, I think you've just been knocked off. As you were behind your teammate, and now you're behind Elliot overall.
Yes. Yeah.
But you need to beat him.
Well, yeah, but there's no points for qualifying. So I think we're doing okay.
Do you think there should be?
Sorry?
Do you think there should be points for qualifying?
Yeah, I think there should be something. I mean, you spend most of the weekend qualifying.
Do you still get a tacky trophy for it?
And you don't get anything for it, yeah, apart from a bit of
plastic which you stick in the toilet.
So I don't know, but I think so. I mean, obviously tyre tactics are playing the game at the moment, when to use new ones and not to, and I think me and Elliot both know that we need to be quick in the finals, and grid position's not 100% important as long as we're, say, top 3 or 4, so you're not having to do too much work. So yeah, the final should be interesting.
And talking about this actual Mendip circuit, I mean, it's one of the sort of more old-fashioned tracks, isn't it? It's got a bit of rise and fall. It's been around for a while. It's aged and been picked up and repaired and that sort of stuff. And it looks like a much more organic circuit. Is it very different from, say, a big slab of brand new tarmac, which West London now is?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's bumps, there's bits of the track you've got to avoid. The curbs. I mean, it's the only thing really that lets this track down. It's a great track to drive, really nice layout, one of my favourites. The curbs are horrible, you can't go anywhere near them.
Yeah, they do look really actually better for monster trucks than cars.
Yeah, you have to just, as long as once you know it, I mean, we all do the same thing. We come here after a year from not being here, and you first run, you basically clout every curb, and then you think, oh yeah, I remember now, you can't touch them. And then it's fine, and it flows okay with that. I mean, I think it's a great track. I mean, Phil Booth opened it, apparently.
Did he?
I think it was 1975 or
no,
something.
I read John Button was part of the opening people as well. Jensen's dad. He was a local, he's from round here. He was a local racing star, I think, whatever he did.
They are down this way, aren't they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that, but I asked Phil.
It was John Button was involved in it, and obviously at the point, I don't think Jensen was even born at that point.
Well,
so
one of our new guys said to Phil apparently the other week, he said, have you been to Mendip before? He said, I opened it.
Yeah, that's a difficult question. Have you been? Yeah, I've been everywhere, twice. I'm going to let you go. Thank you very much, Chris. We'll also annoy you later, and good luck with the final run. Thanks, Benny. Cheers, thanks. It's always good to hear from Chris. Some sense spoken most of the time. Oh, dear. Right, so we've managed to talk through a couple of the lower heats. Oh, dear, some noise going on there. I don't know, now the camera's staring at me, which is very worrying, the reverse camera. That was a bit of a surprise when I turned around and saw myself on there. You know, obviously, any broadcast is enlivened by my Vizog, obviously. So, thank you all for listening to us, and don't forget, this is broadcasting on HD, we believe, so if you've got the HD option, you've got good enough downstream at home, you can watch it in HD. Now, don't forget that we obviously are broadcasting, and if you wish to interact with us, please do. One of the great places to do that, obviously, is on our Facebook group. So if you belong to Facebook, just type in RC Racing TV, RC space Racing space TV, and you will, if you aren't a member, just ask to join because you can't like us. But you don't like us probably. But we will welcome you in. We've welcomed over 1,000 people in actually over the past couple of months, and we're going to welcome some more people in hopefully today from who are watching and viewing around the world. As we now run through into Heat 3 of the Pro Stocks. And with the sun ever moving out of our direct eye line, Paul getting less and less worried about the fact he's got a beanie hat rather than a cap on. James is laughing, but James has just got his head out there. You're sunburn your head, you know, don't you? Being a bit. James is what's the word for it? Follically challenged. He's a lovely guy, but you know, a bit follically challenged. Let's not talk about that. So this is the Heat 3 again. Sorry, Heat 3 of qualifying round 5. After the end of this qualifying round, I think it's about a half-hour break. I'm going to actually go and try and arrest or attest to Mr. Ollie Meggett to come over and chat to us. Again, it's a worry the expert. And then what I'll probably do after that is we might try and just, you see, like, try and grab other people to come and talk to him during the lunch break, and he can actually explain more of the technical things like tyres and that sort of stuff. And we're off now, and it's a 7-car field for this race, so we've got some people not starting in Heat 3, because it should be an 8-car field. Oh, it is an 8-car, the last one just pinged on the timing screen. And that we are with car number, look at the bigger numbers. Bigger numbers, my old eyes, but it's car number 4, I think that is. Tom Evers, I believe that is. I may be actually completely misidentifying you. All you guys sitting with HD are going, no, it's this. And I'm sitting with very SD, standard old eyes. Is car 4, go me. And that is Tom Evers, who is just now going to the back straight. You notice these cars are super stocks. They're timed 13.5s. They've got the boosting, the timing on them, but they're obviously significantly slower than the open motor modified machines. Tom comes over start finish now. Around the right-hander, then he goes lifting. Oh, that's a curb you shouldn't hit, as Chris said. He goes down the dip through the chicane, straight onto the back straight, full whip. Then he goes down the bank, around the bank curve, down the hill. Right-hander into the carousel, and then he's back under the driver's rostrum start finish. Another lap completed. That lap is, you know, about 17.7, which is pretty good actually for a Super Tourer. Yeah, about second or so slower than the best laps we see in the group. So currently, is Tom is leading. It's kind of, again, we're still having slight timing issues at the moment. The good thing is that actually they don't affect the overall result because the computer picks them up, but there's a slight issue on the update at some point. Ed Clark says, have to say, Nick, I'm stunned you've got streaming from the 3G black stop. That's Mendip. Well, that's because we have got satellite. Oh yeah, the reason we're actually here is because we're testing this satellite system because we intend to roll that out next year, and of course to make sure it works and you can stream a satellite, we had to borrow one. They've lent us one very kindly. Thank you to Two-Way and the team there. They've lent us one, and so we're doing a number of tests today on the satellite. Both to see how well it works, how reliable it is, how it stands up, whether it drops, what happens at the various times of day, and that's where we are from the 3G black stop, when we are actually on satellite. And certainly, up until now, when we've been still clutching plastic, I think we've been on now for about 45 minutes, it's all been fine. It's remarkable. So, and Ed misses that cloak. I think Ed's staying in Australia. Ed Clark goes all over the place. He was in China, I think, or Hong Kong at one point, and I think he's in Australia now. I think constantly moving around his Ed. And we are still... It's still Tom Evers from Nathan Wilson, Bradley Sellers in third as well. Scott Booth just got third in this super stock heat. And so far everything seems okay on the stream. Thank you all for joining us. It's at whatever time it is around the world you are. It's 10:45 here. Finals When we know what time the finals are, we'll tell you, but there are 3 legs of all the finals. I would suspect that given we're at about half-past, this round's probably going to finish 11:30, I would think, do you think? Perhaps 11:45, and then about half-hour break. So I think the first round of finals will start probably, give or take 12:30 local time. It might be a bit earlier. And the main finals, we'll work out when the finals are going to be on, we'll tell you. Or, even better, just stay tuned the whole day. I mean, I do realise that many of you may want to leave us at 1 o'clock local time because the Motorcycle Grand Prix is on Aragon. You do have permission to leave us for 45 minutes of Motorcycle Grand Prix, but you must promise to come straight back afterwards, otherwise we'll be upset. You wouldn't like us when we're upset, would you? Paul's doing mime next to you. Mime works brilliant. It's like miming on the radio. What's the point? So as you see, the sun is glinting on the track still. It looks rather pretty. The sun's moving along though. Any minute now we'll be able to see what we do until later in the evening when the sun will be right behind us. We'll see the screens again. So it's Tom Evans who's winning by 8 or 9 seconds actually. This one. Bradley Sayers second, Scott Booth third, Nathan Wilson fourth, Paul Hopkins is in fifth, and Edward Nill is in sixth at the moment. And that's the end of Heat 3. There are 5 heats of each class, a 13.5 pro stock. Very confident I know what it was. Didn't know it was until about 10 minutes ago. And an interesting point has been made now off mic. Make it on mic now.
Okay, I was just saying there's a regular train service less than 30 yards away on a Sunday.
Well, we're a long way down, aren't you? I mean, it can only be people. We've gone past Bristol, so it can only be people who are going to Exeter or Plymouth, I suppose, or the really West Country Truro bits.
Truro.
For those of you who know England, we're in the West bit. For those who don't know England, we're in the West bit.
Have you thought logistically about this satellite thing? How are you going to get it in your hand luggage?
No, there's a long story about that, yes. Not everything's as simple as it seems. It's got a similar thing to you, Paul, you don't want to fly.
Ah, right, okay. That would suggest then that I'm likely to be moving it about.
We have an issue next year. We have one little minor issue next year with the Europeans, in that the 1/10 off-road's in Sweden for a week. No, the problem is that the Sweden one will start like a day and a half after the previous one finishes, and all the rest of them are into Spain and Austria.
Right.
So that's called a long drive.
Yes, indeed.
So the word Mr. Fed and Mr. X come into mind. But yeah, we haven't worked. It's currently working, Touch Plastic. So the next step is to work out what to do next with it.
And James says it does work all over Europe.
It does, all the way down to Sardinia. And they actually have a kind of a reciprocal agreement with Americans, so you can get in America as well.
That is a long drive.
Yeah, it's quite wet in the middle as well.
Yeah.
There's no hovercraft either, is there? No.
No.
So yeah. In the wonderful world. But if you are watching this and you are in any sort of way connected with organising events in the UK or even the northern part of Europe, and you would like us to live stream it, suddenly it becomes a lot easier because you don't need to find an internet connection. Could you bring it with us?
Just need one big backpack.
One big backpack and a large check. No. Whatever his name is, Vladimir. Okay, so it's Heat 4 now of Pro Stock about to go out. Car 1, Reece Hodges. Car 2, Matt Lax. Car 3, Rob Chaldecott, sorry. Car 4 is David Beasley. Car 5, Jamie Hicken. Car 6, Daniel Booker. Car 7 is Will Vertigan. Car 8, Spencer Jones. And Car 9, Michael Ball. And it is actually Car 1 of Reece Hodges, which goes off first, that green and white car. But we're following the last car off, which is Car 7, which isn't actually down here at the moment, which is Will Vertigan. And he's somewhere. If you go down the hill, through the carousel. Now we have a start-finish.
And don't forget, Nick, if the need arises, we have the technology today to do replays.
Oh,
don't forget that.
I forgot the replays.
If James gets a nice close-up of something juicy, we can replay it.
Yeah, a car, please. Nothing else. We're not doing that trad camera thing anymore. You know, the cameraman. What's the first thing the cameraman does? Finds a pretty girl. Or in my case, the pretty girl and the dog. By that I mean canine.
Ah, because I had noticed there are a few dogs around here.
Oh, cool. Oh, there's a car broken down already. Man, very gingerly walking it off the track there. So who we follow? We follow that second car there, and I'll pick up the number in a second. He goes round, and it's still not car 7, still Will, who's trying to catch up the all-white machine car 8 of Spencer Jones. So Vertican chasing down Jones down the back straight. They dive down the hill now, and they're going around the carousel. There's not much difference in there, haven't gained too much. Now in qualifying, the idea actually is you all do your own time. You're racing against the clock rather than each other. So theoretically, at some point here, Jones, that's great driving. Jones let the Vertigan through. You can see the guy was slightly quicker, and he let him through. So that is very good heads-up drive by Spencer. And Will carries on. He's 4th overall at the moment. This one, Jamie Hickin is leading this race. Oh, actually, Matt Lax and Jamie Hickin are swapping times. So let's see if we can pick up the car of... Oh, it's changing all the time. Now it's Reese Hodges, car number 1, who's officially leading. As the timing screen, again, confuses me. It's not hard to do, in fairness. So car 1, where's car 1? Nowhere. I think car 1 might be this machine now going around the carousel now, I think. I'm guessing, just because it must be someone near. It's taking a while to get here. Yay, there we are, car 1. It now goes down, he's going down the dip. Through the chicane. Bottom corner onto the back straight. And this is Reese Hodges, one of the junior drivers here. Has been at U17. That doesn't mean he's worked in submarines in Germany. It means he is under 17 years of age. He's switched back now and onto down the dip. Driving quite safely with the machine. I'm going to challenge James now. James, do me something super close up this time. See how the super close up stuff's working. Here he goes. It's very difficult. You've got to get practice in. It's very hard, this sort of thing. So that's it. Oh, that's good. That's excellent. Then we go down the back straight. With a focus issue there. Oh, that's good. Very tight. See, I'm exercising. I'm like some mad professor. I'm exercising my camera people. And Paul cutting the other shots in. Oh, it's almost like we know what we're doing. Almost. And that last lap for Reese was an 18.1, which is about 2/10 off what he probably want to be doing. He comes down the start finish straight again. And it records an 18.3. So we dropped back one car. So the car now about to go on the straight, the pink, white and blue machine. That is Matt Lax. It was a bit wide there coming down the hill before he goes around the carousel. Behind him, the orange car is number 9 of Michael Ball. I think not that Michael Ball. I don't think, you know, we do the Phantom of the Opera halfway through the break between the event. Oh, Michael loses it entirely behind Matt, so Matt gains a big advantage. He goes now through, and he's now down the start finish. And Matt on for, currently he's actually on for winning this particular group. There's one more group to go in Super Stock. Or Pro Stock, sorry. So they want one more bunch of oh dear. So Matt goes across, and we're now down to the last 35 seconds of this heat. Just takes a little bit of curve there. The car trundles around. Pretty certain those cars are not, because they're 13.5, they obviously haven't got ultimate power. I'm sure they're doing that thing where you go on the straight, where you're trying to push the stick further and further forward, or if you've got a trigger, pull it harder and harder and harder, in the vain idea that will actually make it go faster. Oh, I'm pushing really hard. Oh, I'm going faster. Marvellous. So Matt now going. It's interesting when they turn down that hill coming off the bank corner at the end of the straight. It gives you kind of an optical illusion they're actually sliding as they turn. I think it's just the way it looks. The timing beam has gone, so this is the last lap for everyone. Time beam has gone, time beep has gone rather than time beam has gone. And Matt will finish this one. He's not, he should win this, but again he's had a slight timing issue just at the end. See if it catches up. So he won't take the cars off. His cars will be quite warm at this point. Oh, that was awesome, there we are. So Matt was very pleased with that. Apparently his performance was awesome. I think our performance is awesome as well. I think it's probably a less well-received concept, in fairness. So, we now warm up for the top heat of stock, pro stock, including Zach Finlay in car 1, who's already won the championship and has completely dominated the whole thing. Mark Musgrave in car 2, Tim Langdale in car 3, Mark Wallace in car 4, Ben Putt in car 5, Chris Gunter in car 6, Lee Price in car 7, Rob West in car 8, Chris Clark in car number 9, and car 10 is Tony Broad. Why is it wherever we go, there's always Whedon trying to move everything we want to look at? Ooh. Oh, look at that shot. Wow. All sitting there on the grid waiting to go, and it's going to be... so they go off in order. They've all started. And Zach Finlay, who is in car 1. And probably is the person we should look at as the man who's won a championship already. He's in the green car now, going down the dip, James. They're about to get on the start-finish straight. He's the orangey, green, yellow. There, he's the end of the straight now. Yellowy green car. Or green yellow car. So Zach, who has won, I think, all the rounds so far, and is currently on the top of this particular round as well, as he trundles down the hill around the carousel. In fact, the car behind him, which is car number 4 of Mark Wallace, is absolutely, I would say, is currently leading this one because he's gained on him from his start position. So it's 1 of 4. I think Mark in 4 is definitely ahead on the timing beam at the moment. Obviously not ahead on the track, but that's not the way it works, as you know. Qualifying 5 minutes against the clock. All start at different times, so you all finish at different times. Now possibly Zach might be able to drag him round. Zach and Mark are exchanging the lead. Running lap times around 17.8. But certainly Mark looking quite secure here and gaining on Zach. At this point now, Zach's probably thinking, oh God, don't want to let him through. And that lap, I think, so he lost 400s in the last lap. Now I think this lap he looks like he's gone slightly quicker than Mark. So Zach, you wait for the update. Yeah, he gained 10th on, so he was 10th faster there. So now the cars are coming in. It looks like that Zach's got a little bit of extra pace on Mark. Mark certainly had the better of the first 2 or 3 laps. They go across again. Wait for the update for Mark's time. Doesn't come, which is quite worrying. There we go. And he was 2 tenths slower again. So at this point, now whilst Mark still has a slight advantage on the clock, Zach's car's come in, is pulling away by about 2 tenths a lap. And he actually pulled up by 4 tenths in that lap, so and he's taken the lead. So Mark there after a good first 3 or 4 laps. The tyres have come in, the engine come in, Zach's Brian's come in. He's now leaping off into the lead in that yellow and green car that goes around the carousel now, down the start finish. Let's drop back 1 car to Mark Wallace, James. And there we go. He's there. He powers up the back straight. Coming in. Now around to the carousel. Sharp right turn before start finish in front of the rostrum. Another right hand turn left into the dip. Through that chicane. giving it some on the straight. So, in fact, Mark's kind of dropped back, I think, a little bit off the pace with secondly at the moment, and it seems to me that actually the car that's, I'm not sure about that. I think he might actually be, that might more be a case that he's, yes, it is the case that he's a timing slight delay. So let's see if we can pick up somebody. Let's pick up the car, the orange and white car about to go down the dip now through the chicane. That is car number, I think it's 6 it might be, which could be Chris Gunter. There's an outside chance it's car 8. Again, I apologise for my bad eyes, but I would say the numbers on these cars are not the clearest I've ever seen. Old people, it's 6. So this is Chris Gunter, who's now going down the dip. Dip, James, on the back straight. White and orange. Oh! Missed that one. That could be our first replay. Now, you're following the wrong car there, James. The car's on start-finish now. There he goes. Oh, you see, that's cursed the commentators. We had in the previous lap, he did a wheelie and slammed into the fence. I think it's too much to ask him to do it again. Yeah, it is. He lets the leader go through. So that's Chris Gunter just dropping a lap down on Finley. Finley still leading from Wallace, leading by about half a second as we now reach the last couple of laps. So as you try and move forward to the leader, there's one car forward, it's the orange and green car. There we go, down the dip, nice one, thank you, James. You go down the straight now. And back on the second place man again. Not second place man, but back on the guy's lap down. And they are finishing their last lap. It looks like Zach Finley is going to win this round as well, which is going to make him even more ahead than he was before. And that's that one. Marvy. Paul, can you enter the troops for a second?
Okay, so I'd like to try and think of something to say. Can't think of anything at the moment. Nick's wandered off, told me why. I'm sure he'll be back soon. So how everything looking? Great. I can't now switch cameras. Hang on. That's better. Right. So I think we're having a technical discussion over there, over camera positions. In fact, names of corners, I think. Because I think Nick usually names the corners, and he hasn't named the corners, which I think is causing a few problems. As Nick was saying, remember to feed back to us on how good the HD streaming is looking. As mentioned before, we are experimenting with it today with the satellite system. I'm hoping that you're getting really good results where you're watching from. Anyway, Nick is on his way back now.
So what did you tell them then, Paul?
All those naughty secrets you told me not to tell them.
Oh, God, not those again. Told you before, it was the goat was consenting. Anyway. Oh, dear. Right. This is now obviously the first round of the first heat of the final round of the Super Touring. So these are people who are running a bit of modified fun in Heat 6. Rob Harry, Tony Foster, Chris Betts, Thomas Ridgely, Shane Walker, John Nollyman, Tristan Neal and Chris Smith are the drivers. Now, car 3 is particularly important here. He's going down the dip now. He's the green car crashing down the dip. Now, the reason I say that is because that's Chris Betts, who's a very good friend of Ollie Meggett, and for some reason he asked me to autograph his shell before he started. Which I can't see why you want to have my autograph on the show, because it's not exactly any sort of recommendation of success. In fact, given my recent career, it's a recommendation of not success. Sure, not, you know, not failure, that's the word. Actually, failure's too strong. I think disappointment I might go for in the racing side of things. So, super Doring, and the certainly there's perhaps a surfeit of power in some of these machines. And Chris with his autographed shell. I'm trying to see the autograph. I can't see the numbers. I'm not going to see a bit of black squiggly paint, but it's got plenty of sponsors already count. So leading this is apparently car 7 of Tristan Neal. I'll see if I can pick up car 7. He's the orange car now going down the dip. And in the side, and he's now going through the chicane, back on the back straight. Oof, a bit wide. I kind of feel like we've got to be a chance for it. Oh, it's clouding over. So I'm suddenly worried about the gazebo, but it's just the cloud, it's fine, it's not raining. There he comes again, around the back corner.
How long do you think it will take us to erect this gazebo, should we need to?
At my age, erections take longer, but I think the gazebo... I think the gazebo possibly... I don't think the sun's come out again now, it's fine. I think that to me, to get over the really expensive stuff, probably about a minute and a half. To cover us, never. We're not important, we dry out again. The rest of this kit doesn't. Okay, let's see who... Pick a car. Give me a number between 1 and 8, but not 7. Actually, no, that's fine, but not 3. 1 and 8, give me a number. Go on, quickly. Paul? Give me a number between 1 and 8, but not 3.
7.
I think we had 7, didn't we? Yeah, not 7 either.
Actually, not 7.
Quickly!
Yeah, I was actually waiting for feedback from James as to what he actually wanted me to say. 2.
2! Okay. I've never seen a man fail to pick at only 110 so quickly. Oh, there's car 2 now. It's turning his blue and orange car going down the dip now. And through the chicane.
It was just the way James looked at me when I said 7.
This is Tony Foster.
Ridiculous.
I've never seen someone fail to choose a number between 1 and 8 before. It's like Sophie's Choice. You have to give one of your children up. Oh, I don't know which one should we. Oh, which car should I show favouritism to?
Always like the number 5, but then 8. It's always been lucky for me.
Yeah, will number 4 visit me when I'm old and leave old people's home? I don't know. Dear, oh dear, I think Meryl Streep gave it less than you did just choose a number. Anyway, we are now following car number 2 of Tony Foster as he comes around the start finish. He's a bit of a fishtail as he kicks the power on. He's sure most of these probably guys are running 4 or 4.5 turn motors. They've probably got a little timing on them as well. And they'll be going very fast down the straight. In fact, he is going very fast down the straight. Drops a bit wide. Look at that. Oh, that's not the way you do it. That wasn't quite good. I'm waiting for a replay. It wasn't quite good enough. Waiting for a replay.
Wasting my time recording all this, aren't I?
Oh, Chris Betts has got a bodywork issue, but we're still with car 2. Do you want to try picking another number really quickly?
1.
1. Okay, car 1, Rob Harry. Let's see if we can find it. The race is coming to an end, so we may be finding quickly. Car 1, it's 4. 1, there he is. He's going down, about to go down the dip now. White and green and black. And he goes to the chicane now, and he's going onto the main straight quickly before he gets his last lap. Yay! There's Rob getting himself a bit of TV time. There goes Rob. And he actually finishes now. Car 1. Don't hit too much a curb there. Oh, you're going to lap. He's showing off with an extra lap. No, you finished, Rob. You have finished. This is an extra lap he doesn't need to do. As he comes down to go to the pull-off area. No sniggery in the background. I must say the picture looked really good on here, so hopefully it was really good where everyone was watching it. Oh, I love the feet shot.
It's trainer watch, I think was what that was.
We're going to start assessing footwear now, are we? So lower fires, lower heat. We're racing. We're just going to look at footwear and clothing. The one-size-fits-all sponsor jackets and that sort of thing.
You failed to name the corners.
No, I haven't.
Haven't you?
No.
What have you called them then?
You're not listening, are you?
Well, to be fair, I haven't got headphones on, and half the time you're not looking at me, so I can't hear you.
Everyone's a critic around here, aren't they? Look, when we go start next time, I'll tell you what the corners are called again.
Oh, good.
They're not particularly...
You've not come up with any...
No,
really...
they're more descriptive, because they haven't... Yeah, I need to be here 3 days to get really amusing names. Or people tell me some amusing names. Off my own bat, it's not a top point, you know. I do my best. I can only be so imaginative from one moment to the next.
I think my favourite corner of the season has been Snakebite. That was my favourite.
Who had that one?
I may have. I may have named that.
No, the best one was Vein Shadow Corner. That was brilliant.
Yes, of course. Oh, yeah. Well, yes.
That was brilliant. That was named by somebody else because Matt was waving to himself on a shadow.
Yeah, he'd been in the sun a long time that day, hadn't he?
He had, yeah. He didn't go well. He's in the sun a lot at the moment, isn't he? Show off over in America. So yeah, next coming up in a second will be Heat 2. Oh, sorry, Heat 6, which is Heat 2. You know what I mean. Heat 7, which is the second. Oh, wish my command of English was slightly more impressive. Oh, the man who really matters is commenting on my post. And I want to say hello to Willie Whites. Willie Whites, Willie, how are you? It's fantastic to see you. Hopefully you're watching this in HD. And it looks like so far our little project. So I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to thank Dallas as well, and Jackie, because you obviously backed us on this as well. And I'd like to say, at the moment, our little project is looking rather good, isn't it? So I'm touching plastic again, because obviously different times of the day, we don't know about the contention on the satellite later on. But Willie, it's looking pretty good. So hopefully you're enjoying the action. I can guarantee that the commentary will improve as I actually know what I'm doing, and the pictures are already cracking and will get better as we get up to speed with the various parts of the track. Now, what we'll do, we'll let James choose a car, I'll then identify a car, and then I'll tell you which parts of the track are, as I'm being heckled by my own team at the moment. So, James has chosen which car? He's chosen this car, the blue car, which number I can't see. And it is car number 7 for all you Strictly Come Dancing fans. So car number 7 is Andy Travis. So Andy Travis is in car number 7, and he's about to go over, hang on, now he goes over the start-finish line. He turns right into the switchback before going down the dip, through the chicane, bottom corner, and the back straight. Okay? Then it's the banked curve, down the hill, round to the carousel, and back onto start-finish again. And off start-finish again, and boomph. Did you have that one? There's a replay. He's broken the car.
If only I'd pressed record. I've got rid of like 6 clips of 10 minutes apiece. And at the one time... I just haven't got enough hands. That's the problem.
Do you think what if Matt wasn't asleep, was listening to us now, he had his head in his hands going, I can't believe I've trusted these people. Our dynamic camera genius catches a final piece of action and you've not pressed record. I thought it constantly recorded.
No, because I have to stop record to bin it, or else we end up with a clip that's 3 hours long.
That's brilliant.
But I just got overexcited about you deciding to tell me what the corners are called. So I picked up the microphone and therefore didn't have a hand free to press record.
I'm just glad I work with such professionals. It's marvellous. Edward Pickering's back listening. Hi Edward, how are you doing? Edward was with us for most of the European season. Edward, I believe Edward lives over in Japan. So the BRCA Nationals are being watched by Ed, who I think is in Australia, a couple of other guys who sound like they're in Spain, and people down under, and also young Mr. Pickering, who's in Japan. Fantastic. It's great to know we've got an international audience for the
It must be very early over there, isn't it?
No, it's late. They're 8 hours ahead of us, I think. Or something. What I would say is, there's not many things that are hard, that are definite within RC racing, but definitely the British National Championship is the best national championship for touring cars, mainly because I think it's some of the other countries have got great touring car drivers, like Germany only have a single event. whereas we have a series. And the Americans only have a single event as well, actually. So yeah, we have a series, and it travels Britain. And the big advantage, I think, also is you get a lot of different conditions in England. You know, this is a rare one because it's called dry, and the rest of the time you have rain and fog. But they've had some dry days.
We've not filmed one in fog before, have we?
We've had mist.
Mist.
Yeah. Luckily, it kind of burnt off in time. We've got wind here, and I'm being weather-wise here on the wind. I'm not getting a cheap joke in. Who are we following now? We're following the orange car, sorry, which is car number. Here I come. Come on, get a bit close to me. 8. This is who's got the oldest eyes. Who can see it? Car 8 is Aaron Rose, and he is currently in 4th as he goes now around the carousel, back on the start-finish. Are we recording at the moment now?
Yes, we are.
Yes, after the event. My advice to you is dumping them in between every heat. Or is that too obvious?
No, that's what I tried to do. But I said,
but
I
you
just
got too excited. Oh,
and picked up the mic. Remember, I've only got one hand. Because of your refusal to put up the gazebo, I'm having to use one hand permanently as a shade, which means at this moment I'm holding the microphone, which means I can't cut cameras.
Yes, but the point you have to remember is we haven't put the gazebo up because it'll cover the shot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which is your recommendation just on the phone. Anyway, carrying on going with the technical decision of him holding his hand. Do you want a cap?
Have you got a cap?
No, but I can find one. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Well, at the next break, I might just run back to the car and see if I've left it in there.
Really? We stop press record as well. So, it's Gary Dyson is leading in car number 1 as the last lap goes over. Aaron Rose 2nd, James Plymouth currently 3rd, Chris Taylor 4th, Chris O'Donoghue, who seems to race everything, is in 5th, Adam Wynyard in 6th, Martin Nudge is 7th, and I think that's all flicking about at the moment, so I'll wait for a bit as the cars come off the track. Edward Pickering tells us it's 7:15 PM in Japan. And he's visiting our country in December. That's an odd month to choose to come to England.
Yeah, not the best.
It'd be very Christmassy though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Be all festive. But yeah, I'm not sure I'd go for that. Okay, so that was the end of 3. So round 5, heat 3. Sorry, round 5, heat 7. And we're going to round 8, heat 8 in a second.
Yeah.
He's now. And Paul's disappeared off now. In a odd sort of. Oh.
How bad is it?
What was that about?
No, James is just making a camera alteration, so I've just had to cut to another camera.
Okay,
but
fine.
Then I want to cut back to James before I dive off for a cab.
I'm loving this. This is actually my favourite part of the day so far. So. We are now coming up to Heat 8, which will see Lee Burton, Nathan Wynyard, Alex Brockbank, Chris Ashton, Damien Giddens, Andy Murray, Jamie McDonough, John Pape, and Harley Aldridge. So we have a lady racer.
Well, he did.
This is a kind of a, how long is that to? Poor old Minnie there being accosted for not taking over the position of. Edward's coming over for Christmas. He's actually coming over for Christmas. Well, hopefully he brings us a present. What do you fancy? What would Edward bring you from Japan for Christmas, Paul?
PlayStation 4 would be nice.
Yeah, we won't play English games then, will it, though?
No. Can you camera then? Or would that be the wrong region? No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, HD's fine, yeah. Yeah, new HD camera for all of us. Yeah, 3 HD cameras, brilliant. Thanks, Edward. You know, just the best stuff. We don't want anything cheap, do we?
No.
Thanks so much.
We need HD stuff.
Failing that, obviously, some of those dried fish you get at the airport. You've been to Japanese airports?
No.
There's just packets of dried fish. They're fine. They're really into dried stuff. And they have little tiny fish, like really tiny minnowy type fish, and they do a packet of dried fish.
Do you eat them like crisps?
I haven't eaten them.
Why not?
Because they're dried fish in a packet, and I don't really, you know, whilst I'm happy to say I'm sure it's a really lovely food if you're used to it.
Well, you must give it a go.
I've given a lot of things a go. I remember having one. I remember we went out in Japan when I was in the Grand Prix once, and I went out for an evening and we into a Japanese bar in a Japanese town where no one spoke English and there was no menu with pictures for a change. We just pointed at things and saw what turned up. And it was all sorts of interesting things.
Were they all right? Was it all right?
Some of them were lovely, some of them were interesting.
Okay.
And then at the end of it, the host bought us loads of warm sake and we all got gloriously drunk.
Excellent.
Wasn't excellent the next day when you got Formula 1 cars going past you.
Yeah.
That's when you realise that dead cans aren't really. And you go, oh God, no car. I think that was the day I got my foot run over by Jean Lazy.
How did you manage that?
Because a little pig turned in too tightly into his garage and ran over my foot.
Did he apologise?
No.
Did he reverse back?
No. No, it didn't. In fairness, it doesn't really hurt because we had quite proper shoes on, that sort of thing.
So really you're making a meal out of something that actually wasn't.
No, because it was a little bit embarrassing to get your foot run over.
Yeah.
Because the idea is you don't get in the way. You're kind of like a will-o'-the-wisp, just there, just there with a microphone. But no, that's the second one. The worst thing that ever happened was when I bumped into someone in the pits. And the first year I was doing it was in the Jordan pit, and one of the mechanics was trying to shuffle past me, and I kind of didn't see him and bumped into him, and he fell backwards on the car.
Oh dear.
No, wouldn't have been bad, but he fell backwards on the exposed brake disc that had just been out for a run and was probably at 400 degrees.
Right.
Now, he went, ah! And I thought, I went, idiot, putting it on. Jeez, the next day, his whole back of his calf had a massive, really bad burn. He was all strapped up and he had to go home. Oddly, I wasn't banned from the pits for that, and I carried on. I've been in there for the last 20 years. But that was. I felt really sorry for the guy. I think I spent about an hour and a half apologising to him the next race when he kind of turned up limping with weeping sores of bandages. But yeah, what you learn there is a brake disc 10 minutes after, 2 minutes after it's come off a track, and still at 400 degrees is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Obviously, apart from that, I was always completely professional in the pit lane, so possibly. Right, who are we with now then? Who's our young man got us with the yellow car? We are with the yellow car. That's good. Now I think that's car number 9. No,
9, isn't it?
I thought it was 9. I thought it was 3 a second ago. It is 9.
It is 9. Car
number 9 is Harley Eldridge, who is a young lady, and I think she's probably not much more than 13 or 14. I remember racing against her a couple of years ago. She was racing Superstocks. So if she's a bit old now, I apologise. But she's definitely a lady. Harley. It's a good name, really. Because you like motorcycles. She comes down now through start-finish, and she's currently halfway around this heat. There's a 17.9. She's done quite well to get into the third heat. Now, I think what might be quite useful is we try and see if we can find car number 2. No, not car number 2, I apologise entirely. Car number 4. Oh, he's not running. That was Chris Ashton, who's... I spoke to him about this event a couple of times because he's from Schumacher. So we'll drop back from Harley. We're currently on a wide, so let's pick up the next car. Pick up any car you like, James. Just pick up a car, pick up the carousel, and then by the time you get past it, I'll try and identify it. You put the same car again? Who's he got? Oh, there we go. He's got this bright orange car. Now, it's interesting that James is going for the primary colours at the moment because they're the ones that are easy to see. And that's very quick. It's car 1. That's Lee Burton. Getting some real pace on the machine there. He goes through the chicane and onto the bottom corner before going on the back straight. I think this will probably... Look at that go. I mean, let's get a speed gun on that, but I'm sure it's hitting 60 miles an hour around the carousel. Things looking jerky, and that means that... Oh, and it just got it a little bit wrong there. No, it's not good enough for a replay. Look, oh...
Obviously, it's been recorded for posterity.
Oh, for once it has been, has it? And... down he goes the hill, through the carousel. Look at the attitude of these cars. The faster machines often look very, very darty because they need that instant direction change to generate the speed. Lee's machine, and as he currently now is top of this heat, it's looking quite a little bit of an error there as he came up the top of the straight. Comes around now, and he should finish, or is he going to have one more lap to go? Puts down some power. I think he thinks he's finished because he's slowed right down. So let's hope he's right because he hasn't finished. He's going to feel really silly, isn't he? And once again, the time machine has to catch up towards the back end.
Going to get my cap.
Really? That's a very aggressive way of saying that. Oh dear. So coming up will be the penultimate heat of qualifying, and it'll be heat 9. And it's the Super Touring, the modified class. It's Stefan Chizowski in 1, Sam Clifton in 2, Chris Slater in 3, Brian Eldridge in 4, Ben Cosgrave in 5, Matthew Wynnard in 6th, David Hall in 7, Merv Wignall in 8, and David Bowen in 9. I'm going to actually have a look and see. I'm going to go look at Merv Wignall's car. Now, Merv is car number 8. I want to see whether he's actually running the car we gave him, or he's been terrible. Let's have on car number 8. Let's have a look. Where's Merv? I won't interfere with him now. Just walking past Stuart, who's lying on the floor, honestly. Now, let's only walk about here before the start. What is car? See if I'm 1, 3, 5. Lots of lovely cars. Now, what is car 8? I can't believe that. We give him a free car, he can bloody run it. Honestly, shocking.
Sorry, mate.
Honestly, Merv. Ooh, it's getting catty up there. So Merv, we were running another machine. Honestly.
I'll try and remember.
So, admittedly only got a couple of weeks ago, so it's hard to change cars middle season. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't want to go through a complete new car at the middle. I'm sure next year he'll be running it religiously, and that'll be the only machine we'll see him in. So this is the penultimate heat of the day before the lunch break and some finals. Many people are still fighting for that final place in the A finals. And away they go, and it's Ben Cosgrave who's leading off. Who are we going with? We're going with the last man, are we? No. Let's pick up the leader, and that's the guy who's going around the carousel now, and he's coming down cross start finish. It's Ben Cosgrave. Ben, who I assume is also running the prototype Durango, because he obviously works at Durango, so I would think that'd be him and Ollie running the Durango machine, which I believe will be released in the next few weeks. This is the machine which, of course, came 3rd in the European Championship in Portugal, where we were there, and you can see that on our archive. Ah, Paul's found his cap. How exciting for him. Yeah, we are currently just seeing, this is the penultimate of the heats of qualifying round 5, which is the last round of qualifying. There'll then be a short break, I think about half an hour to 40 minutes. Then we have 3 rounds of finals for everybody. So there's 3 rounds of finals for everybody after a short break for lunch. Oh, that's a big one in the air. Not sure that was in there, but not the car 5 we're in. But anyway, as Paul now sits down, and we've drifting back up with Ben Cosgrove, so we can fit something else up. Let's go and see if we can find Stefan Chizowski car 1. And he is the car now going down the dip, the white and the blue and the black machine, through the switchback and onto the back straight. This is Stefan Chizowski, who does quite a bit of the PR work for the series. Works with Stuart as well. Stu Noble, our erstwhile colleague and cameraman. He's here as well in his BRCA capacity to produce the rather lovely end of weekend video that will come up in a week's time or so. Chizowski there, down the hill and into through the carousel. Yeah, no, you cut too early then. Did I? Yeah. I know I shouldn't be doing all the work, obviously.
Well,
look, he comes around this. He comes around the carousel now. He's still really in focus, and now you're on the cut.
Yes, but then it doesn't really last very long, does it?
Yeah, but if he's not in the shot to start with, let's not talk about this on air, but...
We'll have this debate off air, shall we?
I love working with you.
I was going to say how pleased I am. Cut. And gone. No, okay.
No, it's all right.
But I can now actually talk.
And cut, because you've got a hat.
At the same time.
That's marvellous. See, that's a good shot. That's fine. So look, so you can come around here, and down the straight, it goes over the top bend, and then down the hill slightly. It comes around the carousel, and I cut about now.
Yeah.
And then we come around here, and we go down the dip, and then the cut, left, right cut. Boom. See? We might need. I think we might need to look at.
I think.
We need to look at moving the camera slightly for longer shots.
Okay. Well.
But it's Stefan who's leading, Ben Cosgrove's second, David Bowen's third, Matthew Wynyard is fourth, Sam Clifton's fifth, Chris Slater is sixth, Merv Wignall's last, which doesn't surprise me because he's got the wrong car.
I've had a text. Have you had a text?
No, who's it from?
From the one who'd rather be sunning himself in California.
What the, is he awake? I've got 2 texts from him. This is a problem. Okay, we're going to get told off. Very funny. He also thinks it's very funny, the recording thing. I think he's just going to bed.
Send that one to me.
No, that was funny. No. But it looks apparently we look super smooth over in America.
Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic news. This is all going marvellously so far. And he caught the best part of the day. Anyway, so Stefan's about to win this one. I think actually seriously, when we finish, I think we need to have a little look about making the shots a bit longer. Okay. So we're going to do that because we've got these wide up shots nicely done. So we just need to. You probably know that when you're actually looking at cutting them across, it just makes them look a little bit like they can last a bit longer. It makes them a slightly better shot. So anyway, and the 5 falls over. That's bad news for Ben Cosgrove at the back end of the heat. He hasn't quite finished. That's bad news for him. But we didn't have it on camera, so there's no replay. Let's pick up car 3. He's about to go down the dip now, James, and going through left and right, just because we haven't seen him yet. And that's car 3 of Chris Slater. Just coming in the car. Again, he's looking a little bit tentative around the top corner there. Comes in through the carousel. Might be a focus thing, actually. Might want to zoom in a little bit of that camera. So this is that's the timing beam saying that's a timing beam. I keep saying timing beam. It's a timing buzzer saying it's the end of the whole. Edward Pickering is going to bring us some chopsticks, and the dried fish is normally put on top of rice. So just to finish off our Japanese treats concept. So we are going to have now the top heat out next of qualifying and the final heat of round 5 of qualifying before a slight break. And I'll be asking you to put a graphic up. No, I'm not sure. That's a good question actually on that one. There's like issues on graphics. We will be there with the top heat coming out. And that's Elliot Harper from Chris Granger, from Ollie Jeffries, Chris Kurzweil, Colin Price, Zach Smith, James Hart, Matthew White, Alan Bickerstaff and Paul Pinkney will be taking part in the race. It's the final one before we have a lunch break.
Pound on for the win.
Oh, I'm being asked for who's my pound on for the win. I'm going to back. I'm going to back that. I think Elliot's going to do it. He looked very good in Portugal, so I'm backing Elliot. Though, admittedly, so far I've only seen about 4 laps of either of them, so who knows?
It all comes down to what happens in the finals.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Chris needs to win, whereas Elliot doesn't.
Yeah, the basic thing is Chris Granger has to win this heat. Oh, not the heat, so he has to win the event, not this heat now. And he wins the heat, then he will be, as long as Elliot doesn't finish second or finishes second with less wind. It's quite complex about that. As we move, oh no, there's an expert. That was the last thing I did. An expert's turned up.
Where?
To my left.
I just want to see a timing screen, really.
Oh right. Now you're using us for timing screens. Hello, Mr. Mega. Obviously, I've said hello to you off air. Well, hello on air. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
It's all right. Solid as a rock, which is the key point.
And we've got people watching?
Yeah.
Oh dear. I'll have to do this properly then, won't we?
We had Matt earlier, late at night in, I think, I'm not sure he's watching now, but he was watching a bit earlier.
Oh, right.
Okay, off we go, and let's follow the car at the front. That's Elliot Harper. He's just about to go onto the main straight now. That's the main straight.
This round is basically all going to be about tyre strategy, I think.
So explain the tyres to me, Ollie. Do they get 2 sets the whole day or just 2 sets of qualifying?
It's 3 sets of tyres for the whole weekend, which is 5 rounds of qualifying and 3 legs in the final. So 8 runs on 3 sets of tyres.
And what's the normal thing? They save a new set for all the finals?
Well, in the first 2 rounds of the series, Elliott, where he TQ'd it and then dominated, he managed to use only 1 set of tyres throughout qualifying and saved 2 sets for the finals. But since Stafford, it's been a lot closer, and drivers now been basically just saving 1 set for the finals, really, if they can. Although some people are, we know, are throwing 3 sets of tyres at qualifying to make sure they can get themselves as high up the A final as possible, and then just try and defend position.
Well, certainly in this one, Chris Granger is noticeably quicker than Elliott. Chris has made up the stagger from the start, so we're watching the first 2 cars go by. They're the ones we want to be with, both those cars, James. It's Elliott leading on the track, but behind on the time screens. Chris is about a second ahead, which is the stagger. Now, Elliott now has to make a decision about trying to go quicker or letting Chris through. And I think at this point, he's got a fantastic traction out of the corner there, Elliott. Chris is a little bit quicker around the... oh, and that's not on.
Mistake from Elliott's going to cost him big.
What we're going to do now is we're going to show the first replay of the day.
Oh.
We've been waiting for a while, and here it comes.
No, give it the first one.
We'll look at that later on.
Yes, in 3 weeks' time, we'll see the first replay of the day.
Oh, that's not... Is that Elliott making a big mistake there through the...
Yeah, Elliott,
straight?
and Elliott's kind of blown it, and... oh, no, he's got a problem. I think he's got an issue with the back of the car by the looks of it. He's got some grass on the wing as well, it's not what we want. Are we going to see that again now? Here we go.
Play.
And there we go. So Elliott now comes down the bottom corner, goes into the carousel, takes the curb wrong, and rolls out the way and lets Chris through, which worked doubly well for Chris, because obviously he wanted to get past anyway for timing. So Elliott's now dropped out of this one. Chris Kurzweil also isn't taking part in this one. And it puts Chris Granger a long way away in this heat, and therefore almost certainly going to get a heat win. But is that actually going to give him pole or just confirm his second? Mr. Neggett, I don't know.
I think it'll be, if he TQs this round, then that should be enough to put him on pole. He'll have 2 TQs, which is a good set of scores.
So Elliott has pulled out, which is very bad luck for Elliott.
Mind you, Ollie Jeffrey's only half a second behind now.
And Ollie's been off the pace, hasn't he, so far? Where is Ollie's car there? Where is Ollie's?
Hang on, what's happened to...
No, there's timing issues, and Chris Kurzweil wasn't out. He's come back in again. We've had a couple of timing issues on the screen.
Oh, right, okay.
It delays a bit. It's fine at the end. At the end, it's fine, but in the middle, you get overexcited about things.
I get excited about most things, really.
Let's see if we can find car 3, which is Ollie Jeffries. Is he running his normal colours with the yellow?
Yeah, it's a yellow coloured car.
Yep, that's. It's now going round. He's going down the dip now. He's the second of those cars going down the dip into the chicane. Car number 3 onto the back straight. Ollie's obviously the man who was there or thereabouts to chance the championship. That kind of went away at the end of the last round. He's not really been on the pace so far today, this weekend. I don't think we say. Ollie?
Ollie's had some speed in the car, but he certainly seems a lot quicker on new tyres compared to used tyres, and possibly on his 3rd set of new tyres in this run is towards the back of the A final going to the final round of qualifying, so we thought maybe he'd be one of the drivers that has to use his 3rd set of tyres in qualifying just to make sure he even stays in the A final, which is not what you'd think from the defending national champion.
No, it's not. It's been a solid but not spectacular defence, isn't it? I think he's not really managed to pick up the... because last year it was a great performance for him across the year, and he's just made a little mistake there. He went a little bit wide at the top corner. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure whether this is down to him, down to... it could even be down to the fact that, the TC, the associated car, whether it's still at the forefront of the chassis technology or not. I mean, talking to Chris Granger earlier about what the gains are, but there are gains. They're quite small gains, but at this level, you need those small gains, don't you?
Yeah, it's all about it's not even tenths of a second they're looking for, it's even less than that. And that's just on a single lap, and the change of the car across a 5-minute run, in fact, that's just as important, how the car hangs on. It's no good being really fast at the start of the run and then losing a second lap by the end of it, because you'll pull away but then just get reeled back in by the rest of the field and then destroy your tyres. But Chris Granger's still holding a lot of good speed at the moment.
Yeah, I think Chris is on for the win here. Now, Ollie's was much tighter on the back of Chris Kurzweil. He's now dropped off a bit. Now, I'm not sure whether I didn't see him make an actual mistake, so whether that means that Chris has picked up a bit of a hurry up, as you say, his tyres have come in, his additive have come in, I'm not sure.
I think James Hart's going to be someone to watch. That's the orange car coming onto the back straight now. Down the back straight he goes, the all-orange coloured car.
So pick up the orange car, James. He's about to go to the carousel now. And he's coming on start-finish, the orange car on start-finish, and he's going through the switchback and onto and down the dip. That's James. No, he's still with Schumacher. Oh, he was with Schumacher.
He's with X-Ray at the moment.
X-Ray, oh, I've got this wrong.
Been running really strongly.
I'm 2 years out of date on the chassis of UK races, apart from about the top 3 or 4. So there's James now. He's going to come lipping on the start-finish straight now. And the switchback. Now, there's a car going very slowly ahead of him and staying on line, which is a bit naughty, which is car 9. I'm not quite sure what's going on there with... well, I think he's finished, that's why, in fairness to him. He wasn't staying on line, he'd finished the race. So we now need to wait for this to settle itself out, because Matthew White, I don't think, won this. and Chris is 5 laps down at some point of where he should be. So we need to see the whole thing there. Chris now goes to 18.307. Oh, Matt was really close. Matt White actually was second by just 1700ths of a second. So by the magic of me having a computer,
this is a really scary thought you would
think we I think give it a few seconds and it should have actually sorted it all out. And it's saying currently that Elliot has just held on to pole. No, yes, no, we're still ticking about. Come on. Oh, sorry, I'm perhaps over egging the.
I don't think that's updated with this round set of scores yet.
Okay, it's very exciting watching a time between update.
Yes.
So anyway, so we're coming to the break, and I kind of said to you, I kind of see if I can hand you the break for a couple of minutes. What do you want to do with the break program?
Well, it's up to you. I mean, I can go and talk to some drivers.
Unfortunately, we're kind of limited to having the drivers where we can see them.
We could get the drivers to come to us. Shall I go and run around and pull drivers over here, and you can talk to them?
No, you should, no. You know, I'm not being funny about this. When it comes to this series, you know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
You boys missed the huge crash we took at Elliot. You distracted showing the replay of Elliot's curb crash. Ah, did we?
Yeah, Elliot then crashed again on the main straight by the look of it. I'm
yeah,
not
he
sure
had some
what
grass
happened.
on there.
Bounced across the curb, but
Elliot
just heard from his one of the guys that picked up his car. It looks like some mechanical failure there for him. So hopefully get that fixed in time for the finals.
But the good news is though that if Edward saw it, everyone else did.
Yes.
So even though we missed it, that we knew it had happened, the good thing is you've all seen it. So that's excellent. Should we see if it's now updated and see if we got the?
Well, I'll let you do that. I'll go and grab some drivers and start bringing them over and.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Start doing that.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a minute.
All right, that's fantastic. Bringing a few guys across now. It does seem actually that we do have. Just need to slightly adjust this to make sure we have the overall scores, which decidedly don't want to show me the overall scores. Notice that. So it does seem that it is actually Elliot Harper who has picked up the overall pole position. I think again I think actually Ollie might be right. This is still a 4-rounder. We haven't got the 5th round in yet. Let me just see if we can just do that slightly. Yeah, we haven't had the 5th round added to the timing yet, so we're waiting for that. And when it does get added, we will give you the overall results. I think just checking, because there have been a couple of timing issues, they're just checking what is what. And my feeling is actually Chris will take the pole position. That is what I think is going to happen. Edward, do you know what Elliot left Tamiya? Yeah, he wanted to have a new challenge, and he was offered a sort of a permanent job with Durango, because Durango are based in the UK, of course. I've actually been to the Zouche. Elliot is at university. We're going to have a quick word. We're going to you're going to have a look at slightly length in the shots.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That's fine. I'm not on camera. You can stick me on if you like.
All right.
Because it gives people a look at it if it's only me. Is it just changing the camera, just press, which we do pressing, just the 1, 2, 3, 4? F1, fine, I can do it. Even I can do that, possibly. So,
maybe.
Yeah. Ollie's run around to get people. He's got someone already.
Someone already?
Marvellous. Well, what I'm going to do, Ollie, is...
What camera are we on that camera?
You're on that camera there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the radio pack.
Thank you.
And the interviewee...
Yes.
Can sit there.
Who wants to go first? We've got Chris and we've got Stefan here. Elliot's wandering over. Everyone's getting involved now.
Well, no. Wow. So if you sit that side,
Yep.
your victim is coming.
There we go. I see myself now. This is odd.
Hold on. You can have more to yourself.
Oh, I can hear my. Oh, that's weird.
You're fine.
Right. So, Steph, it's been a mixed day for you, or mixed weekend. You've ended up in the middle of the A final, we think.
Yep.
So can you sum up how your weekend's been here at Mendip for the last round of the touring car series?
Yeah, it's been a lot better than like the previous rounds this season. We've struggled a bit on pace, what I have personally. but for this round, I just put everything together I've learned all season. Just a couple of parts I put back on the car, and to be fair, it's going really well.
It has been, and well, your Hot Bodies teammate Andy Moore, not been at all the rounds of the Nationals so far this year. Obviously, team leader, you've learned a lot from him. Has that affected you, do you think, with some of your results, with him not being here all the time, or have you had your teammate Chris Slater to work with instead?
Well, we all work really well together, and it is a shame Andy's not here, because like he's really good to get ideas from, and I like to think that we help him out as well sometimes. But, yeah, it's a shame he's not here, but I think we're doing all right. The cars are really good, so
yeah,
can't complain.
Excellent. Well, he's out in Thailand enjoying himself at the moment.
Of course.
So, well, we've got the finals to look forward to now. What's your plan for the finals? You got any tyres left? Or you're not going to give that away?
I'll be honest, no.
No tyres left?
No,
brilliant.
We've burnt the tyres in qualifying. I mean, they're in good condition, so, and the car is good on the second, third run, so.
And is that the key, the speed of the car on the second and third run on the tyres?
I think so, yeah, because, I mean, I think drivers are only going to have a maximum of 1 set for the finals, so. Yeah. I think if you've got pace on the second and third run, you'll be alright. So I'm just going to make my car as wide as possible and as difficult as possible for people to
How wide can 190mm be?
Exactly.
Excellent.
Super
well,
wide.
Thanks for talking to us. Good luck in the finals.
No problem, thank you.
And who's up next? Who's the next victim? Elliot? Elliot's going to come over and chat with us. Chris is far too busy talking to Nick about something. Yes, we are live. Yeah, streaming.
Sounds good.
The World Championships, which ones?
Little races going on in America.
Ah.
It's Chico time, you know that?
Yeah, yes. Is it raining? Is it raining? Is it raining in California? Can someone let me know, because I need to know whether I can go to bed tonight or not. Elliot, so well, it's been start of the year, went really, really well for you. Then we got to West London, didn't go so good. Aldershot affected by rain. Early part of this weekend was a bit rain affected with the practice rounds, but we've had dry qualifying. It's been a bit up and down for you. Qualified second overall now, so how can you sum up your qualifying?
Well, first of all, I can't really seem to get away from you.
No, you can't, can you?
In the pits, over here, everywhere. Yeah, it was a bit mixed this weekend with the runs. The weather didn't help at the beginning of the weekend, really, and I think my car has got better. We made a few improvements this morning.
Yep.
It was good this morning, set a good time, and then I had a mechanical issue in that one, which provided the first replay of the day, I'm informed.
Yes, yeah,
so,
got a replay for that
yeah,
one.
That's my mechanical issue. And yeah, so now we're second on the grid behind Chris, so it should be good fun in the finals.
So what's the plan for the finals then?
To win, I guess, is the plan.
Good plan. It's a good plan.
How that plan works, I don't really know, but yeah, I mean it's tough. So it's always good fun racing with Chris. You know, we always have good races. We've had many good races this year. West London,
yep.
Aldershot. We've always had good runs and fights together. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, so I'll ask you, since I asked Steph, how many sets of tyres you got left for the finals?
1 and 1.5, I guess.
One and a half sets of tyres.
In a kind of strange way, yeah, because obviously I only did a few laps in the last one. So
how much of a difference is it? I mean, we spoke about, well, very briefly about that during that last heat we watched, about the difference between new and used tyres. How much of a difference is there really between them? Is it just a small difference, or is it down to lap times?
About 2/10.
2/10 per lap.
Looking at those lap times that you've got on your lovely timing screens in front of you, maybe not quite that much for me. Obviously, it wasn't a great 5 laps.
Well,
that I did.
Look, according to this, you're 1 second a lap slower than Chris.
Yeah, my last lap.
Your last lap was an 18.1, and Chris did a 17.1.
That's not good, is it?
He looks quite pleased with that.
Yeah, so no, it's not a huge difference. So it should be good with the car we have.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck for the finals, and that's going to play into how the championship finally unfolds. It comes down to.
We shall see.
It's good for us covering it in the media, because it comes down to the last race. Well, it could come down to the last final even potentially.
That's true. It could. So it should be good fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent.
And can I just say a plug to Team Durango in Chico, because they're doing really well. Jorn's TQ.
Jorn has TQ'd, yeah. So well done to them.
We're going well over there as well, so it could be a really good weekend.
So you've messed it up for them. You could have TQ'd this, and then they could have had a nice story to write about 2 TQs in one weekend. Never mind.
I think the world's is
it's a different thing,
isn't it? So yeah. Let's hope that all the guys out there do really well.
Excellent. Thanks very much for talking to us. And can you go off into the pits and find someone else to send over to me as well?
I could do. Who do you want?
Anyone that's good to talk to.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do for you.
Excellent. Thanks.
Cool. Enjoy. Your tea's just gone everywhere.
That's not my tea. That's
Is it
Nick's tea. Don't
Nick's
tell him.
tea's
It's,
just gone
it's
everywhere.
gone all over electronic stuff. That's not good. I didn't do
Never
that.
mind.
It's fine.
Right, it's Chris's
Right,
time now.
It's Chris's time now.
I think I should interview.
For a while.
Oh, should I keep going?
I think we should both interview Chris.
Should we both? Come round here, Chris. Come round here. Thanks so much, Elliot, and good luck. Next victim, interviewee, it's Chris Granger.
Hello, it's the world famous Ollie Meggett.
Is it? Where? Oh,
There.
here. Right.
How many people are listening?
Let's have a look. How many people are listening? 51.
51 people are currently listening.
They are. That's dropped down massively since I came on.
Do we need to tell anyone about a certain Facebook group?
Oh, we could do, couldn't we?
Yeah, because we haven't decided we're going to
yeah.
go public with it yet, have we?
Well, we should probably decide that before telling people.
Oh, I've decided we're going to go public.
Right, okay. So, for those of you that haven't noticed and aren't friends with me on Facebook, which does seem to be most people, Chris was having a little comment on a few. What was this? I can't remember what started off the
Commenting on
status.
something. It was one of your train stories.
Probably
I
was,
think.
yeah. So he said, "Oh, why don't we have a Facebook group called Ask Meggett, where we can ask Ollie all of the sort of stuff we want to find out, and he can use his encyclopedic knowledge of trains."
Well,
and I went, "Oh, that'll be funny, won't it?" And then someone went and made it.
I thought it would be quite good, a Facebook group. Ask Ollie anything RC or train related.
Yeah.
So far, I think you've only had train questions.
I
haven't
have,
you?
yes. It's really
But I
quite
think
odd.
So far, we've only got 2 members, haven't we?
Yes. You, well, no, 3 members.
Oh,
You,
'cause
me,
we've got-
and Mark Stiles.
We've got Nobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but I think we might need to go public with this. 'cause
We'll
I
get
think
some more people on there.
More people need to have access to your vast knowledge of trains.
Do that. Oh,
and
yeah.
RC.
Yeah. Hmm. You're not a train user, are you? You're a
I'm not, no.
minicab user, really.
No, I haven't. Mini cabs, for sure, mouth out. I haven't been on a train for. Actually, no. We went to London a couple of years ago. Took my my wife and me young lad to London about 18 months
That's
ago.
that big city place, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see you, which was
Did
strange.
you not?
No.
No. Oh, it's probably because I was covered like my paparazzi and things. You thought it was Justin Bieber or someone. Right, talking about this weekend then.
Yeah, yeah.
Somewhat seriously, but it's never easy with you. TQ.
Yeah.
Is that a surprise?
Well, yeah. Yes and no. I mean, I think I felt I had the pace.
Yep.
I think an outright pace it was going to be between me and Elliot.
Colin was mixing it right up at the start of the weekend.
It's always difficult at nationals because obviously you've only got 3 sets of tyres.
Yep.
And if like Elliot wants to have, well, Elliot would like to have 2 new sets left for the final.
I think we all. Well,
I'd like to have 2 new sets left.
Ideally,
for
like
the final.
3 new sets, but that means you've done no qualifying. So
So I mean, like Elliot's obviously decided the same as me that he'll use 2 in qualifying.
Yep.
And keep 1 for the final. But you have, if you want to win it, which obviously me and Elliot want to win it for the championship, you need to have at least 1 new set for the final. Obviously, there's guys there that are just happy to be in the middle of the A final or back of the A final, so they're going to use all 3 sets. So when you're going into a round of qualifying and you're on 3rd or 4th run tyres and someone else is putting on new tyres, it's difficult. So
even if they're normally a slightly slower driver than you, the advantage of having new tyres.
Yeah.
It negates the advantage in speed that you might normally have over them.
So you have to try and make the most advantage of when you've got your new tyres on, which I did well in the first round. I TQ'd the first round,
Yep.
we're all on new tyres. The second round I was a bit of an idiot because Colin went new tyres. Colin was fast. I mean, he was only slightly behind me when we were both on new tyres.
Yep.
I should have conceded that he was going to TQ the round, sat behind him, been happy with 2nd overall. But I thought, no, I can stay in front of him on 2nd run tyres, and I couldn't, and I made a mistake. So I ended up with a 4th. So that was a mistake. And then from then on, I was a little bit on my back foot because I didn't want to put another new set on until today. But luckily it came out okay, and TQ in the end. So
yeah,
and 1 new set left, same as Elliot. So game on.
It is indeed. So you've got 1 new set left.
Yes.
Elliot's got 1 new set left.
Yes.
There's probably a bit of a gap realistically in terms of outright pace to everyone else. And I'm not sure if anyone else has actually got any tyres left.
Who's ended up 3rd? Is it Colin? Colin's got 1 new set.
I don't know. Let's ask Nick. Nick, do you know who's actually ended up 3rd on the grid?
Should be on there, but I'm not sure they sorted it through yet.
No, it's not on here.
No.
James Hart 3rd on the grid.
I don't believe
I think
James got any new
he went new tyres in that last one
Yeah.
again to try and get himself as high up the grid as possible. That difference you're saying that use a set of tyres, get yourself further up the grid, and then I suppose the plan is then try and defend on older tyres rather than trying to try and pass someone.
It's a nightmare because track position is important. You're not going to win an A final from 10th. Well, unlikely unless you're Neil Craig.
Nearly did.
Yeah.
Nearly did.
But
these aren't
you're
buggies
also
with jumps.
even if you're on pole, you're probably not going to win if you're not on new tyres, especially if someone as good as Elliott is behind you on new tyres. So it's just a balancing act, really.
Yeah. Talking of those new tyres then, how much of a difference are you finding on your car between a new set and a used set? You know, is it outright speed, or is it something in the field that actually slows it down more than the speed of the car?
It's just corner speed, I think. As tyres get older, as they grain up, you just lose corner speed. When they've got that nice, smooth, shiny finish, you just have more corner speed. It's probably not massively just grip. It's just the fact, just how well the car rotates the corner. I mean, I think in that one, I ran new tyres in the 4th round.
So the first one this morning.
First one this morning.
Yep.
And it wasn't. I didn't have the greatest drive. I made a couple of little bobbles and had a few issues at the start. And so that run just then, the 5th round, I was on 2nd run and I actually went faster.
Yep.
But the car was harder to drive. You're wrestling it a little bit more.
Yeah. And obviously with the car this year, it's been a brand new car for you. Started, you know, new car at essentially the first round of the season, and then you've been not developing it, but still working on it, learning its unique features and things like that, how to adjust that into the UK tracks we've got. How difficult has that been, or has that just been using your knowledge from all your years and how many national championships it is?
From the outside, it probably looks like we've progressed the car more than we have, but I think at Cotswolds, I was saying to Nick earlier, I think at Cotswolds we should have given Elliott a good run for his money. I think Elliott would have won the Cotswolds, if I'm honest. But I think I would have only been just
to be fair, at the BTCC meeting there, you were very, very close on pace with him, and I suppose it was kind of luck and how you had a few unfortunate failures and things in that one.
On all things being equal, I think I would have been 2nd. And I reckon I think I could have given Elliott a run for his money, but just things went wrong that day. It was just one of them things. And then I was a bit on the back foot then because I dropped down out the top heat. And it's surprising how much that makes a difference because you all pull each other round. You know the tactics. You know when people are on new tyres. You know when they're not. You know when you need to push hard or when you don't need to push hard and save your tyres.
So you know you're 2 seconds up on Elliott. You can afford to just drive it a little bit less. But if you're in the heat before, you've no idea how fast they're going to go or slow.
Yeah,
so you've just got to go 100% every time.
Exactly. In that one then, I knew that if I made top 3, I had a chance of TQ.
Yeah.
Elliott pulled out and I was leading, so I knew I could take it a little bit easy, go a little bit wider on each corner and not make a mistake. But if you're not in the top heat, you have no idea. You just have to keep pushing.
Yeah.
And every tenth you push a bit harder, A, you've got more chance of making a mistake, and B, you're wearing your tyres out quicker.
Yeah.
So that didn't help, and then we sort of got things back on track from West London.
Yep.
And then it's been good since then. But I think we've pretty much had the pace all year. We just didn't have the flip of the coin, but we had the flip of the coin the second half of the year.
Yeah.
That seems to be the case. So we'll see how it goes.
So championship, basically, it's a straight fight between you two.
Basically,
You're first and second on the grid. That's what it comes down to.
I think there's a few ramifications and things if Elliott can still come second and still win it, depending on what final leg scores he gets and things. But the basic thing that I've got to do is win it.
Yep.
Elliott's got to try and win it.
Yep.
And then we'll work it out at the end.
Do the best at the end.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, best luck in the finals, Chris. Thanks for talking to us. And what national title could this be we're looking at? Is it 8?
7.
7. Oh.
Well, 7 in narrow touring car.
Right.
Then 1 in wide touring car, 2 in Pro 10.
It's a lot of How long have you been doing this?
Well, as I said to you before when we spoke, I'm only 21.
Oh, right.
But
so all 21 years?
Well, I think my mum was racing.
Right.
Before I was born, so it carries over.
Yeah, that's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's about
BRCA rules are a bit odd sometimes, aren't they, like that?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Best luck in the finals, Chris. Thanks so much, and I'll let you go and prepare your car. Cheers. Thank you. Oh, excellent. We've got someone new. In fact, we've got Chris Granger's boss coming over next. Hopefully Chris doesn't say anything wrong then. Oh, and Nick's throwing pound coins at me now. Thank you.
Right, you're going in for a chat now.
It's a £2 coin there as well. Wow. Here we go. Robin Schumacher from Schumacher Racing. Hello, Robin. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good, thanks. Yeah, come here to watch some exciting racing.
It is indeed, and final round of the National Championship, and essentially it comes down to this, a straight fight between your driver Chris Granger and arch rival Elliott Harper. So from your point of view as the manufacturer, what's your view on how the BRCA National Series is gone this year, and how is it promoting touring car racing in the UK and further afield?
It's been a great series. It's gone really well. Good competitive racing.
Yeah.
And I think the BRCA do a great job. British racing is very strong, and I think a lot of other countries look up to the BRCA and the way we run our races here. I think we do do some good events.
We do indeed, and Schumacher Racing is a very big part of the UK scene, being based in the centre of the UK really, and I suppose a big influence on this championship because Schumacher supply the control handout tyre, the Sorex 32. How's that gone for you? I mean, obviously it's held up really well. We see, the drivers have got 3 sets of tyres essentially to do 8 rounds in, and they're getting good performance across all of those rounds. So you must be pleased with how the tyre package is going.
Yeah, we've done it for a few years now, the Sorex, which we glue on our wheels, and it's a very good tyre. It's very consistent, good performance. It's the same for everyone, of course, and yes, control tyres, it's important to have a good tyre, and so yeah, pleased with how it's going.
Excellent. And if we step away from those 2 battling for the championship, you've got a lot of drivers up there in the A final. Colin Price really quick this weekend as well, and you've got some guys, Waldo in Pro Stock as well, really close to front of the field. You must be pleased that the car is not just Chris that's driving the car really well. It's been used by everyone else and getting good results as well. And that's got to be key, I suppose, for how you design the car.
Yes, we've got a good team, very good depth in our English team.
Yep.
Even if Chris, the most famous driver, if he has a bad day, there's plenty of others around to back him up, and we've got some good up-and-coming drivers as well.
Yep.
And we have a strong team, and it helps to have that support, to have other drivers helping each other with advice and sending information and that sort of thing. I
suppose that's going to be the question that kind of leads on to is that team atmosphere. Is that really crucial to the good results that even Chris is getting? The fact that they've got that support around them. So there's other drivers out there who are also trying things with the car, and they can pass their findings on, and Chris can understand what other people are doing and learn from that still.
It certainly helps. I know Elliot is a bit more isolated with a new team and a new car.
Yep.
And he hasn't got that backup. And I mean, he's a very talented driver, of course, and often doesn't need it. So we shall see. It's not a huge thing, but it's a small thing, and it may just make a difference. It
will indeed. And I suppose while you're here as well, we'll talk briefly about the Off-Road World Championships going on in California at the moment. And so you got two of our top British guys out there representing Schumacher, Tom Cockrell and Simon Moss. They're getting some good results out there, and we saw a prototype 2-wheel drive buggy. And is there anything new on the 4-wheel drive market, or anything new we should be watching out for in the future?
Well, the 2-wheel drive buggy was supposed to be a secret, but we've obviously it's been photographed now. So
there's no secrets in RC racing.
Yeah, that's right. So we did this as a forward motor buggy designed for the very high grip English Astro and carpet tracks.
Yes.
Was what it was aimed for, and it was almost an afterthought. Can we take it to the Worlds? And they did, and of course the grip was much higher than I think anyone expected out there, and so we gave them the okay to run it, and the cars ran very well. Tom and Simon both, I think, higher up the field than we expected.
Yeah.
So we've been very pleased with how it's gone. And so yes, that's a new car that's not quite ready, but
in the development stages.
Yeah, we'll be out in a couple of months probably.
Oh, there we go, exclusive there. So might be out quite soon, maybe before Christmas.
Hopefully
before Christmas then.
Yes.
I suppose talking about that and bringing it, linking it with the touring cars as well. Being a British-based team, and the top drivers you've got are from the UK. You've got people like Martin Hoff in Germany as well, also running the touring car for you. Is it a car that's designed for the UK tracks, or is it a car that's actually been adapted kind of worldwide? When you're looking at both the buggies and the touring car side of it.
We do most of our testing on British tracks.
Yep.
Because it's local for us.
Yeah.
And so I guess yes, the car is certainly heavily influenced by British tracks. We do get people like Martin Hoffer to test as well.
Yep.
But it gets more testing on English tracks than other tracks. So it probably is slightly better suited to the tracks we've got here, just because it has more running on them. It's not an intentional thing. We try and make it.
It's just the fact that's where you're based, so that's the nearest tracks that the ones you're going to test on. And I suppose at the end of the day, really, a tarmac track is still a piece of tarmac, and tarmac is more or less the same wherever you go in the world. So
more or less, English tracks tend to be a bit bumpy, and maybe a little bit slightly lower grip than some of the others.
So
it's not exactly the same.
More challenges for the car then. You can adapt it. Well, it's proved adaptable. We've got quite a range of tracks we've raced on in the Nationals, from the high-speed tracks like here and Cotswolds, and to the smaller tracks like West London and Stafford. So, good results all round. So it's proved it has got that adaptability, even to those different sorts of tracks, which is, I suppose, the key thing.
The next challenge is indoors on carpet.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, absolutely. We look forward to starting indoor racing in just a few weeks' time, really.
I think next week, really.
Yes. Yeah, first round of kind of the indoor season start next week. So, well, we're under sun at the moment. We perhaps weren't expecting that.
We've been very lucky, haven't
we? We have indeed. But, yeah, and in fact, all year really with the nationals, only Aldershot really been rain affected, I think.
Yes.
So I think excellent. Well, no, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you to Schumacher for supporting the national series, and again providing a fantastic control tyre for us all to use. And well, good luck to you and your team for the finals and potentially the national championship.
Thanks, Ollie. I'm looking forward to some exciting racing.
We all are, I think. Thanks so much, Robin. There you go, Robin Schumacher from Schumacher Racing joining us there. And I haven't got anyone else lined up, so I don't know if Nick is planning on coming round in a little bit, or do you just want me to keep talking for a bit?
You've got the grids there.
Oh, I've got the grids here. So now we will run through some starting grids for you. So tell you what we'll do. We'll kick off with Pro Stock, and in fact, I've just seen Zach. If Zach wants to come around here, I'm going to try and have an interview here with our Pro Stock national champion. Already been wrapped up. He's won all 4 rounds of the national championship so far, and he's TQ'd this meeting. So here we go, Zach Finley. Hi Zach, we're live streaming on the internet on RC Racing TV. So as we're just saying there, 4 rounds of national championship in the book so far. You've got 4 wins. Yep. You've now TQ'd this 5th round of the national championship. Are you trying to make it 5 out of 5?
Certainly, yeah, definitely trying to make it 5 out of 5. But it's close today.
Yep.
It really is close.
So we're looking at the starting grid. We've got Mark Wallace starting 2nd, Lee Price is 3rd, Rhys Hodges 4th, Chris Gunter 5th, and Tony Broad, Ben Putt, Rob West, Tim Langdale, and Mark Musgrove making up the A final. Going into that A final, is there anyone in that list you're particularly worried about? I mean, you've beaten all of them so far, but what do you think the final's going to be about?
Mark Wallace is quick.
Yeah.
Very quick.
Also, Chris Granger's pitman, so
yeah,
learned a lot from Chris there.
But Lee, I know, has got 2 sets of tyres left.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, so he's coming from further down the grid, so it's going to be. It'll be good. It'll be good.
So yeah, we're talking to some of the mod guys about the impact of tyres. So is that still got a big influence on in Pro Stock as well, or is it slightly less than in modified? The difference between like new and used tyres.
I guess it must be less than modified, but it does certainly make a difference. You certainly notice there's more steering, more traction, everything. New tyres always going to be faster, no matter what class you run, I think. So.
Yep. So even in Pro Stock class, the tyres are key.
Yeah.
I suppose looking at the finals, you didn't race the BTCC meeting here, which was rain affected really. So chosen to stay at home and save your tyres really, and yeah, not come in and get soaked in the rain like some of us were. But what's the key to the finals around this track? Do you think? I mean, you've raced it a few years. Yeah. What's the most important thing? Is it the first corner, or is it actually the end of the 5 minutes?
I think around this track in particular, it's the first corner.
Right.
It's such a long sweeper that you've got to ensure that you get a good start, make sure you get maximum traction off the line, and then really just take it from there, but just make sure you make it around that first corner nice and clean.
And then just hopefully everyone's still behind you at that point.
Yeah, hopefully everybody crashes.
So yeah, you've used up 2 sets of tyres, you say, during qualifying?
Well, yeah.
And you think Waldo has as well, starting 2nd, and then Lee starting 3rd has only used 1 set. So we're going to be in fact in the finals. Then that's something to watch out for, is the difference perhaps between you 3 as we go. Maybe not the first leg, so I assume kind of everyone will go with their new sets in that one. Yeah. But then see what people do from that point onwards. That could be the difference. Yeah. But Zach Finley on track to make it 5 out of 5. That would be a really impressive feat, I think. And let's look forward to next year then. So is it going to be a step up to modified next year, or do you want to go and defend your Pro Stock title?
I don't know. I guess I'll make a decision near the time, but I don't know. I'm not sure at the minute. I might do mod. Might stick with 13.5.
Might do a mixture of the two.
Might do. You never know.
Well, no, fantastic results this year, and you're doing 13.5 over the winter as well.
Yep.
So committing to that. So see if we can get another couple of titles in the bag or something as we go through that. But best of luck to you in the finals. Thanks so much for joining us. And well, national champion already, so I can't say let's see how the championship goes, because we already know it's going to be you anyway, standing on top step of the podium when we do the championship presentation. But well done for your results this year, and we'll look forward to some good racing in the finals. You've got nothing to lose.
Cheers.
Excellent. There you go, Zach Finley joining us there, a Pro Stock national champion, and TQ'd this meeting. Just to quickly run you through the A final grid in modified, just while Nick comes into the picture as well. So modified grid is going to line up with Chris on pole, as we know, Elliott in 2nd, then it is confirmed James Hart will start 3rd, Colin Price is 4th. Then Chris Kurzweil, Ben Cosgrove, Zach Smith, Steph Jasinski, Ollie Jeffries in 9th, and Paul Pinckney just sneaking in 10th place. We thought there. I looked at the results.
Dear Lord!
No, I looked at the results before that last round of qualifying, and Ollie was sitting about 8th or 9th, and only just a couple of points inside the A final. So I thought he was going to have to gamble with an extra set of tyres just to hang in there, and I think that's what he ended up doing, to be honest, looking at the times we've set. But he's just hung in there in 9th place, so he can tie on points for the national title, but we'll lose it on countback. So national championship will be going to someone else in about 4 hours' time.
So it's our third person in 3 years, because Andy won 2 years ago.
He did, yes.
And of course, the previous 113 years, Chris won.
Oh, indeed, yeah. He's been telling us he's only 21, but he's been winning national titles for at least 24 years.
Well, that's quite good. I can't.
How many national titles have you won, Nick?
Genuinely?
Yes.
I go for a number less than 1.
Less than 1, okay.
I won a British Open Championship once.
Does that count?
Not really. It was made up. It was a made-up trophy.
Did you just make a trophy for yourself?
No, it was an event that was actually supposed to be really big. Then very few people turned up, and then B, it rained.
Oh.
But I did. Of the 3 people who took part in the A final over 2 legs, I won.
Well done, Nick.
And I have won around the British BTCC once.
Have you?
Yes.
Brilliant.
Again, not many entrants.
Oh. See, what I do, in fact, at this track here, this is anyone who's known me racing for the last few years, the last, not this year, we'll forget this year, but the last 2 years, I'd qualified 2nd and 3rd in the A final in Pro Stock.
Really?
And then not made it around the first corner in that place.
See,
not made it onto the podium.
Having experienced it only last week, and I was doing some 12th racing, getting back into that. I've qualified plumb last, and I actually realised for the final. No, I was in the A final. Last in the A final.
Sorry, I just assumed you were.
I did 2 off plumb last in the last national.
The first national I ever did in touring cars, I did qualify absolutely last.
Oh,
that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but I was 10th the final, and at that point you realised, well, that's fine. I just trolled off, and came around there 4 corners. I was 6th.
Wow.
And then I was 5th.
And then you crashed?
A little bit downhill.
Yeah.
No, people, I thought it's very unfair, and I don't know if you've found this before. Other people were faster than me.
That's really. I don't like it when that happens. That's really unfair.
And the annoying thing was, I was going. I worked out it wasn't anything to do with the car, or the motor, or the batteries. It appeared to be something to do with talent.
Oh.
And I sat there thinking that just isn't fair. And quite
are you sure?
Well,
it was talent.
It did appear to be that everyone else was better than me for a bit.
Ah.
And then towards the end, I was better than 2 people. So
good.
8th.
Better than 2 people.
Well, in that final.
Is that going on your CV? I was once better than 2 people.
Well, you should be too boastful, should you really?
No, well.
But I was better.
Mine says 1.
But theoretically, I was better than all the B finalists as well.
You were, yes.
Yeah.
So, finals coming up shortly. I'm not sure where we are on the timetable at the moment, but it can't be that long before we start the finals.
And do they? I mean, they just run literally back to back. There's no gap in between the finals.
No, there's no gap between the finals. It's a run all the way through. So yeah, there's going to be plenty of racing to look forward to, I think.
3 rounds. And are you just putting Elliot's car down, or are you going to help me with some of this?
I can come and help you with some of this.
God, please, that's just doesn't help.
Yeah, we'll come and talk a bit.
You did miss though. We have. I think we've already. You're not going to top the funniest moment of the day so far, which when I called for the first replay, and for the first time Paul wasn't recording.
Oh. I remember times like that.
He was too interested in my description of what the track's called, which are the names I'd made up for it.
Are you making up corner names again?
I have to, otherwise I don't know where I am on the track. I haven't remade them. I haven't gone for names this time. I've just gone for general descriptions.
General description. That's good. Yeah.
Well, because we've got no sponsors to please.
No.
So we're just sitting there with a.
Oh, people talking about cables now.
Yeah, they want to take the commentary as a PA commentary as well.
Okay.
Which is interesting because that's going to mean I'm going to hear myself.
Yeah, it's really weird when that happens.
I'm not being a great, it's great just talking down to this empty thing and people at the other end of the world go, oh, he's an idiot.
Oh, is Ed Clark watching along?
Yes.
Oh, God.
We've got all sorts of people around the world. It's amazing.
Yeah. Hang on, the thing is, though, Ed always seems to be watching everything, so I don't think he ever actually sleeps, because he's in Australia now. Yeah. So that means it's now 1:15 midnight, about.
Might be 11 actually, because we're in summertime still. But yeah,
I don't know. Yeah.
He's hanging around. Obviously, apparently he had a race this morning or something today.
Oh, right.
He had some nationals or something.
The thing is, though, I'm worried that he's going to stay up and watch the Worlds finals. So he's not.
He must. No, he doesn't have to stay up because he'll be 19 hours ahead, which is 5 hours behind.
Oh.
But a day. You see.
So it'll actually be lunchtime.
So they'll start about 11, which is 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
It hasn't rained, of course. In which case they won't start at all.
If anyone does know what's going on, can they let me know? Because I am supposed to commentate on that later on.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you have to do your magic with Matt.
Yeah, I have to leave here at hopefully 5, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And
get home. Is it a 3.5 hour run back for you?
Yeah, something like that. No, hang on. If we work it out on the speed limits, it's 3 3/4 hours. And that's exactly how long it will take.
Officer.
Yes.
The first
final's coming out, so I think that's a cue for me to go and probably. Hang on, let's find out if I've got to do anything on his car for him.
Was he mended it? 'Cause he broke
I don't know.
it.
Elliot, have you fixed your car yet? Well, no, I'm coming back.
Yeah. There's a vicious argument going on between Chris and Elliot. It's terrible. It's shocking. I've never seen. Yeah, awful.
I want to. Maybe. Yes, the camera is on, Elliot. That's how you do like. No, it's not in it.
That's how you do magic pictures.
Yeah.
Hello, camera. You have to come around here, though.
Oh, and there's Chris's head.
Oh, racing drive. They're all the same.
They've all got Marshall. So, Elliot, have I got anything in your car? He's wandered off. I was going to take that as.
It's 9:13 in Australia. It's just giving a timing update. That's good, isn't it?
Right. So, yeah, first final coming out. Are we just going to film us commentating these first finals?
I'm slightly concerned actually because there's people meandering about because they're trying to plug me in for commentary or us, not me, us for commentary on the event. They're trying to do that pluggage in.
Right.
But also my cameraman's gone to get a burger.
Right.
Because this has kind of come a little bit quicker than I was expecting. This bit. Admittedly, it's the lower finals in Super Touring, so it's not the end of the world if we don't see them.
Well, to give everyone their due.
No, I'm not saying no. Absolutely.
We've got. Oh, I've pulled my earpiece out, so that's weird actually. Not hearing myself.
Oh, is it a second microphone? Is it? Okay. Okay. Well, there's a second microphone. I can hold a second microphone. That's fine.
Yeah.
Or you can.
We're quite capable. Hold it between us. Not.
Oh,
yeah, that'd be
sharing.
Weird.
Hang on. Oh, the finals.
The final has now started, and we've got five cars. Well, it should be five.
There's only four though.
Oh.
Yeah. Put a track camera on.
Yeah. Or we can just film us, and we can look excited about it.
Ooh. Ah. So it's.
From fifth on the grid, it was computer showing. Ian Hollingworth was the first car across the line. As we've got a car onto the grass on the back straight there.
Oh, Paul decided to get up and do the camera work. Ooh. Fantastic stuff. You've got a computer, a Virgin camera personage. Can we swap over?
Yeah, that's probably better, isn't it?
Because at this point, I kind of, I'll give you the feature mic.
Right.
And I'll take home the radio mic.
Okay.
Which is going to need I'm going to need those in a minute.
Use batteries.
Yeah.
Is that just for you?
That's just. You're okay. You're on thing.
Right.
I'm
on a thing.
You're thinged up.
In the normal world, we call that a wire.
Yeah, but it's difficult.
This isn't the normal world here. Don't worry.
Good God, no. This is a very confused world. Right, okay. And the whole world sounds different now.
This is very confusing, because the car that I think is leading has got a number 2 on it.
Has there been a lack of change of numbers? There's number 5,
there's a 5,
who's supposed to be leading, but going incredibly slowly.
It's the. I was going to say the bottom final. It's not the bottom final. It's the E final. So.
There's 5. There's 2. And 3.
That's the fact that the race leader is the car, the yellow and black car coming around the carousel.
Yeah, I think car 1 who was on pole was the person who was in the carpet. It was in the grass a minute ago. So
Do you have carpet or grass in your living room, Nick?
I have wood.
Right.
So the leader, Paul, is about to go on the back straight now.
Paul hasn't got an earpiece in now, I just realised. So
he can't hear us. Here comes burgers and stuff. Thank you. They started the finals without us, James. Can you believe it?
They wouldn't wait.
So this is the first round of the finals.
What I've now noticed, though, is we have now gone up to 61 viewers after we've stopped talking to Chris Granger, so I'll let him know that afterwards.
Oh, that's actually not the true number of viewers, though.
Is it not?
No.
No.
Because it doesn't take into account where it's embedded as well.
Oh.
That's people actually just watching directly on...
Directly on YouTube?
Yes.
On the internet?
Yes.
You're going to eat your burger for a bit, so I'll talk for this bit.
As a rule of thumb, there's 3 times that number.
3 times as many people. Or can we make this up, can we pretend there's more?
Yeah, so it's 10,000.
10,000 people. Brilliant.
Actually, the entire population of China's watching this.
No, they can't watch it. China can't watch YouTube.
There you are, putting facts in the way of my again.
Sorry, I forgot facts I wanted here.
We've never wanted facts. So Paul can't hear us, which is why he's not listening.
Yeah.
The interesting thing was, you're the one who noticed that, where I was just sitting there going, why isn't he moving around? So anyway, he thinks we're now watching car number 2, who is leading. Excellent work from Paul. He's got the leader of the...
So that's Roy Davis out in front, the white and blue car.
I'm going to eat some food.
In fact, tell you what, do you want to call a couple of laps for me so I can know what you're calling the corner, so I don't call them something completely different? Oh no, you've now got a mouthful of burger, so they're all going to be...
Right.
It's the blue and white car. There's another car stuck on the grass. See, I'm not a great driver, but the straight is normally the place where, you know...
I've always prided myself on being good on straights.
Yes, straights are...
I think it's the point of the track where I have the least difference to the top drivers. I think I have an element of I think I actually have an element of mastery of the straights. Not necessarily not necessarily the corner leading onto the straight or the corner leading off the straight.
Right, but on the straight, if the track drag racing, that's the way forward.
We got a question. What is Elliot's course of study in university? Well, no. This is a, would you guess? Let's guess Elliot's course of study. I know what it is. You know what it is.
I know what it is, yeah. Let's guess. I think Elliot is studying veterinary science.
That's a good guess, but no.
No?
You kind of guess, as a racing driver, mechanical engineering,
yeah,
or perhaps aeronautical, for aerodynamics, or perhaps something like, you know, genetic. No, he's
genetic
doing,
engineering.
He's doing.
He's not doing genetic engineering.
He's doing geography.
He's doing geography, yeah.
So he knows where the track is, anyway. Right.
Well, no, he doesn't, because he doesn't do that part of geography. He tells me he talks about soil a lot.
He soils himself a lot.
No, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to stay in the blue and white car that's leading, which is car 2 of Roy Davis, and we'll start by going down the back straight.
Exciting name, yeah.
Then onto the bank curve. Oh, the race is finished.
Brilliant.
That's not on, is it? Ending the race like that. Right, I'll give another bite of burger.
Yeah.
So you can talk about what's coming up.
I'll talk about what's coming out next. After the E final, it will be the D final Pro Stock Touring. So we've got Ben Clifton, Daniel Hurrell, Paul Rose, Kevin Kirk, Mike Haswell, former EFRA section chairman, Stuart Webb, Phil Aldred, Judy Walker, Mark Coates, and Stan Jelinsky. So nice mix of drivers there. Up in this next final, the D final.
Is Stan Stefan's dad?
He is indeed, yes.
Ah, you see, it's all working out now.
Yep.
Oh, we found the dog. We always need to find a dog at any event.
At a track.
It's quite a nice little dog, that one.
You have to be careful when you say that, because if you end up filming women, then...
Yeah, no, I was making it definitely K9 styling. And as Paul continues with us, and we wait for the start of the next heat, that last week was won by Roy Davis. He won it with 11.246. Michael Bolt second, Andrew Hollingworth third, Ian Hollingworth was fourth, and Jamie Beasley did not start. And we changed camera people. James has decided to cover up his pate with a hat. It's okay. That's fine. That's all.
Can you just hold there a second? I just need to run to race control in a second.
So we have the finalists lining up on the grid, and the grid is, as you can see, on the back straight. And this is the D final, leg 1. Oh, and now you see, now I've made a mistake. I've not actually changed the graphic. Let's see. I need to have. There we go. Super stock lower finals, leg 1. Look, I thought you must remind me, because I'm not very good. I had a graphic for this. I need to change the graphics. You see.
Super stock lower finals, leg 1. It's good, apart from it's pro stock.
I know.
Did Matt write it?
No.
Did you blame Matt?
I did it last night. I did check and still got it wrong.
A spelling mistake or something. Oh, it's spelled properly as well.
Yeah.
Good.
But there's all sorts of. And I've called Super Touring modified.
We all do. It's fine.
I'm let off that one, am I?
Yep.
2 of them. So, the cars are on the grid. The cameraman is wearing a hat. The other guy, where's my chair gone? There's one there. Seconds to go. We have Ben Clifton in the orangey car, and then in the multicolour with the green nose, it's Daniel Hurrell, and they will sprint straight into the banked corner. And they're off. And it's a better start for Hurrell, who gets around the outside of Clifton as they now come into the carousel. Left hand on the start finish, they go through the switchback. And they're going down the dip before they get to the chicane, a bit wide there. Oh, and a fishtail, and that's let Clifton back in the lead to go back on the back straight. So it's Clifton. From, I would say Rose there has got through. I'm not sure I believe that. Was that actually car 3? I think look at these numbers, because I didn't actually see the numbers that went past. So we are actually, yeah, we've got 1 from 2 from 8.
That's Judy Walker up into 3rd from 8th on the grid.
I'm kind of hoping that people have actually, because it's not showing 2 in 3rd place at the moment, which would be odd. I think once again we're having to, I think we'll go with our eyes rather than the timing screen for a mile. So it is still Ben who's leading from Daniel Hurrell. 3rd place it is Judy Walker. So we pick up the leader, and the leader is now down the back straight. That's the car going down the hill now, about to go through the carousel. Almost about to put a lap on someone already. Oh, we need to do a bit of curb there. Comes down the front, finish straight. Through switch back. It's down the dip. Chicane, and get the inside there, let through there by car 9 of Mark Coates. It's back straight. Bank, corner, bottom bend. So maybe this is for Ollie's benefit. There's a carousel,
yep.
start, finish, switch back. See, all unsponsored.
All unsponsored.
That's a chicane, and then onto the main straight. So there we are. So
right, I'm going to run off and get myself some lunch if that's all right.
That's absolutely fine.
And I'll be back for the. Let's come back and do the A final in Pro Stock.
Excellent.
And then we'll see what else we can do.
Cannot wait to have you back. Thank you, Ollie. Yeah. Fantastic.
Excellent. I'll see you in a bit.
See you, mate. So we are now pushing a minute, just over 2 minutes into this heat. We're coming up to 2 minutes in this final, for leg 1, of course. And the order it's showing within the timing screw is not where I think they are. This is our leader. I'm pretty certain about that, Ben Clifton. He's not been scored as our leader. And the timing screw has locked up at this point. It's showing Ben Clifton from Daniel Hull, Judy Walker's 3rd. Aldred is 4th. Kevin Kirk is 5th. Around the carousel. Let's just drop back one car there, James, just the car behind, which is car 3. And that is the machine of Paul Rose. Comes in there around the carousel. Oof. You turn around tight there, his car's scraping as he had that hard left. A bit of Lexan rubbing as the cars go around the track. Various different parts of the track are showing various different parts of Lexan rubbage. Was that Thunder? This is Justin's video stat. No, Justin, it wasn't. And it's the leader who's now getting involved with traffic, and looks like it's still not scoring quite correctly, which is slightly irritating. Still scoring Ben Clifton as the potential leader, which he is. And Ben will take this first round of this round, first leg of this final. Okay, we are now about to see the C final in Pro Stock. That's car 1 is Spencer Jones, car 2 is Daniel, so he's David Usher, car 3 Nathan Wilson, car 4 Michael Bird, car 5 Paul Hopkins, car 6 Bradley Sellers, car 7 Andrew Clark, car 8 Edward Nill, car 9 Tony Watson, car 10 is Kai Granger. As they begin to come out. James, you're on camera, by the way, with that thing pointing straight down. Paul's gone off to do some stuff at the moment. So just trying to find out, I think. I didn't know you got to get a pen, so I got one myself. I think Ben Clifton won that one, and they're not scoring it in the same Mike Haswell got it, which is interesting, but... Really not sure about that first one at all. So I shall leave the D final, because I'm not quite sure what the order was in that race. We are now awaiting the C final. They're lining up on the back straight. What's the word on the street about microphones?
Not come back to me.
Okay. We are in the warm-up feature period. We sweep up there, another orange car in pole. Oh, there's some gaps. So our pole sitter is the white car. And that is the white car of Spencer Jones. David Usher in the green car. It's car 2. Nathan Wilson is in another car. I think it's a white car. And then there's an orange car of car 4, which is Michael Bird. This is the C final Pro Stock. Luke Hobson's asked me what corner in Mendip will have the Godzilla. There might be more to that message. Oh, he's just trying to advertise his own paint company. You are a shameless self-publicist, Luke. I mean, I actually do quite like that about you, in fairness. Okay, we are now counting down for the start of the C final. We're away, and it's an interesting start. The green car comes through the middle, so the second David Usher's taken the lead there. Spun round was, I think, the car 3. So it's 2 from 1, followed by 2, 1, 4, 7. 7 pushed through, so that's the 7 car of Andrew Clark moving to third. So it's Usher from Bird, Clark's in third. As the pack streaks down, and we're looking at the battle here for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Constantly changing, but it is 1 from 2 from 7 from 3 from 4, and 4 takes a tumble there and goes over. So it's Jones from Usher, I think, is in second. So it's Usher from Jones. And they're right together now, so we need the leaders there. So Usher and Jones, they come to the carousel. Usher got there. I like that shot now. Usher got the jump at the start. And Jones now looking to try to put his power down. It's the all-green car and the all-white car. Bereft of sponsorship, which means they're paying for themselves. They're the sort of people I like to see racing. These people who keep the whole thing going. There's a car having a problem in front of them. But they come around now. Usher a little bit wide through the carousel. They're coming down the main start-finish straight. Well, it's not actually, it's the back straight now, isn't it? Because the start-finish straight moves to the main straight, and they now come through. Usher not quite so tight on the first part of the chicane. They go down the straight, absolutely identical speed. Oh, towards the second half of the race, certainly Jones had more speed than Usher. They slip now. Oh, just jumped the curb then. It's the green from the white. The white car behind is a lap down, so we've got a healthy lead behind the car 3, who's in third, which is Nathan Wilson. So it's 2 from 1. Jones managed to eke a little bit of a gap there. Sorry, Usher managed to have a little bit of a gap there from Jones. Usher in the green. But Jones now right in his tail, looking to make a move. They're going down the dip, in through the chicane. Oh, he's back there. Jones not wanting to tag with Usher. They go down the back straight. You can see the bumps there, so Usher's car riding the bumps. This is not a track which is flat, packed, tarmac, this is a case where you've got to have a bit of a decent setup as far as your suspension is concerned as well. They turn hard, left, right, left, and down to the hip. Now she came a little bit wide again. Oh, and he got closer and he rolled. And that could be it. I think he just tipped at the last minute. Let's see if we can see that one again. As they come through, it was Usher there and just trying to get a little bit of extra space. Jones had to take it a little bit tight. Let's see this again. They come through there. Oh, he had the line. He could see. Usher's been going wide again and again and again. Usher, Jones, I can get at the inside. But no, that was it. So we're now back with Usher's leading. Now the white car behind, I don't think that is Jones. I think he's come back. I think that's the guy who's the lap down. No, actually, it could be scored as car 5, who's a lap back, Paul Hopkins. So the battle now is for second. That's the 2 white cars behind that white car, James. So you drop back 2 white cars together, and that is Jones and Nathan Wilson. So Jones and Wilson now fighting for second place. There's a car in between that had a bad lap and is lap down, but it looks actually like Jones has got himself back together again. He's got about, I would say, it's quite difficult to tell, he's got about 30 seconds to go. The clock's not showing quite the duration left, but I think he's about 30 seconds to go now to get a bit closer. So he's got 2 more laps, and in fact he needs to get past the traffic, and he's now already catching back up. He goes into good driving there by the back. Oh, he just can't. Chris Granger, you can't take the curbs here. Give him a fishtail. Usher now, who thought he was home and dry, there's 10 seconds to go. I think he might clip another lap, but he might get away. There's 6 seconds to go. Is he going to get over the line? 1 more lap. So it's the last lap now. So it's Jones's chance to try and take this one. Usher now behind him. Usher's ahead of him. Jones right behind. But he's got Usher really, as he goes on the back straight, he's got 2/3 of a lap left. Top corner, spins around the carousel, and he's going to come across the line. No mistake, the next 2 corners, he'll take the win, and he does. And that's a win for. No, it's not. I have pre-called this by about 20 seconds. With the timing saying no seconds left. Oh, it's all gone horribly wrong there. And what happened up there? I think that's not actually sure he's popped into lead there. Now I called this wrong because I have a glitch on the timing screen. And we still appeared at 20 seconds. So I'm not actually sure he's leading now. If you have that incident again.
It's a bit wide up.
We'll look at it later, but it's problems for Spencer Jones there. He's been on his roof and dropped down to 5th. I was so convinced we'd finished, which we hadn't. And we have finished now. But it's Kai Granger, according to my time machine, Kai Granger has come through to win this from 10th on the grid. Nathan Wilson's second, it appears. Just waiting to get across the line. So sorry for the confusion there, but I was so congratulating myself on calling this properly. And then found the time machine had let me down. So we do have... It looks like this, again, we're waiting for the update, but it does seem that Kai Granger could have won that one. I'm sorry, we are having some slight timing screen issues here. I think that's, they are looking, but I do think the car 10 won that last one. I have a feeling it was won by car 10. I can't guarantee I'm right. Let's see what happened in that. Let's see what happened with that big accident earlier. Let's see. It was quite wide, but yeah, David Usher. Yeah, the leader's gone there. He's gone right wide. He got hit, I think, by Spencer Jones. And there's Usher. There's a recovery, and in that definitely there is that yellow and there is freezer for company. The yellow and blue car, which is just out of shot. That's it. That's it. That is. Let's stop there. That is car 10 of Kai Granger taking the lead. Now there are 2 laps off that, but I think he stayed ahead. So I think that Granger's won that one. So, well, that's not often you see that 10th to 1st, is it? So I think Spencer Jones may be possibly being called to the stewards for what happened with Usher. I didn't see the start of the incident, so it may be that it was an innocent little nibble. On the flip side, it could be a smack. Justin's video says how many turns do the super stocks have in the motors these days? They're pretty fast. They're 13.5, but they are timed. So they're not 13.5 blinky, they're 13.5 timed machines, not time machines. So we're now lining up for the B final in Pro Stock. That will have Tom Evers in 1, Chris Clark in 2, Michael Ball in 3, Jimmy Hick in 4, Will Vertick in 5, Rob Chaldecott 6, Matt Lax in 7, Tim Hancock 8, Daniel Booker 9, and Scott Booth is in 10. So we look at the front of the grid, and the leading car, which is Tom Evers, is a... you zoom in a bit, please, James. Just want to look at the cars a bit closer. There we go. So that's your leading car. That's a green and black machine in car 1. Then car 2, as you can see, is white with a flash of colour on the side. Wiggles his front wheel, say hello to us. Pink and blue's in 3rd. Let's go back to 3rd. See who they are. And the 3rd place is an orange car. That's good. It's Michael Ball, and then Jamie Hickin has a multicoloured Fest of every colour he could think of. Obviously had a lot of paint to use up. And those are your first 4. We're a bit of a late joiner. He's had to start the back. And there is the late joiner. And off they go. So we're now waiting for the whole thing to start. And off we go, and it's like fish to the back. Once again, car 2 has let past car 1 into the first corner. And so we come past me now, and it's car number 2 who leads that one. So it's a...
do some notes.
Oh, I need to read that off the list. It says Chris Clark leading from Tom Evers. So it's Chris Clark leading. It's Tom Evers in second. As they come now, so I was borrowing my notes, and it says it's 2 from 1 again. So Clark makes a good start. Evers is second. In 3rd place is car 4, the multicoloured machine of Jamie Hickin. And they go down the bottom corner now through the carousel. Clark holding it quite easy at the moment. And this B final for Super Stock here in the round 5 Mendip Championship with the BRCA, and we are RC Racing TV. You're watching us, so you know who we are. If you aren't a member of our Facebook group, please join. So currently the gap is not getting any smaller as Clark pulls away ever so slowly, has to be said, from the number 1 machine of Tom Evers. So it's 2 from 1. Then we have 4, then 5, and then 10. So the car 10s are doing well in this. So 4, Jamie Hickin's now in 3rd, Will Vertigan's 4th, and car 10 of Scott Booth is in 5th. All quite sedate at the moment, all quite in order. Once again, they've missed Tom Evers a lap, but he is there in 2nd place, and it's noticeable there. The 1, 2, 3, 4, all nicely separated out. Well, not for us, because we want action in the final, but they are nice separated out. There's no, in fact, all the cars, there's none of the scraping of Lex that we heard in previous rounds. Everyone being very well behaved. Clark pulling away at the moment, so he's getting a bit of a longer lead. It's Clark from Evers, and the lead last time round was 2.1 seconds. Hickin 3rd, Vertigan 4th, Scott Booth 5th, Booker 6th at the moment. Okay, well, I'll just come off that one for now. We've got a slight issue with the radio mic.
1, 2.
That's now flashing like that.
If that's flashing, that's resetting. That's why it's flashing all the lights together at the same time. Now it's working, look. When all the lights go on the switch, it's tripped out.
But this isn't working.
That keeps blinking in and off. Yeah. Yeah.
That's not working. Is the router working now? Yeah, we're back on again. We're off because the router wasn't working.
Back on again.
There's a power issue. There's just not enough power going through. We're back on again now at the moment. The problem is,
If all those lights up again,
the issue is we're getting. Why is it glitching the Netgear and the Sennheiser and not the stuff that takes more oomph?
well, you got trees.
Yeah, let's get the 8 port. Unplug that. Plug it over there.
This?
Yeah, by the broadcast.
Where's your...
What are you after? Which one?
I don't know, you would
Sorry,
know.
Rob. Okay. I think that charger went bad.
I think it's the surge protector.
It's obviously a very dirty supply.
The light's blinking on the surge protector.
Is it? Oh, we got. Is it
Slightly.
dirty? What's plugged into it now?
Only the race computer and your Mac.
Right, unplug the race computer.
No, because I think it's got a faulty battery. The battery will die, won't it? Did it come over, started up?
No, it's fine. Because we've got low strength here.
But the orange on Dell, the battery light flashes weirdly when there's an absolutely dead battery. I think we can plug the radio mic back in over here.
No, I don't. Genuinely, I think it's fucked. Oops, sorry. Try it though. Try it.
Alright, well
It's gone.
and gone again. It came up.
It's got a problem. It's gone. Take it out. Came back on again. Didn't
It did, yeah.
No, but I don't. I think it's dirty. I think we need to. I need to test it. I don't need it anyway, so I just need to test it.
You're going to have to shout at me.
No, you're still okay. You've just got to hold 2 mics.
No, but that. Oh, of course it doesn't go through there, does it? I thought it went to there, to there. Oh, that's all right. Would anyone like a drink?
No, we need to film this really.
What's next? When's the next?
This is the B final super stock.
When's the next? Very slow one. Doesn't need filming.
After 2 races time.
2 races time.
Hello everyone, sorry about that. We've had another little power issue. But that power issue appears to be solved now, so we're coming back in. This just kicking off is the Superstock B final. So you got Tom Evers, Chris Clark, Michael Ball, Jamie Hicking, Will Vertigan and everyone else in this one. Still suffering slightly from a lack of timing screens, but bear with us, we'll see what we can do. As they go round. So thank you. We are back again. Sorry, we just this is a voyage of discovery, said, and one of the things we're discovering is that the supply of power needs to be a little bit cleaner than it is. So we will know for future that we need to find a slightly cleaner power supply. I'd like to thank everyone. The people who've lent us power here, it's great, so we really appreciate it actually, but we just need running off these Jennies. They're just, obviously they're fine for charging, but for some of these things which are a little bit more tender, what we'll do, we'll get some UPSs in the future and just smooth it and smoother, so that's absolutely fine. And this has been run down. The other problem is, I think it's not just us having a problem, there's a problem also with the timing screens, which I think may well be down to the same issue. Not totally sure. So it's Hickin from Evers, from Clark, from Hancock in this race, and we're about a minute and 30 in. Sorry, 2 minutes and 30 in. So our leader is car number 4, and that is the blue car with a white nose going around the carousel now going on start finish straight, and he's just pulled off for some reason. So our leader's given up, which is quite odd, and these are our leaders now who we see. It's cars 1 and 2, and that is of course Evers and Clark. Now, Clark currently isn't being shown as second, but let's not get too concerned about that. So it's 1 from 2. So oh, and a big roll for the number 2 machine there as he came on the straight. There's all sorts of excellent carnage going on left and right. This is the B final of the Super Stocks. That's Evers. Hancock, Chris Granger's dropped down a bit. So let's drop back from that leading green car. Let's pick up the next cars, which is 2nd and 3rd, which is Hancock and Chaldecott. So let's drop back, James. Let's drop back, James. Let's turn the radio mic on, Nick. Oh, this is a professional performance, isn't it? I've kind of caught myself there. James, I've been talking to you for ages and I hadn't turned the radio mic on. Oh, can you drop back, James? Oh, blimey, it works when it's actually turned on. There we are, 2nd and 3rd. Oh, my Lord. Car 2 and car 6. It's car 8 now. It's picked up into the lead. Car 1 from car 8 from car 2. It's car 8 we see running through. The car 2 drops another position there. 8.32 on the screen as they go down the back straight. The 3 car of Michael Ball, which officially didn't start, which is quite interesting. And this is the end of this particular run. 2nd round the B file. Tom Evers is picking up a win. More accidents there. So it's got a little bit more going together. So win for Evers with Hancock in 2nd. So that is where we are for this race. And we'll come up now to the Pro Stock Super Stock final, which we missed because of the last Power Cup. So we'll hopefully get it for this Power Cup. Now, Ollie, this is the good news for you, Ollie. You have to do this on your own.
Oh.
Yeah. We've had a slight issue. So you have to hold 2 microphones and do it on your own.
Right. Why do I have to do that?
Because the radio mic thing went ping. And we need the radio mic to talk to
cameraman.
Okay. Brilliant. So this is going to be the Pro Stock A final leg number 2. So Zach Finley starting on pole, Mark Wallace second, Lee Price third, Reece Hodges fourth, Chris Gunter fifth, Tony Broad sixth, Ben Putt in seventh, Rob West eighth, Tim Langdale ninth, and Mark Musgrove in 10th. So the car's out on track for their warm-up laps, or half a warm-up lap. So Zach Finley with the X-Ray starting on pole position. His spoke to him earlier, he's already wrapped up the national title, but going to try and make it 5 out of 5. He's won all 4 Pro Stock Nationals so far this year, so really been on the pace in the Pro Stock class.
He's thinking about rain, it's alright.
Someone talking about rain? It's not going to rain, it's fine. Don't say things like that. It's banned. Not allowed to talk about rain. We've actually been quite lucky this weekend, to be fair, with the weather. It was damp for practice yesterday, but then by the time we actually started qualifying, the track was actually dry. And then we just, stayed dry the whole time. So here we go into the last countdown before the start of the final. And the cars are on the grid, so we're going to stick with the first few cars as we go through the first corners as we're on the countdown now. And Chris Granger sprinting behind me. Oh, he wants a good place to watch his pitman here. So off and running, here we go, A final stock leg number 2. And it's the yellow car, Zach Finney leading the round. Waldo in the white and red car in second place, and then the white and pink car of, that's Lee Price running in third. So 1, 2, 3 as they come down the dip for the first time. Around the sweep, they're going on to the back straightaway. So we got that race leader, the all yellow car. Zach Finney taking it around the hill into the carousel. Mark Wallace running in second, that's Waldo. Chris Granger's pitman in the second place, proving he's not just a good mechanic, he's a good racer as well. Right up the front of the A final here in the Pro Stock 13.5 boosted class. And we've got another Schumacher behind that of Lee Price running in third. So X-Ray, Schumacher, those 3 cars broken away from the rest of the field, as in fact they did in leg final number 1, and you can see the gap between them is about the same as the gap it was on the starting grid. And this is what we had for the whole of the first leg of the A final. Waldo gets a little bit sideways as he goes through the chicane there, but that just allows Zach Finley a little bit of breathing space. Lee Price there. Waldo gets right up on the curb, loses massive time. That puts Lee up into second place now. So Waldo just getting a little bit sideways as they come out of the carousel and up on the curb, and that's all it needed to put Lee through into second. Zach Finney still leading, and Waldo dropping down to third, but he's just in front of a battle behind. So there's Waldo going down the pit lane. Let's drop back to the battle behind. We've got 5 cars battling over, well, all the rest of the place at the moment. Out front, it's still Zach leading it, so we'll watch this battle. They come round the sweeper now. That looks like that's Ben Putt running in, 1, 2, 3, 4th place at the moment. Chased down by Tony Broad, and then Rob West behind him as they come out. Oh, Ben rolls it over, coming onto the pit straight. Oh, and he's pancaking the body shell. And he's going to keep going, though. So here we go. Car's coming down the back straight now. That's Tony Broad now up into the 4th place. Tony racing for CPD Racing. Running the Capricorn car. Highest placing for Capricorn at the UK Nationals so far, so well done to Tony for that result. They go down the back straight away, and Rob West closing in on him from behind. And then we're watching Ben just the place behind that, still driving around that flattened body shell. That is slowing him down. You can see the other cars closing in, completely affecting the aerodynamics. And it's Tim Langdale now trying to find a way to get past him. And Chris Gunter behind as well. So they come down the hill one more time. This battle here over it's about 6th place, 6th place battle here on the pit straight. Car's going sideways, but we're going to get back to find the race leader, which is the all-yellow car, just going around the carousel now. And then onto the pit straight. That's Zach Finney leading this one. We've got about 2 minutes of racing left here. Lee Price running in second place. He's about, what's the gap last time by? 1.5 seconds. So Zach under some pressure here, but knows he's just got to drive within himself, I think, to take home the win in this leg, which will then be enough to give him the perfect score. 2 A final wins in this. Of course, we count 2 from the 3 legs, which will then be enough to give him a 100% score in the BRCA Pro Stock Championship 2013. That bright yellow X-Ray powered by Orca around the carousel one more time. And let's drop back and find the second place car now, which is the white and pink car of Lee Price, the Schumacher car, on the short straight now, and then into the dip. Here he comes around the sweep and onto the back straight. Of course, we heard from Zach earlier, we thought that Lee had 2 sets of tyres left over for the final, so was potentially going to be in a better position to challenge on this leg of the finals, but I don't know whether he's not run his second set, or in fact if he did end up using 2 sets during qualifying and essentially on the same time as everyone else now in the finals, but not been able to challenge Zach as Zach thought he might do in this second leg of the A final. We've got 1 minute of racing left here in the Pro Stock A final, leg number 2. As Chris Granger shouts, he's bored at me from the side of the track. And the cars circulating by themselves. Waldo still running in 3rd place. Tony Broady's 4th. Then Rob West in 5th. And as we've got 50 seconds left, let's drop back and find the most exciting battle on the track. Coming round the sweeper and onto the back straightaway. Still Ben Putt with his flattened body shell down the back straight. Followed closely by Tim Langdale. Down the hill they go. The closest action on the track here, racing over, I think that's going to be 6th place, the battle. Down the pit straight, the 13.5 boosted motors. Picking up plenty of speed on the short straights here at the Mendip circuit. Come out the final turn, down the back straight one more time. We've got 4 cars here battling over the rest of the places. But it looks like Ben's got it all under control. He's figured out how to drive that car. Tim Langdale looking for way past. Chris Gunter's right there, Mark Musgrove as well. All trying to battle. We've got, that's Associated followed by Tamiya. Another Associated and a Schumacher. And oh, we got a roll there. The second place guy's rolled out. Lee's rolled over, but he's still maintained the second place. Such was the gap. And we're end of 5 minutes now. So cross line, you're done. We'll pick up the yellow car going round the carousel though. Zach Finley crossing the line there to win A final leg number 2, giving him a 100% score in the BRCA National Series. 5 rounds of the championship and 5 A final victories overall. It looks like Lee did finish in 2nd place. They're just holding off. Waldo's finished 3rd. Tony Broad in 4th, and I think Rob West in 5th. And Nick Damon has returned.
I'm not letting you go now, you're here forever.
No, I'm here forever now, apparently. So there we go, the flattened body shell there of Ben Putt. Some great driving there from Ben just to keep that car under control for the rest of the run. And Tim Langdale did get through at the end, just to nab the 6th place off of him. But excellent driving there, no doubt about the winner. Zach Finley remains it 5 out of 5. Oh, and Elliot Harper's behind me. Elliot. Oh, I've dropped something. It's all right. It's just a radio pack.
You need the long one now, because that's the talk to James. You see, that's the James.
This is really confusing. Elliot, not the A final you wanted in the first leg there.
No, we had another mechanical problem. It's maybe not my luck this weekend as such. So never mind. Still got 2 finals to go. See what we can do. I think I was a bit quicker than Chris, so see what we can do and try and pressure him a little bit.
Well, I suppose the championship's not decided yet, though, is it? Still got, say, 2 finals left?
No, still a lot of running to go. And I think, anyway, we've done a good job all year, so I think we just got to have fun in the next 2 races. If we can do it, we can, you know. But it's racing, and we all know that anything can happen, as you've just seen, I guess. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I suppose you're going to hope for a slightly boring final, like I just saw there with, well, hopefully not the pole man disappearing off the distance. That'll be Chris, and you want to be in a battle and then get past him.
I had a few chances before I rolled last time, and then I caught back up to him, and then obviously I had the failure. So yeah, we'll have to see, but hopefully we can get the job done and get past him. I mean, early is better than later, but you know, we have to see what happens.
Well, excellent. I'll let you get back to your cars all back and fix them back in one piece, though, and I know that now. So yeah, I did a lot there, including putting super glue on the tyres, which is good. So on the actual tyre, not just on the side, or on the actual tyre. So yeah, not doing a great job there for Elliot, but never mind, he'll be fine. And then if it doesn't work, he can blame someone else for a change rather than himself. But I'll let him get back to work on his car. Thanks for talking to us, and good luck in the latest finals. So that's Elliot Harper there. Yeah, disappointing mechanical failure in the first leg of the A final. And oh, no, Nick's just told me he's going to be back in a minute, so we'll get on with this one next, which is going to be the next final out on track, which will be the first of the modified Super Touring finals, the E final Super Touring. And I'm waiting for my timing screens to update as well, and it does so now as we catch back to just see the start of the cars coming down the hill there. Thomas Ridley, Rob Harry, Tony Foster, Shane Walker, and John Hollyman, the 5 cars running in this E final Super Touring. So far we have been lucky with the weather, but it is noticeably getting a bit windier and a bit colder, and you know what that normally means? Yeah, that means it's going to get more windy and more cold.
Excellent. That's
yep.
Right. It's not going to rain.
It's, as Nick says, it's not going to rain.
6-week gazebo erection is not my big subject.
Right. Where are we going in this one? Yeah, Thomas Ridgely leads in this one. Tony Foster in second. It's 1 from 3. We got any questions out there on the? Oh, we got a question there. Superstock Temple Vice. Superstock is 13.5 boosted in the UK. It's for this year. Might change next year. I don't know. I haven't seen any BRCA AGM proposals yet, but it seems to be honest, the 13.5 class is probably the most popular touring car class in the UK. All round, it's about equal numbers in terms of with the modified here at the National Series, but then we've got the BTCC Schumacher sponsored series, which runs as well, and there's normally a good maybe 5-6 heats of 13.5 in that. Lots of the Clubman series, of course, that runs the 13.5 boosted class with healthy entries as well, and most of the kind of clubs and winter series also run with a 13.5 class. So,
can you recommend any winter series?
Can I? Am I allowed? Well, I can recommend a winter series to you, and of course,
now, isn't it?
yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I can recommend a winter series. Obviously, for those of you that don't know, I am involved quite heavily in the organisation of the Essex Winter Series, and if you haven't booked in for that, I'm afraid you have missed out, because we open entries at the beginning of September, and we managed to sell out completely for the whole series within a day, or within about 45 minutes for some of the classes. So
more spaces, Ollie.
we do need more. Well, we upped the spaces this year from 100 to 120, and that still wasn't enough. So we're really sorry if anyone did miss out on that. I want to thank everyone for their support. It really is. It's great to see everyone not only booking in, but booking in so quickly, and that really means a lot to us to have that support of all the races. It means we can start putting things in place much sooner in terms of improving the series as well. We've got a lot of new ideas. But if you've missed out, don't panic, because we will have something else for you later on, which will be announced in the next few weeks, I think. I haven't decided. We've got a few dotting some I's and crossing some T's, I think is a good way of putting it. Yeah, but something really exciting to look forward to, we hope, and building on what we've seen in the BRCA National Series and things. We're looking at one more event we can put on. Of course, we might also have the Winter National. We are going to put a bid in for that, I believe. We're just trying to work out some dates with the Hall. Unfortunately, that's the thing that's kind of restricted us, as most indoor venues find with their venues. They're restricted by the use of other people in the hall, and it's not just toy car races who want to hire out massive sports halls during the winter. It turns out, yeah, apparently people play badminton and tennis as well. I've suggested that they, should do a proper sport like model car racing, but that didn't go down too well. So we apologise to the Lawn Tennis Association and thank them very much for allowing us to use their hall for 6 weekends anyway.
Oh, is this it?
Yeah, it's actually the venue is actually owned by the Lawn Tennis Association, so we are very thankful. We're very thankful for everyone who plays tennis for supporting tennis in the UK, which has allowed us to the LTA to build a brilliant hall, which we take over to run toy cars around. Yeah, lots of that for me to sort out next week, I think, in terms of the series. But where are we doing this one? We've got about a minute and a half left in the E-final. Sorry to take away from the action on the track, but yeah, E-final Super Touring. Tony Foster shining in the lead at the moment, followed by Thomas Ridgely. In fact, they're the two cars close together as they come around the carousel now. Hopefully you can see that on screen. Yeah, you can see that quite clear there in front of the camera position. That is first and second place with 1 minute of racing left here. So if this was a nitro race, what I could do is just point the microphone at the track and you'd have some nice ambient sound of all the engines. It doesn't work so well with electric racing though.
We couldn't have a conversation though.
We could, but we couldn't hear each other's answers.
Only about 4 miles from the track.
I miss nitro racing in a way.
You don't have to. There's a whole season next year.
I know. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Of course, Mendip has hosted a 1/8 IC Track Euros, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, long time ago. Long time ago. But now, well, still used by IC Racing. And you can actually see some of the black lines from the IC cars on some of the corners. But works very well for electric touring cars, especially the high speeds and modified cars get nowadays. So that's the timeout buzzer for this E-final, and it looks like it's going to be Thomas taking the win in this one, I think, or is it? So not sure as they come across the line. Yeah, it's kind of one. Thomas Ridgely taking the win, I think, and then Tony Foster finishing in second place. And we think that's Rob Harry finishing in third. So well done, Thomas, taking the win in the E-final leg number 2. Up next is the D final, and for that, I shall hand you back over to Nick Damon.
Well, I need to release you for your real job. Yeah. Of mending Elliot's car. Right. See you later.
I'll be back later.
I'm looking forward to it. You haven't got any sweets, have you? Do you have? Yeah. Do you have like a bar of chocolate? Something we can, like Skittles or something we could all have one of.
We had yesterday, but we ate them all.
Marvellous. Thanks a lot. Yesterday. Didn't think we were coming. Didn't save us a Skittles / Malteser / I might do that, but that's not the same, is it? Right. See you very soon, Ollie. Right. And as I said, we have the D final coming up in a moment in modified. Everything seems to be back on an even keel after some strange issues today with power and everything else. Paul sat there going, in fairness, it's interesting really, because all the issues I thought we had, these aren't they, so we're having different ones. But now it seems to be okay. And now you can. Actually, I need to just rig something up to change this. So, do you want to talk to the people?
I don't know why he gives me the microphone and then think I can just say something. I have no idea what's going on. I switch cameras and bring in replays, and I'm a cameraman. That's what I do. I don't know what on earth's going on. Fortunately, he's coming back. He's just switching something with a microphone. Very interesting stuff. And he's now killed the cameraman's ears because he's unplugged it without turning it off. However, there's a final about to start. I'd love to tell you what it is. I haven't got a clue. Please hurry up, Nick, or just let me do it. Yeah.
Can you get another XLR cable, please?
XLR to XLR?
Yep. Okay. Can you hear me, James? Really loudly. Okay. Super. Right. So we are waiting for the start of the D final, which should be underway in a second, and then underway now, in fact. So the D final about to get underway, and it is Damien Giddins who's taken off in the lead. In car 2 is second of Christmas Smith, then Chris Betts. Can't be car 9, no, it's car 4 and then car 8. So 1, 2, 4, 8 as they go round. I think we've now got a system where we've got 2 microphones again, so that's good. So let's stick with our leader, who is Damien Giddins, and he's coming around with second place right behind, going the carousel now. And he is just pulling slightly ahead of the 2 of Smith. So it's Smith in the white, yellow and then red-nosed machine who is chasing down Giddins, who of course did this in the first heat and then just fell off and broke down towards the end. Damien now with the blue, with the stripes of yellow and not yellow, it's like green really and orange, so it's more like a Technicar Dream chassis. Third it's I think the car number 2 of Wynyard. I'll just check as it comes through in a second. So they go past me, it's Giddins in the lead. And it's car 2 of Wynyard, and then I think it's Smith in third. In fact, that's not saying what it's saying on the side of the car. It says car 8 of Martin Aldred in third. So again, we're having some slight issues with the timing situation, but you can see our leader as he goes round and past. So let's pick up our. Let's get back to the. Yeah, that's it. He's now going down the back straight, and the second place man's probably more interesting. So the second place guy around the carousel. Let's get him nice and tight. Have a look at him as he goes through. Oh, double new shot. So he's tippy-toeing through, and that's the second place man, which is of course car number 2 of Adam Wynyard. Wynyard is trying to hold off the 8 of Aldred. He's not really making much impression on Giddins in front of him, and this, of course, is the second running of the C final in D final in Super Touring, which is modified to UNI. So certainly getting inexorably closer is the orange machine of Martin Aldred, chasing down Adam. This is where the battle on the track is at the moment, second and third. As the sun comes out again to make us get more convinced we're not going to end up with a requirement to pull the gazebo over quickly. So it's quite a quiet race. It's really quiet. There's no scratching, no crashing. Still the 1, 2, 3. Giddins, Wynyard, Aldred. Not a lot of movement there. Betts is Johnson's fourth, and Harley Edwards is fifth. According to the timing screen, which is a little bit now. Right up it is now. Suddenly, Wynyard is under pressure from Aldred. As they go now onto the main straight. Power comes out. Aldred's got so much more power than Wynyard has. He now looks to get up the inside. Now right again to go around the carousel. They're going to switch right onto the main start-finish straight before they come again. Another right-hand time before the switch back. And then down the dip before the chicane. But if you look at it now, get these two cars, look at the extra power that Aldred has under his bonnet there. He actually broke early there. He was gaining and he thought, no, I might go out the back side of Wynyard around the carousel. It's taking a long-term view here, the number 8 machine. The orange car of Martin Aldred. Adam Wynyard, junior under 17 at the start of the season. Look at that, Aldred, so much more power, but yeah, hit the brakes hard at the end of the straight. Just looks at the inside, cut well across there by Wynyard. Wynyard holding on, he's driving his own lines. I don't think he's had to get defensive. Aldred looking to try and ebbing and flowing. He actually lost a little bit of time in that last run, 0.2 of a second the last lap. He'll unleash the power, because he can. He's not worried about ramming at the back of Wynyard as he gets closer. He gains quite noticeably down the straight there. There's traffic coming up for them. Giddins already got through the traffic. This is second and third. We've got onto the straight again. Aldred's going to put the hammer down. He's certainly no problem with straight line speed on Aldred's car. Wynyard ahead of him. No problem around the corners. In fact, Aldred's really not making any impression. Remember, he's got a chance. There's a chance now because there's two pieces of traffic in front of them, including the yellow car of Haley Aldred, who's got the world's biggest underbody tuck on the left-hand side of the machine. So there's a yellow and white machine. The yellow is Haley Aldred. The white machine is not. That's actually the car 5, which won the first race of. It's changed Plymouth. It's a different car 5 actually. And the race has come to a conclusion without a beep, beep, beep for some reason. And we've all looked around going, hang on, how has the race stopped? Lack of sound on that one. So the winner was Damien Giddins. Well done, Damien. In second place was car number 2 of Adam Wynyard. And in third place was Martin Aldred in car number 8. He's got a second and a third. So currently Martin's doing very well. And we'll now get into the B final, which is fun for the modified, and then of course after that it's the second round of the A final. Now, interestingly, normally if Chris Granger wins this, he'd won the event, but he actually needs to win all 3 legs, because we think on countback, if Elliot wins a single leg out of this particular heat, he might end up winning overall, but we don't know for certain. At the moment, Elliot's got no points points to talk. He retired, so he's not even in second place overall at the moment. So there's a lot of work to be done, to put it mildly. And Adrian Bidewell, I remember racing against you many years ago. Welcome to the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Thank you for joining. Thank you. You didn't like us. You don't like us. Adrian Bidewell, fantastic. Welcome to our group, Adrian. And you are duly added and join the 2,100 and something other people who've already joined, over 1,000 over the last summer. So we're now getting ready for the B final. Bickerstaff won this first time round. So second wheel will take him through. The C final, so we know what they're both. The C final, not the B final. C final run by Alex Brocklebank. Car 5. Matt White was leading, and then Thermodor broke down and was sort of given the win, which was very confusing because he didn't win it. And we are now looking at... Yeah, they've turned down the volume, haven't they, of the announcements. I wish you could see Paul. He's looking so street at the moment. He's got his cap on at a jaunty angle, his collar up. He looks like some dreadful rapper.
I'm not going to keep talking about this gazebo, but now the sun has now moved around significantly, I have to wear the cap at a jaunty angle.
Gazebo obsessed, and they're off. And straight away Matt White gets another great start. He's in the lead. But this is not any guarantee of finishing up in the lead, as we saw earlier. So White crosses the line. Second, it's going to be the car 2, then car 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's a big coming together in the first corner. They all go spinning round. White's a long, long way ahead in car 1, and the orange car, which is picked up second, I think it's car 3 in second. It's just not always that easy to see. No, it's car 4 actually. So it's 4 from 5, and 5 won the first round. That was Alex Brocklebank. So it's 4 of Lee Burton, who's in second. So it's, let's pick up that second and third battle. Go around the carousel now, James. 4 from 5. That's Burton from Brocklebank. Brocklebank makes a big mistake, and he's going to fall with the clutches of the man behind, who is car number 8 of Chris O'Donoghue. Chris, again, was going quite well last time, then had a absolute pig's ear of the last few laps and ended up retiring. Matt White is off on a country holiday again, but he did this last time with thermaled out. So second, third and fourth. The winner of the last leg is in third at the moment, the 5 of Alex Brocklebank. C final modified, so we'll have the A final in about 9 minutes time. So quarter 2, perhaps. Oh, and the car rolls in front of me. But so we are currently with the orange car that is in second place, and that's the orange machine of car number 4, Lee Burton. Brocklebank being to catch up after that mistake he made earlier. Brocklebank's car looking slightly better as he goes through the chicane. And that's the white machine at the back of the shot. Brocklebank going a bit wide there. He needs to do really to gain it quite quickly. As they go across the line, the train goes behind me. I didn't realize how close the train line. I went to the snack shop. You actually literally, it's 4 feet, then it's the train line. And I'm sure they're big pulsing Great Western or Virgin trains, aren't they? Brocklebank now gaining very quickly on Burton. They're all both a long way behind the leader, who's Matt White. But Matt White, of course, thermaled out the first round. So this is the battle for second. Brocklebank has a win already. Burton going a little bit wide, trying to get the car braked into that top corner. Around the carousel. Not yet having to run defences. We go down the straight, then back through in the switchback. Oh, double bite there into this first half chicane. Brocklebank, no real gain in that particular race round. He's 0.6 of a second behind them. Oh, he's lost it entirely there. Spun out. Too much power on the brake, and that was all it needed. Burton. Brocklebank gets a free pass. So now it's down, can Burton catch up Brocklebank? But Brocklebank looked pretty good in free air. Chris O'Donoghue, I think, is running a Team C. I'm not sure. It could be the advert to the back of it. O'Donoghue's tied up with one of the distributors in the UK. He runs a number of the more interesting chassis from across the from the Far East. So he's often got an interesting car. I know he's running top photons for top cars in 12 for a while. Actually, I think that, I'll tell you what that is. I think that might be a Capricorn. That might be the Capricorn touring car. Just trying to get a look at what he's running. My guess is that O'Donoghue's running the Capricorn. He's the car. That's it. That's our orange car. So drop back one car. Car now going down the dip, and I think might well be a Capricorn. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm just looking at the back of it and looking at the decal that spins away as Chris O'Donoghue puts the power on as he goes around the switchback in front of me in a second. He's now any minute now. It is a Capricorn. It's written on the side. I can read it eventually. So Chris O'Donoghue, though, he's trying to hold off the attentions of car number 3, which is Andy Murray. Andy Murray, the Scotsman. And he's obviously no relation to the Andy Murray. Well, he might be. And so Murray chasing down O'Donoghue for 4th place. Andy Murray, who does a lot of 12th racing as well. Raced against Andy a couple of times. Unfortunately, he beat me, but let's not go that now. It's the final of the modified or the super touring. And Murray now gets up the outside, looks at the inside switchback, and they go down the hill and looking for oh, and Murray there gets he's braking all wrong. And Donahue gets away with the Capricorn, Murray following. And now a sharp left-hand turn as they come at the straight through the switchback. Down the hill into the chicane. Murray, ooh, a bit untidy through there, didn't lose much time. And we're down to the last sort of half lap or so. I can say, as far as I can see, that Matthew White is still winning by a country mile. This is the only real battle on the pitch on the track. Between O'Donoghue and Murray. Murray now gets, oh, nice try to get the reverse now. Straight, he can get the power on, down the back straight. Looked hard there on the inside, and he's going to get up the inside of O'Donoghue. Nice move. O'Donoghue, though, lands on him and waits. Oh, good. That's very sporty from Chris there. Very sporting driving there, letting Murray get through. I'm not sure where the race had actually ended at that point, but it was Matthew White who ran that. Lee Burton was second. O'Donoghue was fourth. I think Andy Murray. Again, it's a slight victim of the timing screen glitches. But nice bit of action towards. We did that a little bit at the end. So you wait for the B file to go out. It's getting very bright now, isn't it? Oh dear.
So this is the closing stages again then?
Let's have a look. So that's, again, Murray looking to get up the inside. O'Donoghue. Whoa, see, that's, again, Murray there could really put the power on the came up the straight, but decided not to. They're very, very close now. Do they break at a similar time? O'Donoghue slightly gets it, yeah, breaks a bit late, goes wide, comes in and just clips in. And then he waits, and that's really, really sporting driving. And that's a good example of good driving, good passing, and then, yeah, when things go slightly wrong, well, let's play it properly. Matt White smiling at me because the car didn't break down.
It actually did thermal again, but it did wait until I got over the line this time.
You're the only person here who's thermaling. What are you doing?
I don't know, because I've never done it before. I've never had this speedo's like the speedo that's in now is maybe 3 years old. Never ever thermal, and it's done it twice today.
I think it's time to retire it, much like the power supply that blew up on ours a second ago.
Yeah, probably.
I better let you go, Marshall. I don't want you to lose your best time.
Cheers.
So we're now about to have the B final go out. That is Alan Bickerstaff, who won the first one in car 1, Matt Wynyard in 2, Sam Clifton 3, Chris Ashton 4, Dave Brown 5, Chris Slater 6, John Pape 7, Merv Wignall 8, Brian Elbridge 9, and David Hall 10. So a win for Bickerstaff would win him the B final. And they are off. Oh, someone's right up in the air and just thrown about. I can't even see if that was. But out in the lead, it is Bickerstaff in 1. I think Wynyard's gone through in 2. And it's 5 in 3rd. So 1, 2, 5 is the order. So it's David Bowen who's picked up 3rd. Not quite sure who went. Was it What's it called? Something over Apex, isn't it? Top over Apex. But Bickerstaff getting away in the lead. 2nd place and closing him down temporarily is the 2 of Wynyard. Chris Slater appears to have 3rd. Dave Bowen has 3rd. Chris Slater 4th. Some shuffling going on here in the B final. Bickerstaff from Wynyard. It's 5, absolutely. 7's in 4th place. John Pape in 5th, actually. One from 2. And the greeny car, 5 of Bowen. So build up to the main event, which is coming very soon, in a couple of minutes' time. It's with the 2nd leg of the A final. And the battle now is getting more of a battle actually for third, which you can see on the camera with James there. They go, oh, and a mistake by Bickerstaff there, and a big accident coming down the hill. Now, Bickerstaff was basically, and the car's gone, and he's had a problem with it as well, but he kind of went wide there, lost it, and he kind of got collected by the 5 and the 2 of Bowen and Wynyard. The 6 is a benefit. Let's see this one again. So they come in, and at this point, Bickerstaff had a problem, as you can see in the top right, come in, bang, and he came crossed around, he got to the absolute, the bottom end of that problem, and it was actually the car 2 of Wynyard that hit him, and nothing he could do, because he was already in his line, and Bickerstaff came back from his problem, so that's a no harm, no foul, but it's not done, obviously Bickerstaff's out, done him no good at all, and it's not Wynyard down from what was second to third. And our first and second guys, we see now on camera, going through the chicane, it is 5 from 6. So it's Bowen from Slater, and Bickerstaff is out with some quite heavy shell damage, and we saw the car flying through the air with the greatest of ease, I think it has to be said. There goes 5 and 6. And in fairness, now he's got to the front, Bowen's having very little problem staying there. Caught a break there with Wynyard's problem, well, Wynyard's accident, as they spin round. So the race has kind of settled down after a bit of excitement. There's about 1:40 to go. 100 seconds or so of action we might get to see. 5. 6. And then 9. So Eldridge has picked up into third now. So it's Bowen, Slater, Eldridge. Eldridge now has got a couple of laps. He's actually beginning to gain slightly on the 6 machine. So we drop back 1 car, James, to the next 2, effectively. That makes English sense. There we are, that's Eldridge who's beginning to move forward towards the 6 machine of Slater. Oh, and he just blew, that's curse the comment. They got him on camera, he makes a minor mistake by taking too much curb. And we are now down pretty much to the last minute or so. And this is the hors d'oeuvre before the main course, which is the A final, leg 2 in a minute. And what is becoming a very, very pleasant afternoon. You wouldn't know it. Look at rapper star P. Bateman Esquire. P. Bate. P. Batey. This one settled down the last few seconds, about 25 seconds to go. 5 from 6, Bowen from Slater from Eldridge. Then you have the unlucky Wynyard quite a long way now. Car 10's come up to about 4th place, David Hall. We're still with Eldridge. So you pick up the leader. He's just about to go down the dip now and into the chicane on the lead. This first and second are quite close, but I think this is the last lap. We should get the tone, and we're not hearing the tone too loud at the moment. The tone should go off. And at that point, what we will hear, I think, is that is race over. And it is 5 from 6, and that's the B final done. So just ease down this one, and the next thing we will see is the A final. The A final, Chris Granger in car 1, and he won the first heat. In car 2, Elliot Harper, who had a broken diff. James Hart, who had a huge problem, was lapped down very quickly in car 3. In car 4, Colin Price was second in the first round. Chris Kurzweil in car 5, Ben Cosgrove in car 6, Zach Smith in car 7, Stefan Jitsi in car 8, Ollie Jeffers in car 9, and Paul Pinkney in car 10. And just so you know, there's 2 Durangos, 3 Schumachers, a Serpent, an X-Ray, 2 hot bodies, and 2 associated. So it's a smorgasbord of chassis. You can say that. It's Matt Scott. You do realise Matt's. Matt White's a good friend of mine. Matt, you do realise that what you're doing is not doing any good about getting on TV, don't you? Because we give you for a lap and then you've just disappeared the distance. We can't bother showing you anymore.
Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe I should, you know, I don't know.
So,
slow motor.
So this thing you're thermally, what is it? What are you running? A 4.5 or a 4? Or
yeah, 4.5.
And lots of timing, or?
To be honest, and this could be where it's gone wrong, because that speeder's not been used for a good few months, I've not actually checked it. So maybe I need to look at that.
I kind of gather, and also because you did quite well the C finals, a result of some bad qualifying yesterday, was it?
Yeah, I didn't finish any qualifying rounds yesterday, so you need 3 to count, and having not finished any of the first 3, you're kind of done. So.
Well, yeah, it wasn't the last round you were really high up, were you, overall? Wasn't it?
Pardon?
Didn't you come really quite high up in the last round overall?
Yeah, I was 5th at Aldershot, and I've always gone well here, but it's just not worked this weekend. I mean, last time you covered this race, I would TQ'd and won. So.
Very good point. You did. It was damp, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
We love damp races.
Yeah. So, but in fairness, I've done okay today. You know, you've been here, so if you'd have been here yesterday, I'd be right.
I'm a lucky star. We reversed for you, Brian, because no, Brian. As soon as we put you on camera, you crashed. Thanks, guys. And Ollie's here. I've rigged up this so we've got two microphones again. Can't walk about. That bit went fizz at ping, Brian.
Can we get mobile microphones for next time?
We have one here. We went bang.
Oh, okay.
Next time, yeah, no problem at all. Oh yeah.
Always next time.
No, in fairness, the proper mobile microphone is in somewhere called Chico.
I would say that I'd invite you to my caravan and see my pussy.
Yeah, perhaps not. Not on air. So anyway, going now to the A final is about to get underway. The cars are on the grid. Let's get a nice old close-up of the front of the grid, because that's what counts, James. It's all about the Granger and Harper. But Chris winning this doesn't win anything, apart from
it doesn't.
It means he wins the meeting, but actually, oddly, he still needs to do well. We're off, and Granger gets a great start. Harper looking up the inside. I'm sure Elliot's most worried about finishing this after a couple of mechanical problems in a row. And they go past us as close as they can be. And again, it's all about
Elliot
first and
definitely
second.
a lot closer to Chris on the first lap than the first final, and looking to challenge almost straight away.
Now, what I've heard, I don't think this is right, but even on countback, if Elliot can win one round here of the A final, that should be theoretically enough for the overall championship, if he can come second. And after the problem he has with a non-finish, he'd still need to get a decent result in leg 3. This is like the multiple permutations on the final day of football season when goal difference and goals scored.
The easiest way is let them race.
Oh, and he's got through!
There's one mistake from Chris. And
now, he got through, a bit of curve. We've got that one, Paul, we'll see that again in a second. But let them settle down for a lap or two first and see whether Elliot can get away. And they are following round. Now, Chris made a minor mistake at Peter Curb. This downhill section here, just about to turn right before they go back up towards the carousel. He's as close can be. I think we're going to have to... Can you hold that? We may have to run it out at the end of the race, because I think this is going to be too close to start running replays just yet.
I'd certainly stay with these two cars at the front of the field at the moment. And we've got... That's Colin Price, I think, yeah, still running in third. In fact, staying with these two as they come on the short straight, but not quite far enough to challenge. But if they make a mistake, then I think Colin will be there. But orange car of Elliot Harper leading them down the back straight, followed by the white, blue and pink car of Chris Granger. Looks like Granger runs a little bit wide going through the that sweeping banked corner off the end of the straight, but well, still sticking there with Elliot Harper as they come past well, down the downhill through the dip and then round the sweeper onto the back straight one more time.
Elliot's got a superb launch off the middle of the corner onto the main straight. The car's got great traction. I think it's probably the way he's got the speedo and the motor set. He picks up and goes, but Chris at the moment looks like he's got the car that can get closer, but I don't think he's got enough advantage to get past. I think Elliot now, if he can run safe for the next 3.5 minutes or 3 minutes flat, which is a big thing to say, there's a lot of mechanical issues, I don't think he's going to be under too much stress.
So all you're saying is he's got to drive
perfectly
the fastest RC cars in the world, flat out, without making any mistakes for 3 minutes with the 6-time national champion sitting on his boot lid.
And the issue's where? He's a professional?
Well, yeah.
He is a professional. So Chris dropping it slightly off there. And that last run he was about 0.1 of a second slower, unfortunately. So he's looking. So he's now, I reckon.
I was going to say, we're now entering the second half of the race, and if anyone's got any problems with, as we were talking earlier about their tyres and the drop off during a run, this is when we might start seeing it kick in. But certainly, at the moment, Chris Granger well sitting on pace with Elliot Harper. So the question is are either of them backing off slightly and driving at maybe 90% to... We've still got one leg to go.
I think Chris realised he needs to be ahead of Elliot in this leg, because whilst Elliot, even with a win here, wouldn't be as short as second place because of the DNF in the first one, Chris, I think, wants to would ideally want to prevent him winning any legs at all here.
Yep, 2 minutes to go here in leg number 2. Don't forget it's the best 2 results out of the 3 to count. So...
Granger, is he now?
Yeah, still Elliot Harper with the orange Durango car powered by Orca.
I'd love to see the time. I'd love to see the time. We haven't got the lap timings every single time, but I think they're within 200 or 300 each lap because the visual gap isn't changing.
Yeah, you can. They're I'd guess they're probably matching each other as we go through this, and if anything, looks like Chris Granger is now starting to close in on Elliot Harper as we have got 1 minute and 20 seconds or so of racing here in leg number 2.
Harper got that advantage. We've got that. We'll show you the replay in the race. Oh, and great on this roof, and that's all gone. Very lucky Marshall, though. Superb catch and foot. Get that man, the England cricket team. Picked up and moving one go. That's it now. That's Harper won this heat.
Well,
this leg has gone to Harper, barring ridiculous mechanical problems, and now I'm sure that for the last minute he can relax.
If you know the way Elliot Harper drives at all, he has to drive on the limit the whole time. So I don't think it's over yet.
I think an indication of how badly things are going for our current national champion is that Ollie Jeffries is about to get lapped.
That's not good for Ollie. Yeah, that's a good point there, Brian. I was just pointing out, if we are tied on the final point, so if it stays like this and Chris is second, then well, we'll see what happens in leg 2. But then it will go back to the fastest time set in the final, the 5-minute run time. But well, hopefully it doesn't come back to that, and someone will be looking to try and get 2 wins. It looks like, say, Elliot on pace to take the win in this one with, we've got 20 seconds of racing left here.
It looks like Ollie's going to have to do that kind of thing you don't want to do, and he has had to do it, and let his one of the men who may well replace his British national champion just take him the lap on. So it's just not worked for Ollie this weekend. He's had some good rounds, some bad rounds, and this round is going to go down as one he wants to forget, I think.
I think unfortunately for Ollie, he didn't have he had an average start to the season, and a couple of tracks where they should have gone well, such as West London, again being kept away from it. But I think we're coming up to, yeah, that's the end of the 5 minutes. So Elliot Harper going to come around the carousel now, and across the line, Elliot Harper is going to win a final, leg number 2.
And that was a cause, but
Chris Granger has already finished in second place.
So let's see where the main problem came, not where the roll we saw later, but let's have a look and see the what happened at the start, about 2 laps in, where Chris made a minor mistake and let the pass take place. So he comes down now. Chris goes down the back straight. Everything's fine here. Comes in tight, and he'll actually come in just too tight on this left-hander here. Clip, roll, bounce out. And that was the minor mistake, and that's the tiny little error that has taken him out of this race for a second place. Colin Price-Bowe was 3rd, James Hart was 4th, Ben Crossgoes was 5th. So Chris has a 1st and a 2nd, Elliot has a 1st and a DNF. Now, the interesting thing is that Chris, obviously, if he can win the next round, will win the race. And we think that if Elliot gets 2nd, that might be enough for the national championship, because he'll give him 2nd overall, but with this win could be what matters. However, because Elliot hasn't got a DNF, it means it's all slightly up in the air, because they're going to need to work out on countback. So we won't be able to, if Chris wins this event, we're not going to be able to call a winner for some time. You come back with information?
No, not really.
I thought you were going to come back with, I now know.
None of the drivers were coming out onto the track very quickly at all there.
I now know who's won. No, I don't know who's won. But
won what?
Well, no.
The leg?
No, I mean overall. What has to be done to win overall? But no.
Let's do another leg, and then I'll tell you.
Let's do another leg and the prize giving, and then you'll tell me.
Yes.
That's always the way.
But unfortunately, 2 mistakes then for Chris in that. 2 mistakes in a high pressure situation.
The first one, obviously, I just clipped it. The first one, I just clipped the corner and let him get down the inside, and then the second one, obviously, I was pushing really hard to try and catch him. So.
All down to the last race of the season.
Yeah, I better get to my marshal point.
Yeah, you don't want to lose your fastest time.
No, exactly.
So we now move from... Oh, I didn't change the blooming graphic. How annoying. I print these graphics out and didn't change it. I'll do that, look. Whee! That's going to be an issue, isn't it? I just realised now.
I wonder if Chris is doing this on purpose, just to make it exciting for us. Maybe not. You'd like to have it wrapped up by now, probably. Yeah, he said yes to that. But now back into the Pro Stock category, and the first final up, the E-Final Pro Stock.
Indeed, so I must do now find lower finals 3, Super Stock, lower 3. There we go. It's not Super Stock, it's Pro Stock, I know that.
So I guess for 2 drivers sitting to our left as we're sitting here commentating on these races, 5 minutes of reflection time for Chris and for Elliot.
What might have been... Oh, down to 3 cars this time. So we've lost one of the Hollingworths in this race. I'm not sure which Hollingworth we've lost, but we've lost one of them. It's Ian Hollingworth we've lost. it's very quiet now. We let you just kind of watch the cars go around. They're having a lovely
We're just
time.
trying to see if anyone's commented anything on the YouTube page.
Yeah, been a bit.
I don't know if you're on Facebook as well.
Oh, I'm all over the thing.
He's everywhere, isn't he?
Yeah, it's interesting. Occasionally, the actual chatty bit goes slightly wrong.
Oh.
Might even be now because we had no chatting for a while, so who knows? Normally I ask something. Normally it's rude.
Oh dear.
I got caught swearing off mic as well, which is quite amused a lot of people when things broke down. Some post up who will win the A. I don't know who will post up the A. Nigel Bluff says, someone post up who will win the A, please. I don't know who will win the A.
If we knew that,
we could go home.
We could save at least 5 minutes of racing now.
Yes.
And
in an odd style.
Crack on with some trophies or something.
Be quite good. Wayne Paris is great racing at Mendip. He's not wrong. It's a Capricorn. I know, I worked that one out. Thank you, Richard. Richard told me it's a Capricorn when I was talking about Chris Donohue's car. And I did actually manage to use the miracle of my old eyes. Oh, yes, it's Capricorn.
It's the massive Capricorn stickers on the side.
Yeah,
in fact, what I like about the Capricorn is, in the kit, they've clearly included their stickers from their 1/8 cars. And it is that big size, this massive size sticker that you normally see on the 8th cars, which doesn't completely fit on the side of the touring car body shell, so it takes up most of it and the windows as well.
I like that. That's what I call A, economy of scale, and B, just go, Italian. Hey, we have your stickers, we just do it. It's fine.
Hello to everyone in Italy that's watching.
Well, there's several, I'm sure.
But they've got, branding out there.
I've got something buzzing from my phone. I don't know what to do. I'm a bit excited now.
That was an exciting leg.
I want to wait for the A final now. Because what I quite like about this is I reckon that if Chris doesn't make a mistake, he's going to win, and then I'll have no idea who's won overall.
No, we won't.
I know who's won the meeting, but I have no idea who's won overall. So I suppose for confusion's sake, actually, if Elliot could win, it would mean we actually knew everything.
Yes, if Elliot wins the leg, then he wins everything. If Chris wins the leg,
we don't know.
We don't know. And then if Chris wins the leg and Elliot's if Chris wins the leg and Elliot's 3rd or 4th, then is that going to be enough points to get him 2nd overall?
I think he's still be 2nd overall, yeah, because he's got to win, and Chris has got to win. Who came 2nd in the first one? It was Colin Price, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Colin Price finished 2nd in the first one.
I don't know. I think the answer really is that basically we don't know.
No, we don't.
Which is nice, because sometimes you do know. Like when Ronald Volker turns up, you know he's won.
I'll be honest, I would really like to see Ronald Volker come over to the UK and race on some of our tracks, because they are quite different to the tracks in Europe.
This is my thought. This is probably me being incredibly egotistical, but I can't help feeling that if people knew that the events were going to be live streamed, and if they knew that they were going to get, we give it some, you and me and Matt will give it some real, and the rest of the team will give it some real big up, and it'd be seen European wide, I think they'd be more inclined to get on the Eurotunnel.
Well, I think that's
we could.
No, I think that's a good point.
I think we could talk to. I'm sure if you talk to Yokomo Europe and say, do you think it's worthwhile we're all coming over and doing it? And and Alexander coming over from from Sweden. It makes it more worthwhile, because it stops being obviously what I said before. I think it's still the finest national series there is for touring cars, and starts becoming something that has a little bit more semblance. Absolutely, because people can see it.
And don't forget, of course. Atsushi Hara did come over a few years ago and race 1 or 2 rounds of the national series, and didn't do as well as people expected.
I was about to say something terrible about. I was going to use the word very unique. But the fact is, we have unique conditions and unique tracks. I think they could probably. I think your top drivers would come to West London and they'd be absolutely fine. But you take it out to Halifax or here, and I think they would struggle.
I even think West London would be difficult, because West London,
even though it's resurfaced,
it's been resurfaced, but it's now become quite bumpy and undulating.
Oh right.
And obviously working with the Durango team personally, the changes they made there were actually quite surprising for this year. I wasn't at the race. I was the same date as I was in Slovakia, but hearing back from what they were changing to the bumps themselves aren't a problem, but the fact that it's such a tight and technical track, which is again not a problem, but you put the two together and then you start getting bumps at the turning points, and then that's what makes the tracks really difficult and are different to drive on from anything else.
So just forget Michael Bolt winning the E final, just by a lap and a half from Andrew Hollingworth. Roy Davis in 3rd. I think this will give Michael the overall win as well, as we're coming down to the end of the race. But yeah,
has Paul got any replays of that one he wants to put in for us?
There's a replay.
Possibly not.
I think.
I just want to replay some of our exciting comments there.
Yeah, they probably are going to go in history as the most exciting. Isn't the wins drop now? I didn't need any money on it before. I was trying to weigh it down with about half a dozen things.
So up next on track will be
the D final.
D final Pro Stock.
Pro Stock with Ben Clifton, Dan Hurrell, Paul Rose, Kevin Kirk, Mike Haswell, Stuart Webb, Phil Aldred, Judy Walker, Mark Coates, and Stan Chudzinski. So you know you come down to these meetings looking after it. Like looking after it. Don't you wish you were running as well sometimes?
In many ways, I do. But
do you run when you the EWS as well as run it, or do you?
Last year I raced at all the rounds of EWS. The first round of the series I'm not going to race myself, just to make sure we can get that series all off to a good start, up and running properly, and then hopefully I can be back racing.
You got an entry then?
I managed to get an entry, yeah, just. Yeah, no, I mean, for example, like the BTCC meeting, which was 2 weeks ago here, I came down and raced that one, so that's been good fun. But you know, for a couple of nationals, it's been nice just to come along with Elliot to carry his bags, really.
Yes, bag carrier. Elliot's walking past now. Thumbs exactly.
I think really what it is, he's trying to get, basically, I think what he's trying to do, he's trying to help his sponsor out and cut down the cost of like his event. So he's like, well, if I go, I'll share a hotel with him and give him half the cash for it, which then means his sponsor's got to, you know, less to put up for.
Well, you pay for half the hotel room to help him out. God,
well, you think?
Yeah,
oh, someone has just walked past us waving a Schumacher.
Oh, he has done it. Oh, right. That's fair enough then. That's Mr. Merv.
Yeah.
His free Schumacher he's waving at us. Yes, having won the first one. There's several people who've won the Thunder Power competition as well, who I haven't got their names, but I should announce them. Actually, something that is interesting for you.
Yes.
What date is your February round of the EWS?
Yes, we have got a round in February.
Yes. Now, the reason I'm saying that is I've just remembered that I should reveal, whilst we may do something in between, our next definite bit of live streaming is on the weekend, I think, of the 15th and 16th of February, where we're going to be live streaming both days of the BRCA 112 Championships, which are coming from Milton Keynes Shopping Centre.
Oh, I heard about that. So
it's a shopping centre event, so we're going to be talking with the guys in the team. We're going to have, that's all going to be live streamed for the 2 days. And we are hoping very, very much that we're going to be seeing Mr. Jay Hindhoff doing some of the work.
Ooh.
On the commentary, but not all the work, Ollie, which is why I'm mentioning it to you.
Oh, right.
Because I'm racing.
Right. So hang on. So this is what it's come down to now. Nick's now realised he actually wants to race.
I've already
entered. And has tried to tick too many boxes, and then I go, well,
I'm happy to do technical and waffly
technical bits.
Yeah.
Not being harsh, Nick, but technical.
All right, I know where you're going. I'm just saying, if you happen to be free on that weekend,
I do have an annoying feeling that we are running EWS.
I think the EWS are on quite a few of the 12th days, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
really, I know 12 scale as well, being in the same position as us, that trying to get venues has been difficult, but.
Well, you can't miss everything.
I'm sure. No, that'll be a great event. I think that's, to be honest, that's kind of direction I think. And I mentioned this. I'll probably do a podcast on this very soon.
Ooh.
The direction I think we should be looking at going with our big events, taking not having them as great as this track at Mendip is here. It is miles from anywhere.
Yeah.
Western-super-Mare is 10 minutes drive away, but unless you know exactly where to come to get here, you're not going to find the track. I'm afraid.
I think it's interesting. I mean, it's a very interesting argument that's going on. Conversation. I think you actually posted something on. Facebook, which I thought was very, very apt. You said you couldn't believe how great the coverage of Chico is.
Yeah, I'll be honest. If I'm honest, there's too much of it. I haven't been able to read everything.
We've got
go through all the pictures.
2-3 great websites. Yep. There's stuff we're doing. We're doing stuff on the side, but it's Neo who are doing fantastic stuff. Obviously, Red RC are doing great stuff.
Yep.
We're doing little bits and bobs. You've got the American sites as well. You've got French sites, and you've got Live RC, and you've got an all access pass. That's okay. I've got the standard thing. Oh my God, that's poor. Yeah. But let's not go into that now. The question I have really about that, and I think it's something I'd be interested to talk to you about because you organise. I reckon that as you say, that the RC community has been served brilliantly by the RC media in Chico.
Yes.
The best ever, I think, because Argentina was a disaster and hasn't been. Yep. And you know, there's been the other smaller World Championships. Yeah, we did Bangkok and that sort of thing. But the question I really have, and it's, no one outside the RC community will ever know it happened.
Ah, that's an interesting point.
Hence the reason, let me see, for example...
I haven't seen what happened yesterday, but I know that A-Main Hobbies had done a lot of promotion around the local area. They'd actually made a genuine TV advert, and I don't mean a TV advert for RC Racing TV that went out on it was cable TV, but it was on
that's fine, that's cable, cables in the States, that's not...
States. They deliberately planned on the Saturday a family fun day, so they had a rent-a-car track, I believe, next to the main track, so people could turn up and rent cars. They had a fireworks display Saturday night, which ended up, I believe, being quite old time, because when they ran the extra round of qualifying, they started the fireworks as they finished the last lap on the.
I haven't seen the sum-up event from Matt yesterday.
I haven't either, because as I say, here in the middle of nowhere, I mean, near Western Supermare, we have very little internet.
Well,
so
we got a satellite.
Well, you're doing it right then.
Sometimes.
I think, yeah, and that's the key. It's how you then push it out into the normal people out there, or I suppose you got the motorsport enthusiasts who want to go and see it because it's a motorsport event, and there's a bit of interest in that. I mean, the track, I believe, was very close to a
Costco,
NASCAR local track dirt level track, which ran on I think Wednesday night or something. So I don't know if there was any kind of cross promotion there that would.
No, I think. I mean, yeah. You look at and certainly the World Championships I've been to, and you've been to a few as well. For example, in Holland, they had a good catchment of local people, but no more than that.
Yes.
In Bangkok again, they had a good catchment of local people, but no more than that.
I think both of those were certainly helped by having a lot of very good local drivers in there. So,
but into the wider thing, this is where perhaps if you look at going into the wider media, I mean, notice that we got there's some stuff recently in Australia. They had an event get onto Channel 9, which was good.
Yep.
But the real thing is, we're breaking into the mainstream media, and I feel that sometimes it all gets a bit inward looking. I know why. I'm not going to go into it now on air, but I think we need to look at the ways of promoting outside. And obviously, I'm slightly biased.
The format of races.
I'm slightly biased because we've got RC Racing TV, which obviously is the only medium that gets to a large number of people outside the community. But I'm not advocating we do everything. I'm advocating that there needs to be a look from the organising bodies, BRCA, EFRA, IFMAR, about how. I mean, EFRA done a very good job in fairs. We work together to do that. But so with IFMAR and local organising, about how you look to bring new people in.
Yep.
Because I don't know. I know when I started racing, it was all kids and a few dads, and perhaps we've all grown old with the sport together.
Yeah.
But
there aren't.
And there's lots of other things that
huge numbers of youngsters coming into the sport anymore.
There's lots of things other youngsters can do. And I think it's great that there's going to be arrive and drive cars. So it's Robin Schumacher. He's going to arrive and drive stuff at Milton Keynes Centre. I know you've been to Milton Keynes Centre. It's where they got it is absolutely perfect. It's right outside John Lewis. It's a permanent. It's a permanent exhibition area that normally does caravans or garden furniture.
Oh, right.
So it's a race meeting.
So yeah, slightly higher speed.
So if you are listening and you are in the UK or watching this anything, just make a date if you die. I think it's the 15th and 16th of February.
I had a funny feeling that was about the right time. Yeah.
You can pull in. You can bring all your family because they can go shopping or whatever, and you can watch them racing. And in fact, you can still enter. I think there's still spaces for that event.
Sure you can.
But I think on a general point, I think I absolutely agree with your thoughts about Chico, how well it had been done. But on the flip side, I just sat there thinking, that's great. There's 5,000 people in the RC community who are chuffed to bits.
Yep.
But again, is that all that matters? Again, the second argument.
That's
I don't know.
Another question, isn't it?
I don't know, but I would like to, you kind of think that with the number of, I don't know whether it's been tried, whether there's issues. But you kind of think with the number of Americans, that you're kind of surprised it's not got a US TV company in there doing a post-production program, which they could do. All they need to do is take a clean feed off Live RC. So what that means? So clean feed means without a feed without the graphics on it, and run it on. Well, the speed channel is gone, but there's Velocity. There's a number of the smaller channels.
Sports 1 now.
Unfortunately, yes. But it's Velocity, and you think you get a kind of a special going on. I know a long time ago, we had quite a conversation with Speed about doing an hour special, and it fell down on a technical reason that would be an issue now, but was an issue then. This is 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And I just like to see the whole thing pushed out wider than it currently is.
I think there's definitely ways to do it, but tell you what, we should continue this conversation on a podcast.
I think we should.
Matt and I vaguely rambled on about before we actually got into the point of talking about the world in our previous podcast.
Theoretically, there's supposed to be a podcast on Tuesday, isn't it? That's not going to happen.
No, yes, it is.
Is it? Oh, you've done it already?
There was a podcast, Ready and Waiting, and
brilliant!
I managed to rope in another excellent star contribution.
Well, all I can say is, Ollie, you've overachieved in my expectations, and I'm sure it might be chuffed to bits.
It's going to go very much downhill from now on, but that's all right. I've got the next one planned as well, which might involve me in a pub. Which, to be fair, I did record one in a pub, and then we decided not to use it because we had a better one because Ty Testman phoned us. So
I remember the one which we didn't use, which you recorded in the bar in the World.
That,
that was very funny. That's when Matt and I had a very in-depth discussion about the use of a single word. It was a clean word at that.
And I just got bored and wandered off and talked to everyone else.
And then he couldn't use it.
And then couldn't use it because there was too much bad language on there.
So this is the start of the C finals. We've waffled through 2 finals. Let's have a look at the...
I
James
need to go off and probably do someone's car, I think.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
So we're over the C final now, and we are a little bit short of timing screens, unfortunately. But the leading car is that white car now going over the start-finish line, which is car number 1. And that is car number 1 of Spencer Jones. In this, the C final. In second place, the green car, which I'm pretty certain, due to a sort of a memory of the previous race, should be car number 6. No, number 2. It's car number 6 in second place, and that is the machine of Bradley Sellers. Sellers makes a mistake there. That leaves Jones way out in the lead in the 1 machine. This is the last leg of the lower finals, their last race of the day. So their personal last race of the day, not the last race of the day. Following now the yellow, the number 10 car of Kai Granger. He goes a little bit wide there as he goes through the chicane before he hits the straight. Kai currently running in 3rd, from 10th on the grid. And he's looking to catch up to the 6 machine of Bradley Sellers. So a little bit short out in the first couple of laps there to give us this particular order of races. So it's Spencer Jones, car 1 from Sellers, from Granger, from Bird, from Clark. Hopkins is in 6th. We're looking at the 3rd place man, Kai Granger, as he goes down the dip through the chicane, and he's going sprinting up onto the back straight. And this the C final for Pro Stock Touring leg 3. Not making a lot of impression. No, it's a little bit closer actually to the number 2 car of Sellers. Gap's about 2 seconds at the moment. That's not a 2 second. That's not a 2 second gap. That's the wrong. He comes through. So about a second. For Jones, from Sellers, from Granger, it's Kai Granger. Oh, very much. Keeping station here in the C final Pro Stock here, the last race for them here at the Mendip National. We're here, BRCA Racing TV, of course, and we're here thanks to Aid and the BRCA and Roger, and of course the rest of the team who organise it, Roger Cosgrove and Adrian Jeffries. And there's a suddenly not much closer. Let's drop back one more to the next 2 cars. I think there might be a bit of a battle there. It's car 4 from car. It'll be car 5, I think. Yeah, it's 4 from 5, which is Bird and Hopkins. Let's see. Oh, Bird makes a mistake, and Hopkins now also lives up his name and hops over one of the the curbs. So can he come through? There's about 25 seconds to go, so probably 2 laps. He tries to pick up 4th place overall, still a long, long way ahead. It's Spencer Jones. This has been what I think this race maybe when you actually look in a dictionary and you read the word processional, I think you may see this race is featured. As I think obviously after a bit of a shuffle in the first couple of corners, everyone's just trolled round in their positions. Whee! There we go. And that's it. That's another race that's finished. And that was the C final pro stock. I'm going to come out with the B final pro stock. Oh, Mark Young's told me when the EWS dates are. It is the 6th. Oh, right, so he has got a clash on the 16th of February. Ah, damn! I'll have to do more work at the. But yes, we will be live streaming from the 12th National in Milton Keynes. But I would recommend if you are near Milton Keynes, come down and see it. It'd be great fun. On the I think it's the 15th and 16th of February, we'll be down there live streaming. We're hoping that John Hindhoff will be doing the PA and the commentary work, which will be great. And we're now heating up the B final for Superstock. This is the 3rd round of all this fun and games. And our car 1 is Tom Evers, car 2 Chris Clark, car 3 Michael Ball, car 4 Jamie Hickling, car 5 Will Vertigan. Car 6 is Rob Chaldecott, sorry. Car 7 Matt Lax, car 8 Tim Hancock, car 9 Daniel Booker, car 10 Scott Booth. Looking at Paul Beatty next to me. He looks quite relaxed in his world of. Any chance of getting him on camera very quick? Oh no, the race is about to start. Can't do it. I just like his hat levels. So Chris Kenny walks up and we have the guys in the grid. Let's get to the front of the grid. Let's have a look at the front of the grid there, James. And it is, of course, Tom Evers from Chris Clark at the start, at the front at the start. Evers in the green machine, Clark. And here it counting down to start. Oh, so moving slightly. There you go, and it's a good start by all. I'm not actually sure that first position is that much of an advantage on the pole position, in fairness, but what up the inside? Nice move by Clark out the inside, and the 3 is also coming through, and that's the 3 of Michael Ball. So Clark got through the lovely run there up the inside of the straight. I don't know if we've got that at all. Not really, it wasn't a good enough shot, fair enough. So anyway, Clark gets through with a bit of a good run up the inside of the start finish logo, and that's left Evers behind him. So it's Clark from Evers, and 3 spun out. And we then have 7. So in 3rd place now, it is Matt Lax in the 7. So it's 2, 1, 7 as they go down the back straight. Come down the infield, and they'll go down the carousel. Clark, oh, and the spin problem that. So now the battle now is for 2nd place because Lax has got through to 2nd. As Evers made a mistake. So Lax in the white, pink, and blue car. Quite a common combination of colours actually. It's a bit of a Mark Reinhard tribute machine. Going out the back straight now, and right behind him is the green and white car of Tom Evers. There's Lax and Evers looks down on power. That car doesn't look particularly looks. Do
you want the start again?
Yeah, go on then. Let's see if we've got a replay machine. Let's use it. And they come down, and you see that he gets through all right. But what goes wrong here is Evers doesn't get to run this next element here. Clark gets up the inside, and behind the marshal gives it guns, and just a little bit of a kiss there. I don't think Evers is slightly down on power. Thank you for that. And that's how it happened again. Clark actually now has... Evans is out of this, and Clark was a bit while we're off camera, and we need to get on the start-finish straight now. Start-finish straight now, and into the carousel. This is the battle for first. Suddenly Clark and Lax are all over to him. We showed our replay, and obviously it must be a bit of a coming together. And look at that, they're 30.5. They've got a drive out the core there and took the lead in that straight on the straight there. Get past Clark. So Matt Lax now takes the lead in this leg. Clark in second. Evans, car not looking particularly lively in this third leg. I don't know he's done something different to it. It was just it's a visual strangeness I'm seeing. But Lax has got ahead. Now he's pulling away. Round the carousel, he's going to turn a quick right down the start-finish straight, and then they turn right then left through the switchback before they go down the dip and into the chicane for the lead corner onto the main straight. And Lax's car, he's a 13.5 boosted, so they're not obviously looking turbo nutter bastard speed we've been seeing on the modified. But Lax, who's qualified quite a long way down, suddenly has found a new lease of speed in this B final for Superstock. Clark's looking ponderous as well. Lax has done something. I don't know what it is. As he comes down, pick up the car there. And there we go down. It's Chris Clark we're seeing here is in second place. As he moves round up through the straight. So Lax now leading from Clark. Evans in third, Michael Ball fourth, Daniel Booker is fifth, Scott Booth is sixth. Says coughing badly. Let's see him pick up our leader. He's going through the onto the main straight now. So our leader down the straight he goes. Right turn, comes in tight, moves around the carousel. Right hand turn, now squirts down the back straight. Left right of the switchback, down the dip. Nice, very nice. Matt driving very, very nice. I've raced against Matt many times in 12. I've even beaten him sometimes, but he's certainly putting in an excellent performance this particular final. He comes up to this bit of lapping as the car dive bombs around him as he comes down to lap him. About 2 minutes to go of this one. Again, quite a quiet final. Lax looking good for this one though. So Matt, who runs out the Tamworth Club normally. He's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. He's a long way ahead of Chris Clark. He's got about, I would say, 6 seconds on Clark. No, not 6, 4 seconds on Clark, I would say. Now, about to come hit some traffic as we get very much towards the back end of the race. And that's it now. The race is finished. It's the last lap for Matt. And there is our winner. So Matt Lax picks up the victory there. We now wait for the A final Super Stock Leg 3, and I think the first time I might actually be able to get the correct graphic up for it. For those of you who come down later wanting to go, oh, I must go and see what happened in the event. Yeah, it may well be that you may find that I haven't always had the correct graphic up. Oh, well, it's me. Oh, look, it's P. Beatty.
I can cut the camera, so I can set it away if need be.
Oh, he's just such a an amazing sideways hatted sort of person. Okay, we're currently without a timing screen again, which is slightly worrying. You please know why the timing's gone again. So we need your stopwatch.
Stopwatch?
Yeah, timing's gone again. Not sure why the timing's gone again.
So it's A final Pro Stock leg number 3. Zach Finley, of course, already wrapped this one up, but he's taken the start again. Gonna try and make 3 legs from 3.
He just wants to. He just likes driving. He's a driving fan, I think you'll find. So, those are the cars. And are you pleased to know Mark Young has posted the dates for your own event?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that.
And you are busy on the 15th, on the 16th.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, luckily, I can watch it all on the archive footage after the race.
Well, you can see the whole of Saturday on your. Oh, you'll be setting up Saturday, won't you? Be working hard.
Probably not till the evening, so we can watch that.
Well, you can come down. It's not that far. Milton Keynes. I'll buy you a burger.
It's just the offer's amazing.
Oh, you know, my generosity knows many bounds, and then off they go, and the final gets underway. And
A final Pro Stock leg number 3.
And it's Finley who gets away first, with Mark Wallace right behind, and then it's car 3 of Lee Price in third. So 1, 2 and 3 as they go through the chicane before they hit the main straight. Finley, who's done he's obviously done an absolutely outstanding job within this particular class. Is it just he's had a really good season, or do you think he should be in the mod side?
He's a very, very good driver, and he's certainly had the whole package work well from this year with his car and electronics on board. But no, I think Zach's certainly one we're looking if he makes that step up to mod next year. I think he'll certainly, he's not going to be straddling around at the back of the field. Let's not say that. He should be on the pace in mod as well. You'd think. Very, very good driver. He's had some 5 nationals and 5 wins. You can't really get much better than that. But leading this A final, but being put under pressure now by Mark Wallace. He's sitting there. It's not right on his bumper, but he's there or thereabouts. So if Zach makes any mistakes, he only got to run a couple of corners a bit wide, like he just does there. And
well, we saw this actually before, but Mark was much quicker at the start of the race. Well, much quicker. Was quicker relative towards Zach in the start of the race, but then Zach kind of eased out as he went. Now I also know that we've got different stages of the tyre degradation and wear as they run through the finals, but certainly so Wallace has got a slight edge in at the moment, but whether he'll hold that for the whole 5 minutes is questionable.
Yeah, I think that's the key. I mean, Zach obviously knows he's got this one in the bag, so he's not got anything to lose for this leg at all, but just kind of showing that still after however many runs he's done, all these sets of tyres, he's still got a lot of pace in the car. And although we're probably at a point now where everyone's essentially on at the same point, I wouldn't have thought anyone saved like 1 set of tyres for the last final. So probably everyone is on probably 3 run old tyres now. So yeah, like you said, it's just the amount of drop off during the run.
But you are right that he is much closer, Mark, at the moment. I think he should obviously decide he wasn't exact.
I think Mark's quicker at the moment, to be honest. He's closing the gap down.
Oh, until that moment.
And puts it into the fence.
That's quite unlucky. I think he must have... and the car's gone. Yeah, when you come off the end of a straight, even with a 13.5 time motor and hit a wall as a wheel, there's a giveaway. Is that someone at the
Zach rolls it, and Zach rolls it coming out of the chicane.
Oh, right, so Zach's dropped down to second.
Zach down to second, which puts Lee Price.
It does. After
into the lead.
What's quite amusing was somehow Mark Wallace he picked the car up, and the Martin then picked up another wheel, which is always a giveaway as a problem.
Yeah.
When all your wheels are not connected. So we have first and second now. Let's go and see them if we can. And let's look at the accident again. Thank you. And first and second are diving down the back straight. So it's the pink and white and blue car leading, and that is the machine of Lee Price. And then behind him is our erstwhile already crowned perfect score as far as points is concerned, man, Zach Finley.
I think Zach's not going to let this one go, though. He's trying to hunt him down. Evenly matching speed down the back straight. But then
2 minutes to go. Thank you for starting your stopwatch because the timing's not working.
I think I got it about right. So yeah, about 2 minutes of racing left here. Well, 2 minutes of racing left in Pro Stock class for the BRCA 2013. And we've just got 5 modified finals left to run, so we're getting towards the end. And
Finley's definitely got the pace on Price, but I'm going to use the Murray Walkerism. Catching is one thing, passing is another. He's coming on the carousel. He's taken a lot of time out of him in this lap.
Definitely, you can see the gap. You can visibly see the gap coming down, almost corner by corner now. Well, really struggling there for lead. Looked like trying to get the car turned in. Looked like that was the problem there. It had the traction coming off the corner, but just trying to get the turn in. Whereas Zach's car much more hooked up, put it on a better line to get the drive off as well. But once again, as I go through that section of the track and now through the chicane, that's where Lee ran wide last time. And again, well, this time runs wide and then runs too tight, clipping the curb, and that slows him down. So Zach closing him down as they go down the straightaway.
And he's done the mistake as well. So Finley does exactly what Wallace did, not quite so dramatically that he didn't then slam the wall, but he just took a tiny bit too much curb on the inside, and he's rolled it. And
well,
that's
1
given
minute
space
left, I
for
would
Price.
say that lead is now uncatchable. Is that? That's not even a phrase, is it?
Unassailable?
Really? That's better. Yeah.
I like
He's got an unassailable lead.
uncatchable.
It's got an uncatchable lead.
Saying that, of course, it's not because anything can
and
happen.
now what we're doing, of course, is as we're commentating on him, saying how far the lead is, he's going to crash.
Oh, well, obviously, that's
what always happens.
That's part of the rules, isn't it? It's the curse of the commentator.
But at the moment, that white, blue and pink Schumacher MI5 goes around the carousel one more time. 25 seconds left, so probably 2 or 3 laps around the Mendip circuit. On the short shoot, he goes into the dip through the chicane and then round the sweeper onto the back straightaway one more time. Obviously, a big part of the Schumacher team. His brother up there at the front of the A final and getting the job done here in the stock class. I don't know where this is going to put him, but this might actually then be enough to put him second overall in stock today.
Well, Mark had a good run previously, but obviously he's out and getting a 10
it's going to be 2 seconds from. I think that's the 5-minute buzzer. So it's going to be finish the lap you're on, and barring any problems, he gets around that bank corner. We've seen the 2 previous leaders throw the cars off the track. And then he comes around to cross the line. Lee Price taking the win here in A final leg number 3. Zach Finley still closing him down in second place, but that might, I think, be enough to give him second overall behind Zach. I don't know what that means in terms of championship positions either.
No, we are bereft of champion position, but we can certainly we'll get the overall results in a while when we get the connection back from the wireless. But that is, as you say, the end of stock for 2013. And as a man who's running this class in different areas, sum it up for us. Is it 2 words, Zach Finley, or is there more to it?
There's an awful lot more to it, to be honest. There's Zach is definitely the class of the field, and whilst he might not be the person that wins every meeting, he's up there on the podium, and essentially he's the person that everyone's got to beat. In the BTCC series, which runs about 2 weeks before each national, Zach again was very competitive, but it was actually Richard King, one of my EWS team, who took the overall victory at the overall championship in the 13.5 class. So Zach can be beaten. Has been beaten a few races this year. There's a few drivers who are, a little bit above the rest of the field, such as Zach and Richard, but it is a very competitive class, and even if you take those top drivers out of it, look at the different names that we see featuring the A final each time around. There's a number of different drivers making it into the A main, and I think that shows the competitiveness of the class.
Well, it certainly means some good racing.
Is that summed up in 2 words for you?
That's brilliant, I like that. And no, it's certainly means competitive racing. And I think actually, I remember when we came down here 2 years ago, the 10.5s did look almost exactly the same speed as the modified. And there is actually a noticeable difference now.
Yeah,
which surely is the point.
Yeah, absolutely. There should be a speed difference between the 2 classes. I know there was a lot of talk, particularly before the start of this year, as whether we should have the 13.5 classes boosted or running the 0 time in Blinky class. But with the size of the tracks we race our national series on, so Mendip, I think Mendip's probably the second biggest track. Cotswolds maybe a little bit bigger in terms of a couple more longer straights. You certainly, actually get to stretch their legs there. Even around the other tracks, Stafford, West London,
Which is your
and
favourite,
Aldershot,
or the Molly?
Which are slightly smaller. They're all, the cars are of a good speed. They're a nice drivable speed.
Which is your favourite of the tracks? You've done them all now, haven't you? The BRCA, because the BRCA Championship kind of goes 3 weeks before, doesn't it?
Yep.
So which are your favourite of these circuits?
I don't know. I like an awful lot of them. Mendip, I've always, apart from this year, I've got on really well here. The Cotswolds is a fantastic facility all round. We know that. West London, local to me, there's a lot of home track advantage there, but sadly I don't have that, so that one. An Aldershot, certainly popular with the drive as well. Stafford, maybe not a driver's favourite, but it's a nice layout, it's a challenging layout and a challenging track, and it's good to have some variety in the series. So if it's me personally, of all the tracks we race on, Cotswolds is my favourite, but we've got a national series, and it doesn't matter what your favourite track is. You've got to compete on all 5, and we've seen that in Pro Stock, and we're going to see it later on in the modified A final leg 3, which will decide the championship.
It certainly will. I can't fault you on that logic there. I will see you for the modified A final. And so Ollie now goes on to prepare what he has to prepare. As I seem to pick up a slight error on. I'm fine. Yeah, I got some problem with these things. So this is the E final for Super Touring. It's trolling around at the moment. Thomas originally Tony Forster, Rob Harry, Shane Walker, Tim Holloway. We'll just give you a little bit of a rest to our cameraman. Young James, who's not only our cameraman, he's also the man who sorted out the magic of the what's the word for it? Magic of the. It's Paul looks like he needs 3/4 of sleep. Of the satellite as well. So you're viewing this through the wonders of satellite. We're quite pleased about that. We've also had some problems due to wonders of power, and we are now enjoying the evening sun here, as it is 20 to 4 in the evening. Obviously, night's drawing in. The evening sun here in Mendip. We've got this is the E final Super Touring. Then we've got obviously the DCB before the final A final. We will. Looking to see what we can do elsewhere. So this is the final for the E drivers. Then we have the final for the D drivers, and so on and so on and so on. As we build up for about 25 minutes time for the final of the day. It's good, isn't it? Because how many times do I say final in one little kind of thing? Then after the final we will interview some of the drivers if we can. Hopefully we'll know who won. That could be a question. Yes, and then we'll be off air, and then we'll just pack up. No, I'm not sure why you need to know that.
If you want to help,
yeah.
Pack up and,
if you've got 10 minutes and you're near Mendip, we've got a lot of equipment. And when I say a lot of equipment, I mean a lot of equipment.
Well, there's at least 5 computers here, aren't there?
Yeah, one's not ours though, so that's all right. We've got
an awful lot of cabling.
We've got computers to monitor the satellite. We've got computers to monitor. Computers to do the broadcasting is being done by the smallest of the lot. And then there's I've got another computer monitoring the broadcast. You've got a computer running the Wirecast, not the Wirecast, the thingy job.
Switching and replaying and things.
Yes, we've had a couple of good replays now after you missed the first one. Honestly. We'll check out the various phones. I think at the moment we're quite safe because Matt's not woken up yet, so he'll be asleep still. It's what, 1600 hours? We might wake up. Actually, it's coming to 8 o'clock their time, isn't it? You might wake up and spy. So we should get all serious now, shouldn't we? Yes, and here we are at the wonderful Mendip circuit in the deep west country of England, where they make cheese. And now let's go down the wiki hole with Paul Big Band Bateman. So it's a lovely day here at the circuit of Mendip, and we're seeing some marvellous little touring cars go around the circuit. In fact, if we look here, we can see just the end of the initial E final for Super Touring. Mrs. Witherspoon over there making tea, and I can see coming out of the pavilion Charlie and Barry. They'll be opening for the second 11 not too long from now. And that is the E final finished. And it was won by Thomas Ridgely with a 17 lapper. Tony Foster was second, Rob Harry was third, Shane Walker was fourth, and John Holliman was fifth. So, oh, interestingly, according to the clock, just 16:09 is when the A final will go off. So I'll give yourself a couple of minutes. So about 16:07 local, 17:07 in Europe. Other times are available. We're now 1:45 from the D final of Super Touringness. People gathering around to set the cars going, and that will feature the following drivers: Damien Giddins, Adam Wynyard, Chris Taylor, Chris Smith, James Plimmer, Dean Johnson, Harley Eldridge, sorry, Martin Aldridge, who we've seen quite a lot of because he's been from 8th, been doing quite well, Chris Betts and Andy Travis.
You know the class I was in doing What's It at Halifax? What was that one called?
The class you were doing What's It at Halifax?
Yeah, what was that one?
That's 1/8 track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I much prefer this because they
it's
get
quiet.
on with it.
They do get on with it, yes.
There's 5-minute warm-ups every time.
There's no fanaffing about, is there?
No.
We're straight off and going.
Yeah.
And you also, the other thing about it is you tend to know what you're doing, whereas with the fuel cars, because they actually start at different parts of the lap, it's very confusing. And of course, more importantly, we've had a few timing issues here, but they haven't been a major thing because you can work out visually where cars are. Can't do that with the fuel cars because after 10 minutes you've got no idea.
No idea at all.
I mean, you haven't got much idea to begin with, but even less idea after 10 minutes, that's for sure. So there's about 20 minutes to the big final, finale of the event. I think Matt's missed out. I think Matt's missed out by being in California. He may have.
It's nothing like being here.
I'd also like to point out, I think this is a very key thing, that obviously we all go on trips together, don't we?
Yep.
Yeah, Matt has listened to Matt California, yes, Chris. But he can. Well, I would say about this that he's missed out on one thing, and I think it's very key. I think I always make sure we get a good breakfast, and I understand the person he's gone with this time hasn't been so careful on the breakfast front.
Oh dear. Well, that's not not starting the day right.
I know.
You know.
I was a great believer in going to. If I'm in America, you go to Denny's and fill up. You haven't got to eat again for the next 2 days.
That's right.
Where's our cameraman gone, by the way?
I think he went to get a cup of tea.
Yeah. Do you want to try and see if you can catch it with just mini cameras and things?
I'll try.
Because we've got a bit of the circuit here, and Giddins is leading, and he's just lost. Now car 2's got in front. It's Wynyard now leading from Giddins. I think third place is the car 3 of Chris Taylor. Indeed it is. Ah, here he comes. He's brought Dr. Pepper. Is he insane? What, Dr. Pepper? There's no reason for that. Dr. Pepper, there's no reason for that. Honestly, you get these cameramen coming, they start drinking foreign drinks. Quite frankly, Sheila, I'm shocked. You bring these boys along, they start drinking a foreign drink. So it's Wynyard from Giddins, from Taylor, Johnson, Plimmer and Betts. And a little bit of a conflagration as we go around on the top. But certainly it's been a good start for Adam Wynyard, a long way ahead. And Giddins and Taylor having a good ding-dong at the moment. Giddins nicely up the inside there to go into the dip. Going around now. Giddins and those two cars there, that's Giddins and Taylor. And we pick them up now. There's the Dr. Pepper fueled James Parry. I'm slightly worried about Dr. Pepper. I don't know what it is. I think it's just not right. Speaking down, so Giddins now is bridging the gap towards Wynyard in the lead. So, not quite sure what Damien did. He dropped back and now he's decided, no, you know what, I'm actually going to go for it. So Wynyard, Giddins, Taylor is how it goes. And Giddins goes a bit wide there. He comes around the carousel and going to turn right onto the start-finish straight. Again through the switchback. Down the dip and definitely gaining now on Wynyard. He gained absolutely nothing the last lap. To the 100th second they were the same, but that's not the point. He's definitely gaining. Remember that. Just because the timing says he's not, doesn't mean he isn't. So on this lap, he gained 200th of a second, so I'm right. But that'll take about 70 laps to catch up, so he's currently 1.07 seconds behind. Giddins trying to catch up to Wynyard in the lead. Taylor's in third, Johnson fourth. Gideon's got a bit closer there. He picked up 14 hundredths of a second there. So you can now smell the back of Wynyard's car. So that's the white, yellow and red car. And then behind him it's Gideon's in the blue, lime green and orange machine, but mainly blue, but striped up. And Gideon's now right in his tail. Picked up another 3/10 in that one. So Wynyard wants to try and hold on. Gideon's has, I think, a winner DNF, so he needs another win to take this race overall. Gideon's, oh, and he got a real snake on there as he came down the dip. And that has basically handed all his hard work with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. For the past like 3 minutes has been completely blown by the fact he just got a bit of a wobble on. So Wynyard now really just needs to try and keep the car on straight and going. So he's tightened up slightly. He's now driving a very defensive route. And only gained 6/10 despite the fact that Gideon's a massive mistake. So Wynyard's about 4/10 off what he should be doing, which is around about an 18 flat, perhaps an 18.1. Gideon's who's catching up quite quickly. So Wynyard ponderously around that corner, but still leading, 18.3. Gideon's about 400ths faster. And Damien really needs to be the second half of the chicane is what's costing him time. This is a good lap for Wynyard if he doesn't get too wide going around the top corner. Around the carousel, we're down to the last 55 seconds or so. He picked up another 3/10 there. So Wynyard knows what he has to do. Gideon's been able to watch. He had a lot of problems around this second half. He got it right this time. Had a lot of problems with the second half of that chicane leading onto the main banked corner onto the main straight. This is the ebb and flow side of things. It's going to flow definitely towards Gideon's. He's enjoying the flow of the ebb and flow. There he goes. But now with just 1 lap to get, they might get 2 laps. It's going to be really kind of close where this is the last lap of the 1 more to go. It looks like Wynyard's going to take this D final in modified, get into his chances. He's kind of blown it with a couple of fishtail slight errors. Wynyard, whilst quite tight, has driven very, very well. He's driven a race that's been free of errors, and that's why he's still ahead as we enter the absolute last lap now. Come round, Gideon's right up his backside now, so just 1 more corner to go, and he's going to take it, I think. And Wynyard does take the win. Gideon's is in second. And some good driving there. Nice work from both of them. Excellent work from our Dr. Pepper's fired up cameraman. They just look at me like I shouldn't be as surprised at Dr. Pepper drinking. That's what they say about all sorts of things. I never have. By gone. Right, we're now getting down to the sharp end of the whole day. There's 3 races to go. There's the C, B and the A of the modified. Stay with us after the broadcast because we're going to probably try and talk. We are actually going to try and talk to the driver. We're not going to probably try and talk to them. We're slightly limited by a power supply that we went ping earlier, so we haven't got our radio mics, but we're going to use waggly wires and people pushing. Come over here, you. Come here. So we've certainly enjoyed the day. Thank you. I'm going to thank Adrian and Roger Cosgrove for having us. We also like to thank the British weather for not making us very wet, which we are not
yet.
Oh, stop it! Well, yeah, slight brown, possibly. So we now get ready for the C final, which has Matt White, who won 1 of the rounds and broke down in 1 of the rounds, and apparently his speedo's thermally because he hasn't. Then again, he said he hadn't checked either the settings on it, which is quite amusing. Jamie McDonald car 2, Andy Murray car 3, Lee Burton car 4, Alex Brocklebank car 5, Aaron Rose car 6, Gary Dyson car 7, Chris O'Donoghue car 8, Nathan Wynyard car 9, and Tristan Neal is car number 10. Let's see what we're going to get. So, now counting down, and we can see that on pole Here's Matt White with the blue car, and just next to him is Dave McDonough. Andy Murray on 3, Burton on 4. Brocklebank has had a 1 win and a good result. Is quite well placed for the finals overall in this one, the C final here in Mendip, round 5 of the British Touring Car Championship. The British BRCA Touring Car Championship, actually. And we're off. Oh, very slow start, an appalling start there from McDonough. He's out straight away, but White streaks off in the lead, up on 2 wheels. In second place, Andy Murray. Third, it's Brocklebank. I think that's 5. Yeah, so it's 1 from 3 from 5. All the odd numbers have done well. Car 2 just nowhere after putting off on the side of the road. So Matt White, who's out of position really, you don't expect him to be in the A final, so he should have the pace. Murray, also not particularly performing as he want to. They go round the switchback and then go down the dip before they get to the chicane. We're following the front 3 here. And that's your leader going down the straight. Matt White, Murray holding on to him, not losing too much. Now running on older tyres. Not sure his second or third run tyres. They've got 3 sets for 8 runs, so kind of think it might be a third run or possibly a outside chance of the second run. Quite brave to save it to now. White beginning to pull away very slightly, so Matt White now looking a bit better for his better value. Murray not making much of a impression, so the actual battle at the moment is for 3rd and 4th, James. So that's that. You've got it. The white, the orange car, the white car, which is Brocklebank, and the orange machine of car number. He's just trying to see the number radio 6. So that's Aaron Rose. So it's Brocklebank from Rose. It's battle for 3rd. First and second still well spread out. They come now, about to go around the carousel. Around that sharp right onto start finish straight, and then through the switchback right left, and they'll go down the dip, brake hard into the chicane, and then onto the sweeper, which leads into the main straight. And they go the top bend, and just trying to go, always trying to pull that car in as it gets sucked in by the speed, but actually the camber's helping you get round there, that top corner. Brocklebank leading, well, he's 3rd, he's ahead of Rose. They're beginning to slightly gain on Andy Murray, but not much, and Murray's quite safe in his position, as is Matt White, who's leading. But Matt, oh, and at the inside, and the accident as well. So he hopped and fiddled, and sort of a double mistake there. Both Rose and Brocklebank made a mistake at the same time, but the net result was that Rose got through. Let's see if we can see that one again. Here we come in. Let's have a look at this again. They come down, almost backing it in, trying to back out of it, and Brocklebank trying to cut him off, and that was an interesting move there. So it's a good run from Rose, and Rose, as we pick him up, is down the straight, and now he's beginning to pull away again from Brocklebank. So Rose has got the speed of Brocklebank, and he's got past him. Braking hard. Turn round, and Brocklebank has a good half lap from him. He pulled back quite a bit of the distance he's lost to Rose in this battle for 3rd place. You see Murray is very happily in 2nd, and Matt White is currently in a different county. I think he's in Cornwall racing. He's so far ahead. Rose and Brocklebank both a bit ponderous there through that. So let's see if we can find Matt White. He's our leader. He's going through traffic. No, he's ahead of traffic. He's actually now going through the dip now and going right onto the main straight. On the straight now, it's the blue and white car, James, at the end of the straight. And he picks along. As he accelerates there, Matt White has led all 3 races, every lap of all the races, apart from when he broke down. He's beginning to lead this one. Now the question is, will he last the whole distance, or will he thermal out? He's got 47 seconds to last, so he's got 3 laps. This and 2 more. Actually, might be this and 3 more, actually. He goes down the straight. That car lifts up under the brutal acceleration. It's 4.5 turn motor. Now the carousel. Switch back. Down the dip. Left and right. So this is the C final in Super Touring. We have the B final, then of course we have the main event, which is the third leg of the A final. One leg so far to Elliot Harper, and one leg as Matt White. Did he quite clip it? I think yes, he has. He finished. And one leg to Chris Granger. And we have a chance to see who is going to be crowned British champion. Before you say, I have absolutely no idea who's been crowned British champion, I must admit. So it was Matt White from Andy Murray, Maren Rose in that one. Alex Brocklebank was 4th, and we now move to the B final. And the B final will involve Alan Bickerstaff in car 1, Matthew Wynyard in car 2, Sam Clifton in car 3, Chris Ashton in car 4, Dave Bowen in car 5, Chris Slater in car 6. In 7... it is car number 7 is John Pape, then Merv Wiggler in 8th, Brian Eldridge in car 9, and David Hall is car 10. As the cars do a little squiddly bit and come back to the start of this race. Bickerstaff won the first one, but he did not win the second one, for he was taken out quite loudly. And so he needs to win this one to win overall for this race. So we are 10 minutes away now, or 9 minutes away from the final. So we have 2 races to go. The chat. Well, possibly a chat that might run away. I don't know. So at the front we have Bickerstaff and Wynyard, and then Clifton and Ashton. We are now getting on to the end of the countdown. And they're off for the B final, and a good start. Oh, and that was a big instant coming there. Very over ambitious, but it's Bickerstaff leading. In second place, was that Chris Ashton who got through in second? It's hard to see, can't see the number. I think it might be Ashton who got through. And Wynyard and possibly Clifton. We need to wait and see if it comes through, but it was the leader. Was Bickerstaff got away. There was some action behind. Whoever is that blue and white car hasn't got enough stickers on their car, and I'm going to be very upset with them. I'm not sure whether that's actually Wynyard or Clifton. Let's say, or Ashton. It's a Schumacher, because it may well be Ashton in second at the moment. The battle here is for second and third, which I think is Ashton against car 6 of Slater. So Ashton and Slater, and then behind them now and catching up, it's the car number 5 of Bowen. The bonus Slater who battled quite a bit in the last final, and now also battling again, but they're behind Chris Ashton, who's in second. Schumacher, and they've got leading it up ahead, of course, is Alan Bickerstaff with the associated machine, and there's some more action behind them as cars spin spectacularly up and down and round. So we're looking at the battle currently for third and fourth. The 5 of Bowen trying to catch up the 6 of Slater. Bickerstaff looking comfortable in the front. Slight move forward now from the 5 car, getting close to the 6. So it is more a case of Bowen moving up and Slater. Bickerstaff leading, Ashton second. And now getting very, very close. So this is now a chance really for 5. So what we need to see is will Bowen start making a move on Slater to come now onto the main straight. Who's got the fastest car? Certainly, the 6 machine's got a way better rip off that particular corner. Bowen then makes up in the tighter bits. Bowen now coming in tight. Needs to go down the dip. If we hit the brake hard before we hit the chicane, before we get the sweeper onto the main straight. And again, the 6 machine of Slater pulls away on the 5 machine of Bowen. Bowen picks it all up on the braking phase as they go back up in the hill again towards the carousel. But it is very much 6 from 5. Still got Bickerstaff leading. And still got Chris Ashton in second, and these are the cars which are closest. Ashton beginning to make a move towards Bickerstaff. Keep an eye on that. But these are the closest 2 cars on the track in competition. Doesn't always look it. And we are down a minute and a half to go. I think we need to just move now forward to our leaders, who are now going through the switchback and about to go down the dip. And that is car number 1 there. That car there is 1, you're right. Need to drop back from these aren't the ones. It's the 4th car here is the leader. The 1 car behind that is the leader. There we go, and that is Bickerstaff. And he's now got traffic, and then behind him is Ashton in the blue and white machine. He's let through by the orange 7 of John Pape. I'm pretty certain he let Ashton through as well. So that's first and second now going the back straight. They're down to the last 45 seconds or so. Bickerstaff and Ashton are very close together. Ashton now looking to get on terms with Bickerstaff in these last couple of laps. They go round the chicane and on the sweeper up onto the main straight. But it looks like Bickerstaff's got it all in control, but it's obviously one error from Disaster, and he had that earlier. And this will be his second win after a DNF in the leg 2, which will give him this B final. Qualified BQ, the worst qualification position there is. In fact, now after Ashton beginning to eat into the lead for a while, it's now stabilised, and this is probably the last lap. They might just get one more. In fact, they will. So this is now the last lap. And Bickerstaff amongst traffic, and Ashton really not had a very good period in the middle of the race, and that's just not really stayed there since then. So Bickerstaff needs to go around 3 more corners, and he will take the win in this one. And that's a win for Alan, and Chris Ashton is second, and Slater and Bowen, I think, stayed in positions as they had done. So another processional race, but it was an interesting ebb and flow there, as Chris dropped back and then tried to gain on our erstwhile leader. Now we are in the build-up for the final race of the day and the final race of the BRCA season. That is the final leg of the Super Touring Championship. It's come down to a battle between Chris Granger and Elliot Harper. Both have a leg win so far. Chris Granger has a second and Elliot Harper has a DNF, so slight advantage to Chris. If Chris wins this leg and wins the round, they'll be tied on points, and there'll be a very complicated countback going on if Elliot's second overall. So Elliot needs to get this car to the finish and with enough points to get second. So the full grid is Chris Granger in car 1, Elliot Harper in car 2, James Hart car 3, Colin Price car 4, Chris Kurzweil 5, Ben Cosgrove 6, Zach Smith 7, Stefan Chizowski 8, Ollie Jeffries 9, and Paul Pinckney 10. Ollie Jeffries is the outgoing British champion. Not had a great day. I think he's going to finish 3rd overall in the championship. Not today. He's had a bit of a mare on this particular event at Mendip, an event he's done well in the past. So we're going to bring you the final race of the season. We're going to try and grab a few interviews, and then we're going to go and, I don't know, do something else exciting, I think. And we are waiting now for the big event. And more importantly, my erstwhile commentary colleague turns up. So I throw him a kind of a thing. And it's the last race of the season, and it's all boiled down to these 5 minutes and 10 seconds, approximately. And in the frame you see Chris Granger on the right in pole, and behind him the orange machine of Elliot Harper. Elliot, who's been running prototype Durango all year and has therefore not bothered to get his body shells painted properly. I'm ready to go. And they're off, and it's a good start from Granger. Harper's side as well. 1-2 get through quite a way, so they're now clear and free. But Harper possibly under early pressure from the number 3.
That's James Hart, in second of the orange cars. Fast starting James Hart. He's been there or thereabouts all season, but not quite got a result.
And already the top 2 are beginning to break away. So already it's come down to the Granger-Harper battle. Now this is what happened last time, and Granger made a mistake which let Harper through. Then he had to fight hard to get back, and then he made a second mistake. And Elliot right on his backside this time, much closer I think than either of the previous 2 rounds.
They come down the hill and then into the carousel section now. There's a battle for 3rd place, but it's so the battle up front at the moment with Granger versus Harper going through the switchbacks. And then into the dip through the chicane they go. Ald running a little bit of curb there, but gets away with it, so they come onto the back straight one more time.
As they now come down the hill into the carousel, I mean, it's noticeable this time whether how could set
Granger ran a bit wide going through the carousel, then it looked up the inside, but not enough space to make a move. He's looking up the inside again.
And when they come down this short chute straight in front of us, you can actually see the cars lift up under the power, the massive amount of power they put down in grip of these timed up 4.5 motors. I mean, they're probably pulling at least half a horsepower in a 3 kilogram car. Actually, no, not 3 kilogram, 1.5 kilogram car. Sorry, I'm in the wrong class. 1.5 kilogram car. So the power to weight ratio is amazing. And Elliot there, fishtailing slightly in the second part of the chicane. And that's giving Chris a minuscule extra 2/10. And Elliot also drifted a bit wide there. So Elliot now pushing very hard to catch up.
Chris Granger still out in front, Elliot second, then behind them we've got James Hart and Colin Price battling for 3rd place. Then Steph's worked up into 5th, but back out to the front.
And we are
Chris Granger leading them down the straight.
1:45
Oh, Elliot goes sideways and is upside down on the grass.
Now, this is massively important because this means I don't think Elliot will finish 2nd overall. Because Elliot needed to finish 2nd. He's got a DNF and a low score. Now, this is going to get very complicated, but I do believe that if Elliot does not finish 2nd here and Chris wins, that's it.
It could well be that. Could well be the.
That could be the moment where I
think.
think
The problem with his car then, or
Elliot needs to get as many positions as possible because he needs a 2nd overall. Chris still leading.
He's now up behind.
So what we need to do is we need to drop to the orange car. James, we need to pick up the orange car on the short straight now, going through the switchback and going down the dip because this is the key point.
He's made up one place there, getting past Zach Smith.
And that's it, because the orange car needs to make up that he's got a 1, he's got a DNF. And we know, I think Colin Price has got a couple of good finishes. So he's going to need...
Halfway through though, still 2.5 minutes of racing here.
Elliot needs to make up at least, I would say, 3 places. And we're looking for Granger's very happily ahead. And it's all about what Elliot can do, because I think this is going to not going to take over. I think we're going to see Granger pick up his 7th British Touring Car Championship.
That's how it's looking at the moment, certainly.
Elliot now. Mired in traffic and down, I think, in 9th, possibly 8th, I think he's actually in. And he's got the 5 car ahead of him, which is Chris Kurzweil.
Colin Price now moves up into 2nd, but focusing on Elliot's progress through the field, that's what really matters at the moment.
Colin's going to have 2 seconds, which is 4 points. So it's now looking quite bad for Elliot to get 2nd place overall. One mistake, I'm not sure we've got it on the camera.
Oh, he's looking at the inside of Chris Kurzweil as they come round the sweeper onto the back straight.
It's all about Elliot moving forward, and he's just really Elliot's going to have to forget about manners now, and he's just going to have to try and push his way through, because it's all or nothing. It's yes or B at this point as he goes now up the inside. Kurzweil, a great racer, and he's not going to let him get it for nothing as they go through the inside. And again he tried hard, and he was pushing and he was giving it all he could. But I think that really, it sums it up. You've now got a lot of fast drivers, and that small advantage you had, a 0.2, 0.3 a second, it's not so much of an advantage in traffic.
Absolutely, yeah. We got 1 minute and 15 seconds of racing left here at the
Let's just
BRCA
see
National
that last
Championship 2013.
And we look at this again as he comes up the inside of Chris, just a new curve, and then it runs through another disadvantage. Let's now pick up our leader and the man who we think is going to win the British Championship. He's about to start to go on the straight now. It's Chris Granger. He's going on the straight, and this could be his victory minute. And who would have predicted this after the clean sweep of the first 2 rounds we saw from Harper?
Absolutely, but then since those 2 rounds, Chris Granger really come on power, got the car absolutely dialed into the UK tracks, took the win at West London, and then a runner-up place at Aldershot was put him in with the shout of the championship going into this meeting.
And he comes down. In fairness, the car behind him is gaining, but is that Colin Price behind him? Because if it is,
Colin Price,
I'm sure Colin
wouldn't
wouldn't pass him anyway.
With 30 seconds of racing left.
So it's
Elliot's still stuck there behind Chris Kurzweil.
And Ollie, yeah, you're absolutely Ollie. I think that means that Elliot is down. He looks to get up, but that's still 7th, and I think that's not going to be enough. And I think he may not even get 3rd overall. He's got a 1 the DNF because of his differential, which is very unlucky. And this one was caused by a minor mistake with a massive payoff because, of course, he got stuck in the grass.
10 seconds of racing left, so this might be the last lap now for Chris Granger as he comes down the hill into the carousel section. There's the buzzer. Chris Granger crossed the line. Chris Granger's done all he can. It's going to be Elliot Harper's going to be way down the field, which means Chris Granger, I think, has done enough to claim
unofficially,
the national title.
I think Chris has won it unofficially. Officially, I've got no idea.
And the only way we can find out is to actually wait and look at the results.
No, yeah, that's too much like a good idea. I'm going to call it myself. So I think we're going to see a victory for Chris Granger. Our lack of RF. So what I'm going to try and do now is we're going to try and grab a word. Paul. So let's try and see if we can grab a word with who we think may well be the British champion. We're not sure. We don't know. We haven't got a radio mic, so I'm going to go and see if I can talk to him and grab him. And are we on the camera switching? So anyway, don't go anywhere. Let's see if we can find a word. We think that's Chris is going to win it. We're not sure.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
We think Granger's won it because Elliot's
I'm going to have some views of the people on the other side of the fence. Hang on. So you were saying? You think what? You think what?
We think Granger's won because, Elliot pulled off, didn't he? So.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
He had to finish 2nd. So Granger has won the meeting because he won 2 legs.
Yep.
So, yeah, so Granger has won it.
Ah! I've got to go back.
Yes, we had a power supply go on our RF mic, so we're now on wires.
Oh, excellent.
And that's the camera there. Are we on the right one?
A minute. Oh, no.
So if you stand there, and I'll stand here, and we'll both pull wires. Now you see why wireless is so much better. Is there?
Ah,
Chris, congratulations. 7-time European, 7-time British. Hey! Okay. Sorry, I'm so used to doing F for events. It's been a hot, long day. I'll start again.
That's increased my value.
Yeah, let's start again. Cut. Chris Granger, congratulations. 7 times British champion, it looks like.
Yeah, hopefully. I don't think anything can go wrong at the moment. So yeah, 7 times. That's pretty cool.
A bit of a surprise, it must be, after the first 2 rounds when you were a long way behind.
Yeah, I said to you earlier, I think the start of the season was not a true reflection on our pace. It was just a bad luck, so I think we could have given Elliot a bit more of a run for his money at the early part of the season. But yeah, I mean, I do feel sorry for Elliot because I mean it's mechanical failures, but I mean it's part of racing, isn't it?
But yeah, certainly. Well, not so much because that 3rd leg, it was just about driving clean and driving safe, and that's what you did.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I don't know what happened to Elliot in the third leg.
He tagged the grass, unfortunately, got a big, and then ended up at 7th or 8th place.
Oh, okay. I thought he had a.
No, he tagged the grass. It was a. I'm not sure whether what caused it, but once you're on the grass, because the whole field went past, and then
yeah, the grass is set to aggressive here.
You'll be pleased to know that Chris Kersel wouldn't let him through. He's lived that. He's helped you out.
Oh right, okay.
Chris never lets anyone through. So
no, that's true. Actually, I don't think he was being biased there. He was that's just the way he is.
So I mean, it's a common question to ask people when they've won things a lot of time. This is your 7th time. Is it better than the first time, or are you just getting kind of blasé about it now?
I think the first time is probably always the best. I don't know for other people, but for me it was. I can remember it to this day. You know, it was back in
1843.
2005, and I was racing against David for the championship, David Spashett, and yeah, I can remember every bit about it. So to me, that was the best one. But yeah, I mean, today's as special as all the rest, really.
All the rest, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello everyone, sorry about that. We had they unplugged us. So all I can do now really is to say goodbye properly. Hello. and goodbye. We were halfway through a chat with Chris Granger when they pulled the power on us. So hopefully you've enjoyed watching the, we think, our first ever satellite live streaming event. We're quite pleased with how it went, and we have a new British champion in Chris Granger. Bad luck to Elliot Harper. We will be back at least on the 15th and 16th of February with 112th National from the Milton Keynes Shopping Centre. Probably more stuff around that. But until then, thank you all for watching. Thank you for putting up with a couple of breaks when we had a little bit of a power issue. We've really enjoyed doing this. It's been great fun. The weather's been fantastic. It's been some great racing. And we will be back. And if you've enjoyed it, please tell us. If you haven't enjoyed it, now we don't want to know. But until then, from me, from James Parry, who drinks Dr. Pepper, and from P. Bateman, Diddy Man, Hat Person, bye for now.